Chapter 12 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 7. Venice. Chapter 12. Progress of my intrigue with the beautiful C.C. The next morning P.C. called on me with an air of triumph. He told me that his sister had confessed to her mother that we loved one another, and that if she was ever to be married she would be unhappy with any other husband. "I adore your sister," I said to him, "but do you think that your father will be willing to give her to me?" "I think not, but he is old. In the meantime, love one another. My mother has given her permission to go to the opera this evening with us." "Very well, my dear friend, we must go." "I find myself under the necessity of claiming a slight service at your hands." "Dispose of me." "There is some excellent Cyprus wine to be sold very cheap, and I can obtain a cask of it against my bill at 6 months. I am certain of selling it again immediately with a good profit, but the merchant requires a guarantee, and he is disposed to accept yours, if you will give it. Will you be kind enough to endorse my note of hand?" "With pleasure." I signed my name without hesitation, for where is the man in love who in such a case would have refused that service to a person who, to revenge himself, might have made him miserable? We made an appointment for the evening, and parted highly pleased with each other. After I had dressed myself, I went out and bought a dozen pairs of gloves, as many pairs of silk stockings, and a pair of garters embroidered in gold and with gold clasps, promising myself much pleasure in offering that first present to my young friend. I need not say that I was exact in reaching the appointed place, but they were there already, waiting for me. Had I not suspected the intentions of P.C., their coming so early would have been very flattering to my vanity. The moment I had joined them, P.C. told me that, having other engagements to fulfill, he would leave his sister with me and meet us at the theatre in the evening. When he had gone, I told C.C. that we would sail in a gondola until the opening of the theatre. "No," she answered, "let us rather go to the Zuecca garden." "With all my heart." I hired a gondola, and we went to St. Blaise, where I knew a very pretty garden which, for one sequin, was placed at my disposal for the remainder of the day, with the express condition that no one else would be allowed admittance. We had not had any dinner, and after I had ordered a good meal we went up to a room where we took off our disguises and masks, after which we went to the garden. My lovely C.C. had nothing on but a bodice made of light silk and a skirt of the same description, but she was charming in that simple costume. My amorous looks went through those light veils, and in my imagination I saw her entirely naked. I sighed with burning desires, with a mixture of discreet reserve and voluptuous love. The moment we had reached the long avenue, my young companion, as lively as a fawn, finding herself at liberty on the green sward, and enjoying that happy freedom for the first time in her life, began to run about and to give way to the spirit of cheerfulness which was natural to her. When she was compelled to stop for want of breath, she burst out laughing at seeing me gazing at her in a sort of ecstatic silence. She then challenged me to run a race. The game was very agreeable to me. I accepted, but I proposed to make it interesting by a wager. "Whoever loses the race," I said, "shall have to do whatever the winner asks." "Agreed." We marked the winning post, and made a fair start. I was certain to win, but I lost on purpose so as to see what she would ask me to do. At first she ran with all her might while I reserved my strength, and she was the first to reach the goal. As she was trying to recover her breath, she thought of sentencing me to a good penance. She hid herself behind a tree, and told me a minute afterwards that I had to find her ring. She had concealed it about her, and that was putting me in possession of all her person. I thought it was a delightful forfeit, for I could easily see that she had chosen it with intentional mischief, but I felt that I ought not to take too much advantage of her, because her artless confidence required to be encouraged. We sat on the grass. I visited her pockets, the folds of her stays, of her petticoat. Then I looked in her shoes, and even at her garters, which were fastened below the knees. Not finding anything, I kept on my search, and as the ring was about her, I was, of course, bound to discover it. My reader has most likely guessed that I had some suspicion of the charming hiding place in which the young beauty had concealed the ring, but before coming to it I wanted to enjoy myself. The ring was at last found between the two most beautiful keepers that nature had ever rounded, but I felt such emotion as I drew it out that my hand was trembling. "What are you trembling for?" she asked. "Only for joy at having found the ring. You had concealed it so well. But you owe me a revenge, and this time you shall not beat me. We shall see." We began a new race, and seeing that she was not running very fast, I thought I could easily distance her whenever I liked. I was mistaken. She had husbanded her strength, and when we had run about 2/3 of the race, she suddenly sprang forward at full speed, left me behind, and I saw that I had lost. I then thought of a trick, the effect of which never fails. I feigned a heavy fall, and I uttered a shriek of pain. The poor child stopped at once, ran back to me in great fright, and pitying me, she assisted me to raise myself from the ground. The moment I was on my feet again, I laughed heartily, and, taking a spring forward, I had reached the goal long before her. The charming runner, thoroughly amazed, said to me, "Then you did not hurt yourself?" "No, for I fell purposely." "Purposely? Oh, to deceive me? I would never have believed you capable of that. It is not fair to win by fraud, therefore I have not lost the race." "Oh yes, you have, for I reached the goal before you." "Trick for trick. Confess that you tried to deceive me at the start." "But that is fair, and your trick is a very different thing." "Yet it has given me the victory, and vincansi per fortund o per inganno, il vincer sempre fu laudabil cosa." "I have often heard those words from my brother, but never from my father. Well, never mind, I have lost. Give your judgment now, I will obey." "Wait a little, let me see. Ah! my sentence is that you shall exchange your garters for mine." "Exchange our garters? But you have seen mine; they are ugly and worth nothing." "Never mind. Twice every day I shall think of the person I love, and as nearly as possible at the same hours you will have to think of me." "It is a very pretty idea, and I like it. Now I forgive you for having deceived me. Here are my ugly garters. Ah, my dear deceiver, how beautiful yours are! What a handsome present! How they will please my mother! They must be a present which you have just received, for they are quite new." "No, they have not been given to me. I bought them for you, and I have been racking my brain to find how I could make you accept them. Love suggested to me the idea of making them the prize of the race. You may now imagine my sorrow when I saw that you would win. Vexation inspired me with a deceitful stratagem which arose from a feeling you had caused yourself, and which turned entirely to your honour, for you must admit that you would have shown a very hard heart if you had not come to my assistance." "And I feel certain that you would not have had recourse to that stratagem if you could have guessed how deeply it would pain me." "Do you then feel much interest in me?" "I would do anything in the world to convince you of it. I like my pretty garters exceedingly. I will never have another pair, and I promise you that my brother shall not steal them from me." "Can you suppose him capable of such an action?" "Oh, certainly, especially if the fastenings are in gold." "Yes, they are in gold, but let him believe that they are in gilt brass." "Will you teach me how to fasten my beautiful garters?" "Of course I will." We went upstairs, and after our dinner, which we both enjoyed with a good appetite, she became more lively and I more excited by love, but at the same time more to be pitied in consequence of the restraint to which I had condemned myself. Very anxious to try her garters, she begged me to help her, and that request was made in good faith, without mischievous coquetry. An innocent young girl, who, in spite of her 15 years, has not loved yet, who has not frequented the society of other girls, and does not know the violence of amorous desires, or what is likely to excite them, she has no idea of the danger of a tete-a-tete. When a natural instinct makes her love for the first time, she believes the object of her love worthy of her confidence, and she thinks that to be loved herself she must show the most boundless trust. Seeing that her stockings were too short to fasten the garter above the knee, she told me that she would in future use longer ones, and I immediately offered her those that I had purchased. Full of gratitude she sat on my knees, and in the effusion of her satisfaction she bestowed upon me all the kisses that she would have given to her father if he had made her such a present. I returned her kisses, forcibly keeping down the violence of my feelings. I only told her that one of her kisses was worth a kingdom. My charming C C took off her shoes and stockings, and put on one of the pairs I had given her, which went halfway up her thigh. The more innocent I found her to be, the less I could make up my mind to possess myself of that ravishing prey. We returned to the garden, and after walking about until the evening, we went to the opera, taking care to keep on our masks, because the theatre being small, we might easily have been recognized, and my lovely friend was certain that her father would not allow her to come out again if he found out that she had gone to the opera. We were rather surprised not to see her brother. On our left we had the Marquis of Montalegre, the Spanish ambassador, with his acknowledged mistress, Mlle. Bola, and in the box on our right a man and a woman who had not taken off their masks. Those two persons kept their eyes constantly fixed upon us, but my young friend did not remark it as her back was turned towards them. During the ballet, C C having left the libretto of the opera on the ledge of the box, the man with the mask stretched forth his hand and took it. That proved to me that we were known to him, and I said so to my companion, who turned round and recognized her brother. The lady who was with him could be no other than Madame C. As P C knew the number of our box, he had taken the next one. He could not have done so without some intention, and I foresaw that he meant to make his sister have supper with that woman. I was much annoyed, but I could not prevent it without breaking off with him altogether, and I was in love. After the second ballet he came into our box with his lady, and after the usual exchange of compliments the acquaintance was made, and we had to accept supper at his casino. As soon as the two ladies had thrown off their masks, they embraced one another, and the mistress of P C overwhelmed my young friend with compliments and attentions. At table she affected to treat her with extreme affability, and C C, not having any experience of the world, behaved towards her with the greatest respect. I could, however, see that C, in spite of all her art, could hardly hide the vexation she felt at the sight of the superior beauty which I had preferred to her own charms. P C, who was of an extravagant gaiety, launched forth in stupid jokes, at which his mistress alone laughed. In my anger I shrugged my shoulders, and his sister, not understanding his jests, took no notice of them. Altogether our party carree was not formed of congenial spirits, and was rather a dull affair. As the dessert was placed on the table, P C, somewhat excited by the wine he had drunk, kissed his lady love, and challenged me to follow his example with his sister. I told him that I loved Mlle. C C truly, and that I would not take such liberties with her until I should have acquired a legal right to her favours. P C began to scoff at what I had said, but C stopped him. Grateful for that mark of propriety, I took out of my pocket the 12 pairs of gloves which I had bought in the morning, and after I had begged her acceptance of half a dozen pairs, I gave the other 6 to my young friend. P C rose from the table with a sneer, dragging along with him his mistress, who had likewise drunk rather freely, and he threw himself on a sofa with her. The scene taking a lewd turn, I placed myself in such a manner as to hide them from the view of my young friend, whom I led into the recess of a window. But I had not been able to prevent C C from seeing in a looking glass the position of the two impudent wretches, and her face was suffused with blushes. I, however, spoke to her quietly of indifferent things, and recovering her composure, she answered me, speaking of her gloves, which she was folding on the pier table. After his brutal exploit, P C came impudently to me and embraced me. His dissolute companion, imitating his example, kissed my young friend, saying she was certain that she had seen nothing. C C answered modestly that she did not know what she could have seen, but the look she cast towards me made me understand all she felt. If the reader has any knowledge of the human heart, he must guess what my feelings were. How was it possible to endure such a scene going on in the presence of an innocent girl whom I adored, when I had to fight hard myself with my own burning desires, so as not to abuse her innocence? I was on a bed of thorns. Anger and indignation, restrained by the reserve I was compelled to adopt for fear of losing the object of my ardent love, made me tremble all over. The inventors of hell would not have failed to place that suffering amongst its torments, if they had known it. The lustful P C had thought of giving me a great proof of his friendship by the disgusting action he had been guilty of, and he had reckoned as nothing the dishonour of his mistress and the delicacy of his sister, whom he had thus exposed to prostitution. I do not know how I contrived not to strangle him. The next day, when he called on me, I overwhelmed him with the most bitter reproaches, and he tried to excuse himself by saying that he never would have acted in that manner if he had not felt satisfied that I had already treated his sister in the tete a tete in the same way he treated his mistress before us. My love for C C became every instant more intense, and I had made up my mind to undertake everything necessary to save her from the fearful position in which her unworthy brother might throw her by selling her for his own profit to some man less scrupulous than I was. It seemed to me urgent. What a disgusting state of things! What an unheard of species of seduction! What a strange way to gain my friendship! And I found myself under the dire necessity of dissembling with the man whom I despised most in the world. I had been told that he was deeply in debt, that he had been a bankrupt in Vienna, where he had a wife and a family of children, that in Venice he had compromised his father, who had been obliged to turn him out of his house, and who, out of pity, pretended not to know that he had kept his room in it. He had seduced his wife, or rather his mistress, who had been driven away by her husband, and after he had squandered everything she possessed, and he found himself at the end of his wits, he had tried to turn her prostitution to advantage. His poor mother, who idolized him, had given him everything she had, even her own clothes, and I expected him to plague me again for some loan or security, but I was firmly resolved on refusing. I could not bear the idea of C C being the innocent cause of my ruin, and used as a tool by her brother to keep up his disgusting life. Moved by an irresistible feeling, by what is called perfect love, I called upon P C on the following day, and after I had told him that I adored his sister with the most honourable intentions, I tried to make him realize how deeply he had grieved me by forgetting all respect, and that modesty which the most inveterate libertine ought never to insult if he has any pretension to be worthy of respectable society. "Even if I had to give up," I added, "the pleasure of seeing your angelic sister, I have taken the firm resolution of not keeping company with you. But I candidly warn you that I will do everything in my power to prevent her from going out with you, and from being the victim of some infamous bargain in your hands." He excused himself again by saying that he had drunk too much, and that he did not believe that my love for his sister was such as to despise the gratification of my senses. He begged my pardon, he embraced me with tears in his eyes, and I would, perhaps, have given way to my own emotion, when his mother and sister entered the room. They offered me their heartfelt thanks for the handsome present I had given to the young lady. I told the mother that I loved her daughter, and that my fondest hope was to obtain her for my wife. "In the hope of securing that happiness, madam," I added, "I shall get a friend to speak to your husband as soon as I shall have secured a position giving me sufficient means to keep her comfortably, and to assure her happiness." So saying, I kissed her hand, and I felt so deeply moved that the tears ran down my cheeks. Those tears were sympathetic, and the excellent woman was soon crying like me. She thanked me affectionately, and left me with her daughter and her son, who looked as if he had been changed into a statue. There are a great many mothers of that kind in the world, and very often they are women who have led a virtuous life. They do not suppose that deceit can exist, because their own nature understands only what is upright and true, but they are almost always the victims of their good faith, and of their trust in those who seem to them to be patterns of honesty. What I had told the mother surprised the daughter, but her astonishment was much greater when she heard of what I had said to her brother. After one moment of consideration she told him that, with any other man but me, she would have been ruined, and that if she had been in the place of Madame C she would never have forgiven him, because the way he had treated her was as debasing for her as for himself. P C was weeping, but the traitor could command tears whenever he pleased. It was Whit Sunday, and as the theatres were closed he told me that if I would be at the same place of appointment as before the next day, he would leave his sister with me, and go by himself with Madame C, whom he could not honourably leave alone. "I will give you my key," he added, "and you can bring back my sister here as soon as you have supper together, wherever you like." And he handed me his key, which I had not the courage to refuse. After that he left us. I went away myself a few minutes afterwards, having previously agreed with C C that we would go to the Zuecca garden on the following day. I was punctual, and love exciting me to the highest degree, I foresaw what would happen on that day. I had engaged a box at the opera, and we went to our garden until the evening. As it was a holiday, there were several small parties of friends sitting at various tables, and being unwilling to mix with other people, we made up our minds to remain in the apartment which was given to us, and to go to the opera only towards the end of the performance. I therefore ordered a good supper. We had 7 hours to spend together, and my charming young friend remarked that the time would certainly not seem long to us. She threw off her disguise and sat on my knees, telling me that I had completed the conquest of her heart by my reserve towards her during the supper with her brother. But all our conversation was accompanied by kisses, which, little by little, were becoming more and more ardent. "Did you see," she said to me, "what my brother did to Madame C when she placed herself astride on his knees? I only saw it in the looking glass, but I could guess what it was." "Were you not afraid of my treating you in the same manner?" "No, I can assure you. How could I possibly fear such a thing, knowing how much you love me? You would have humiliated me so deeply that I should no longer have loved you. We will wait until we are married, will we not, dear? You cannot realize the extent of the joy I felt when I heard you speak to my mother as you did. We will love each other for ever, but will you explain to me, dearest, the meaning of the words embroidered upon my garters?" "Is there any motto upon them? I was not aware of it." "Oh, yes, it is in French. Pray read it." Seated on my knees, she took off one of her garters while I was unclasping the other, and here are the 2 lines which I found embroidered on them, and which I ought to have read before offering them to her: "En voyant chaque jour le bijou de ma belle, vous lui direz qu'amour veut qu'il lui soit fidèle." Those verses, rather free I must confess, struck me as very comic. I burst out laughing, and my mirth increased when, to please her, I had to translate their meaning. As it was an idea entirely new to her, I found it necessary to enter into particulars which lighted an ardent fire in our veins. "Now," she observed, "I shall not dare to shew my garters to anybody, and I am very sorry for it." As I was rather thoughtful, she added, "Tell me what you are thinking of." "I am thinking that those lucky garters have a privilege which perhaps I shall never enjoy. How I wish myself in their place! I may die of that wish, and die miserable." "No, dearest, for I am in the same position as you, and I am certain to live. Besides, we can hasten our marriage. As far as I am concerned, I am ready to become your wife tomorrow, if you wish it. We are both free, and my father cannot refuse his consent." "You are right, for he would be bound to consent for the sake of his honour, but I wish to give him a mark of my respect by asking for your hand, and after that everything will soon be ready. It might be in a week or 10 days." "So soon? You will see that my father will say that I am too young." "Perhaps he is right." "No, I am young, but not too young, and I am certain that I can be your wife." I was on burning coals, and I felt that it was impossible for me to resist any longer the ardent fire which was consuming me. "Oh, my best beloved!" I exclaimed, "do you feel certain of my love? Do you think me capable of deceiving you? Are you sure that you will never repent being my wife?" "More than certain, darling, for you could not wish to make me unhappy." "Well, then, let our marriage take place now. Let God alone receive our mutual pledges. We cannot have a better witness, for He knows the purity of our intentions. Let us mutually engage our faith. Let us unite our destinies and be happy. We will afterwards legalize our tender love with your father's consent and with the ceremonies of the church. In the meantime, be mine, entirely mine. Dispose of me, dearest. I promise to God, I promise to you that from this very moment and forever I will be your faithful wife. I will say the same to my father, to the priest who will bless our union, in fact, to everybody. I take the same oath towards you, darling, and I can assure you that we are now truly married. Come to my arms, oh dearest, complete my felicity." "Oh dear, I am indeed so near happiness." After kissing her tenderly, I went down to tell the mistress of the house not to disturb us, and not to bring up our dinner until we called for it. During my short absence the charming C C had thrown herself dressed on the bed, but I told her that the god of love disapproved of unnecessary veils, and in less than a minute I made of her a new Eve, beautiful in her nakedness as if she had just come out of the hands of the supreme artist. Her skin, as soft as satin, was dazzlingly white, and seemed still more so beside her splendid black hair which I had spread over her alabaster shoulders. Her slender figure, her prominent hips, her beautifully modelled bosom, her large eyes, from which flashed the sparkle of amorous desire, everything about her was strikingly beautiful, and presented to my hungry looks the perfection of the mother of love, adorned by all the charms which modesty throws over the attractions of a lovely woman. Beside myself, I almost feared lest my felicity should not prove real, or lest it should not be made perfect by complete enjoyment, when mischievous love contrived, in so serious a moment, to supply me with a reason for mirth. "Is there by any chance a law to prevent the husband from undressing himself?" inquired beautiful C C. "No, darling angel, no, and even if there were such a barbarous law I would not submit to it." In one instant I had thrown off all my garments, and my mistress, in her turn, gave herself up to all the impulse of natural instinct and curiosity, for every part of my body was an entirely new thing to her. At last, as if she had enough of the pleasure her eyes were enjoying, she pressed me against her bosom, and exclaimed, "Oh, dearest, what a difference between you and my pillow!" "Your pillow, darling? Are you laughing? What do you mean?" "Oh, it is nothing but a childish fancy. I am afraid you will be angry." "Angry? How could I be angry with you, my love, in the happiest moment of my life?" "Well, for several days past I could not go to sleep without holding my pillow in my arms. I caressed it, I called it my dear husband, I fancied it was you, and when a delightful enjoyment had left me without movement, I would go to sleep, and in the morning find my pillow still between my arms." Dear C C became my wife with the courage of a true heroine, for her intense love caused her to delight even in bodily pain. After 3 hours spent in delicious enjoyment, I got up and called for our supper. The repast was simple, but very good. We looked at one another without speaking, for how could we find words to express our feelings? We thought that our felicity was extreme, and we enjoyed it with the certainty that we could renew it at will. The hostess came up to enquire whether we wanted anything, and she asked if we were not going to the opera, which everybody said was so beautiful. "Have you never been to the opera?" "Never, because it is too dear for people in our position. My daughter has such a wish to go that, God forgive me for saying it, she would give herself, I truly believe, to the man who would take her there once." "That would be paying very dear for it," said my little wife, laughing. "Dearest, we could make her happy at less cost, for that hurts very much." "I was thinking of it, my love. Here is the key of the box, you can make them a present of it." "Here is the key of a box at the St. Moses Theatre," she said to the hostess. "It costs 2 sequins. Go instead of us, and tell your daughter to keep her rosebud for something better." "To enable you to amuse yourself, my good woman, take these 2 sequins," I added. "Let your daughter enjoy herself well." The good hostess, thoroughly amazed at the generosity of her guests, ran in a great hurry to her daughter, while we were delighted at having laid ourselves under the pleasant necessity of again going to bed. She came up with her daughter, a handsome, tempting blonde, who insisted upon kissing the hands of her benefactors. "She is going this minute with her lover," said the mother. "He is waiting for her, but I will not let her go alone with him, for he is not to be trusted. I am going with them." "That is right, my good woman, but when you come back this evening, let the gondola wait for us. It will take us to Venice." "What? Do you mean to remain here until we return?" "Yes, for this is our wedding day." "To day? God bless you." She then went to the bed to put it to rights, and seeing the marks of my wife's virginity, she came to my dear C C and, in her joy, kissed her, and immediately began a sermon for the special benefit of her daughter, shewing her those marks which, in her opinion, did infinite honour to the young bride, respectable marks, she said, which in our days the god of Hymen sees but seldom on his altar. The daughter, casting down her beautiful blue eyes, answered that the same would certainly be seen on her wedding day. "I am certain of it," said the mother, "for I never lose sight of thee. Go and get some water in this basin and bring it here. This charming bride must be in need of it." The girl obeyed. The 2 women having left us, we went to bed, and 4 hours of ecstatic delights passed off with wonderful rapidity. Our last engagement would have lasted longer if my charming sweetheart had not taken a fancy to take my place and to reverse the position. Worn out with happiness and enjoyment, we were going to sleep when the hostess came to tell us that the gondola was waiting for us. I immediately got up to open the door, in the hope that she would amuse us with her description of the opera, but she left that task to her daughter, who had come up with her, and she went down again to prepare some coffee for us. The young girl assisted my sweetheart to dress, but now and then she would wink at me in a manner which made me think that she had more experience than her mother imagined. Nothing could be more indiscreet than the eyes of my beloved mistress. They were the irrefutable marks of her first exploits. It is true that she had just been fighting a battle which had positively made her a different being to what she was before the engagement. We took some hot coffee, and I told our hostess to get us a nice dinner for the next day. We then left in the gondola. The dawn of day was breaking when we landed at St. Sophia's Square, in order to set the curiosity of the gondoliers at fault, and we parted happy, delighted, and certain that we were thoroughly married. I went to bed, having made up my mind to compel M. de Bragadin, through the power of the oracle, to obtain legally for me the hand of my beloved C C. I remained in bed until noon, and spent the rest of the day in playing with ill luck, as if Dame Fortune had wished to warn me that she did not approve of my love. End of chapter 12. Recording by Joelle Peebles. Chapter 13 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 7, Venice. Chapter 13. Continuation of my intrigues with C C. M. de Bragadin asks the hand of that young person for me. Her father refuses and sends her to a convent. De la Haye. I lose all my money at the Fosso table. My partnership with Croce replenishes my purse. Various incidents. The happiness derived from my love had prevented me from attaching any importance to my losses, and being entirely engrossed with the thought of my sweetheart, my mind did not seem to care for whatever did not relate to her. I was thinking of her the next morning when her brother called on me with a beaming countenance, and said, "I am certain that you have slept with my sister, and I am very glad of it. She does not confess as much, but her confession is not necessary. I will bring her to you to-day. You will oblige me, for I adore her, and I will get a friend of mine to ask her in marriage from your father in such a manner that he will not be able to refuse. I wish it may be so, but I doubt it. In the meantime, I find myself compelled to beg another service from your kindness. I can obtain against a note of hand payable in 6 months a ring of the value of 200 sequins, and I am certain to sell it again this very day for the same amount. That sum is very necessary to me just now, but the jeweller, who knows you, will not let me have it without your security. Will you oblige me in this instance? I know that you lost a great deal last night. If you want some money, I will give you 100 sequins, which you will return when the note of hand falls due." How could I refuse him? I knew very well that I would be duped, but I loved his sister so much. "I am ready," said I to him, "to sign the note of hand, but you are wrong in abusing my love for your sister in such a manner." We went out, and the jeweller having accepted my security, the bargain was completed. The merchant, who knew me only by name, thinking of paying me a great compliment, told P C that with my guarantee all his goods were at his service. I did not feel flattered by the compliment, but I thought I could see in it the knavery of P C, who was clever enough to find out of 100 the fool who without any reason placed confidence in me when I possessed nothing. It was thus that my angelic C C, who seemed made to ensure my happiness, was the innocent cause of my ruin. At noon P C brought his sister, and wishing most likely to prove its honesty, for a cheat always tries hard to do that, he gave me back the letter of exchange which I had endorsed for the Cyprus wine, assuring me likewise that at our next meeting he would hand me the 100 sequins which he had promised me. I took my mistress as usual to Zuecca. I agreed for the garden to be kept closed, and we dined under a vine arbor. My dear C C seemed to me more beautiful since she was mine, and, friendship being united to love, we felt a delightful sensation of happiness which shone on our features. The hostess, who had found me generous, gave us some excellent game and some very fine fish. Her daughter served us. She also came to undress my little wife as soon as we had gone upstairs to give ourselves up to the sweet pleasures natural to a young married couple. When we were alone, my loved asked me what was the meaning of the 100 sequins which her brother had promised to bring me, and I told her all that had taken place between him and me. "I entreat you, darling," she said to me, "to refuse all the demands of my brother in the future. He is unfortunately in such difficulties that he would at the end drag you down to the abyss into which he must fall." This time our enjoyment seemed to us more substantial; we relished it with a more refined delight, and, so to speak, we reasoned over it. "Oh, my best beloved," she said to me, "do all in your power to render me pregnant, for in that case my father could no longer refuse his consent to my marriage, under the pretext of my being too young." It was with great difficulty that I made her understand that the fulfilment of that wish, however much I shared it myself, was not entirely in our power, but that under the circumstances it would most probably be fulfilled sooner or later. After working with all our might at the completion of that great undertaking, we gave several hours to a profound and delightful repose. As soon as we were awake I called for candles and coffee, and we set to work again in the hope of obtaining the mutual harmony of ecstatic enjoyment which was necessary to ensure our future happiness. It was in the midst of our loving sport that the too early dawn surprised us, and we hurried back to Venice to avoid inquisitive eyes. We renewed our pleasures on the Friday, but whatever delight I may feel now in the remembrance of those happy moments, I will spare my readers the description of my new enjoyment, because they might not feel interested in such repetitions. I must therefore only say that, before parting on that day, we fixed for the following Monday, the last day of the carnival, our last meeting in the garden of Zuecca. Death alone could have hindered me from keeping that appointment, for it was to be the last opportunity of enjoying our amorous sport. On the Monday morning I saw P C , who confirmed the appointment for the same hour and at the place previously agreed upon, and I was there in good time. In spite of the impatience of a lover, the first hour of expectation passes rapidly, but the second is mortally long; yet the third and the fourth passed without my seeing my beloved mistress. I was in a state of fearful anxiety; I imagined the most terrible disasters. It seemed to me that if C C had been unable to go out, her brother ought to have come to let me know it. But some unexpected mishap might have detained him, and I could not go and fetch her myself at her house, even if I had feared nothing else than to miss them on the road. At last, as the church bells were tolling the Angelus, C C came alone and masked. "I was certain," she said, "that you were here, and here I am in spite of all my mother could say. You must be starving. My brother has not put in an appearance through the whole of this day. Let us go quickly to our garden, for I am very hungry too, and love will console us for all we have suffered to day." She had spoken very rapidly, and without giving me time to utter a single word. I had nothing more to ask her. We went off, and took a gondola to our garden. The wind was very high; it blew almost a hurricane, and the gondola having only one rower, the danger was great. C C , who had no idea of it, was playing with me to make up for the restraint under which she had been all day. But her movements exposed the gondolier to danger. If he had fallen into the water nothing could have saved us, and we would have found death on our way to pleasure. I told her to keep quiet, but being anxious not to frighten her, I dared not acquaint her with the danger we were running. The gondolier, however, had not the same reasons for sparing her feelings, and he called out to us in a stentorian voice that if we did not keep quiet we were all lost. His threat had the desired effect, and we reached the landing without mishap. I paid the man generously, and he laughed for joy when he saw the money for which he was indebted to the bad weather. We spent 6 delightful hours in our casino. This time sleep was not allowed to visit us. The only thought which threw a cloud over our felicity was that, the carnival being over, we did not know how to contrive our future meetings. We agreed, however, that on the following Wednesday morning I should pay a visit to her brother, and that she would come to his room as usual. We took leave of our worthy hostess, who, entertaining no hope of seeing us again, expressed her sorrow and overwhelmed us with blessings. I escorted my darling, without any accident, as far as the door of her house, and went home. I had just risen at noon, when to my great surprise I had a visit from De la Haye, with his pupil Calvi, a handsome young man, but the very copy of his master in everything. He walked, spoke, laughed exactly like him. It was the same language as that of the Jesuits, correct but rather harsh French. I thought that excess of imitation perfectly scandalous, and I could not help telling De la Haye that he ought to change his pupil's deportment, because such servile mimicry would only expose him to bitter raillery. As I was giving him my opinion on that subject, Bavois made his appearance, and when he had spent an hour in the company of the young man he was entirely of the same mind. Calvi died 2 or 3 years later. De la Haye, who was bent upon forming pupils, became, 2 or 3 months after Calvi's death, the tutor of the young Chevalier de Morosini, the nephew of the nobleman to whom Bavois was indebted for his rapid fortune, who was then the commissioner of the Republic to settle its boundaries with the Austrian government, represented by Count Christiani. I was in love beyond all measure, and I would not postpone an application on which my happiness depended any longer. After dinner, and as soon as everybody had retired, I begged M. de Bragadin and his 2 friends to grant me an audience of 2 hours in the room in which we were always inaccessible. There, without any preamble, I told them that I was in love with C C, and determined on carrying her off if they could not contrive to obtain her from her father for my wife. "The question at issue," I said to M. de Bragadin, "is how to give me a respectable position, and to guarantee a dowry of 10,000 ducats, which the young lady would bring me." They answered that, if Paralis gave them the necessary instructions, they were ready to fulfil them. That was all I wanted. I spent 2 hours in forming all the pyramids they wished, and the result was that M. de Bragadin himself would demand in my name the hand of the young lady, the oracle explaining the reason of that choice by stating that it must be the same person who would guarantee the dowry with his own fortune. The father of my mistress being then at his country house, I told my friends that they would have due notice of his return, and that they were to be all 3 together when M. de Bragadin demanded the young lady's hand. Well pleased with what I had done, I called on P C the next morning. An old woman who opened the door for me told me that he was not at home, but that his mother would see me. She came immediately with her daughter, and they both looked very sad, which at once struck me as a bad sign. C C told me that her brother was in prison for debt, and that it would be difficult to get him out of it, because his debts amounted to a very large sum. The mother, crying bitterly, told me how deeply grieved she was at not being able to support him in the prison, and she shewed me the letter he had written to her, in which he requested her to deliver an enclosure to his sister. I asked C C whether I could read it. She handed it to me, and I saw that he begged her to speak to me on his behalf. As I returned it to her, I told her to write to him that I was not in a position to do anything for him, but I entreated the mother to accept 25 sequins, which would enable her to assist him by sending him 1 or 2 at a time. She made up her mind to take them only when her daughter joined her entreaties to mine. After this painful scene I gave them account of what I had done in order to obtain the hand of my young sweetheart. Madame C thanked me, expressed her appreciation of my honourable conduct, but she told me not to entertain any hope, because her husband, who was very stubborn in his ideas, had decided that his daughter should marry a merchant, and not before the age of 18. He was expected home that very day. As I was taking leave of them, my mistress contrived to slip in my hand a letter in which she told me that I could safely make use of the key which I had in my possession to enter the house at midnight, and that I would find her in her brother's room. This news made me very happy, for notwithstanding all the doubts of her mother, I hoped for success in obtaining her hand. When I returned home, I told M. de Bragadin of the expected arrival of the father of my charming C C, and the kind old man wrote to him immediately in my presence. He requested him to name at what time he might call on him on important business. I asked M. de Bragadin not to send his letter until the following day. The reader can very well guess that C C had not to wait for me long after midnight. I gained admittance without any difficulty, and I found my darling, who received me with open arms. "You have nothing to fear," she said to me. "My father has arrived in excellent health, and everyone in the house is fast asleep." "Except love," I answered, "which is now inviting us to enjoy ourselves. Love will protect us, dearest, and tomorrow your father will receive a letter from my worthy protector." At those words C C shuddered. It was a presentiment of the future. She said to me, My father thinks of me now as if I were nothing but a child, but his eyes are going to be opened respecting me. He will examine my conduct, and God knows what will happen. Now we are happy, even more than we were during our visits to Zuecca, for we can see each other every night without restraint. But what will my father do when he hears that I have a lover?" "What can he do? If he refuses me your hand, I will carry you off, and the patriarch would certainly marry us. We shall be one another's for life." "It is my most ardent wish, and to realize it I am ready to do anything. But, dearest, I know my father." We remained 2 hours together, thinking less of our pleasures than of our sorrow. I went away promising to see her again the next night. The whole of the morning passed off very heavily for me, and at noon M. de Bragadin informed me that he had sent his letter to the father, who had answered that he would call himself on the following day to ascertain M. de Bragadin's wishes. At midnight I saw my beloved mistress again, and I gave her an account of all that had transpired. C C told me that the message of the senator had greatly puzzled her father, because, as he had never had any intercourse with that nobleman, he could not imagine what he wanted with him. Uncertainty, a sort of anxious dread, and a confused hope rendered our enjoyment much less lively during the 2 hours which we spent together. I had no doubt that M. Charles C , the father of my young friend, would go home immediately after his interview with M. de Bragadin, that he would ask his daughter a great many questions, and I feared lest C C, in her trouble and confusion, should betray herself. She felt herself that it might be so, and I could see how painfully anxious she was. I was extremely uneasy myself, and I suffered much because, not knowing how her father would look at the matter, I could not give her any advice. As a matter of course, it was necessary for her to conceal certain circumstances which would have prejudiced his mind against us. Yet it was urgent to tell him the truth, and to shew herself entirely submissive to his will. I found myself placed in a strange position, and above all, I regretted having made the all important application, precisely because it was certain to have too decisive a result. I longed to get out of the state of indecision in which I was, and I was surprised to see my young mistress less anxious than I was. We parted with heavy hearts, but with the hope that the next night would again bring us together, for the contrary did not seem to us possible. The next day, after dinner, M. Charles C called upon M. de Bragadin, but I did not shew myself. He remained a couple of hours with my 3 friends, and as soon as he had gone, I heard that his answer had been what the mother had told me, but with the addition of a circumstance most painful to me, namely, that his daughter would pass the 4 years which were to elapse before she could think of marriage, in a convent. As a palliative to his refusal, he had added that, if by that time I had a well established position in the world, he might consent to our wedding. That answer struck me as most cruel, and in the despair in which it threw me I was not astonished when the same night I found the door by which I used to gain admittance to C C closed and locked inside. I returned home more dead than alive, and lost 24 hours in that fearful perplexity in which a man is often thrown when he feels himself bound to take a decision without knowing what to decide. I thought of carrying her off, but 1,000 difficulties combined to prevent the execution of that scheme, and her brother was in prison. I saw how difficult it would be to contrive a correspondence with my wife, for I considered C C as such much more than if our marriage had received the sanction of the priest's blessing or of the notary's legal contract. Tortured by 1,000 distressing ideas, I made up my mind at last to pay a visit to Madame C. A servant opened the door and informed me that Madame had gone to the country. She could not tell me when she was expected to return to Venice. This news was a terrible thunderbolt to me. I remained as motionless as a statue, for now that I had lost that last resource I had no means of procuring the slightest information. I tried to look calm in the presence of my 3 friends, but in reality I was in a state truly worthy of pity, and the reader will perhaps realize it if I tell him that in my despair I made up my mind to call on P C in his prison, in the hope that he might give me some information. My visit proved useless. He knew nothing, and I did not enlighten his ignorance. He told me a great many lies which I pretended to accept as gospel, and giving him 2 sequins, I went away, wishing him a prompt release. I was racking my brain to contrive some way to know the position of my mistress, for I felt certain it was a fearful one, and believing her to be unhappy, I reproached myself most bitterly as the cause of her misery. I had reached such a state of anxiety that I could neither eat nor sleep. 2 days after the refusal of the father, M. de Bragadin and his 2 friends went to Padua for a month. I had not had the heart to go with them, and I was alone in the house. I needed consolation, and I went to the gaming table, but I played without attention and lost a great deal. I had already sold whatever I possessed of any value, and I owed money everywhere. I could expect no assistance except from my 3 kind friends, but shame prevented me from confessing my position to them. I was in that disposition which leads easily to self-destruction, and I was thinking of it as I was shaving myself before a toilet glass, when the servant brought to my room a woman who had a letter for me. The woman came up to me, and handing me the letter, she said, "Are you the person to whom it is addressed?" I recognized at once a seal which I had given to C C. I thought I would drop down dead. In order to recover my composure, I told the woman to wait, and tried to shave myself, but my hand refused to perform its office. I put the razor down, turned my back on the messenger, and opening the letter, I read the following lines: "Before I can write all I have to say, I must be sure of my messenger. I am boarding in a convent, and am very well treated, and I enjoy excellent health in spite of the anxiety of my mind. The superior has been instructed to forbid me all visitors and correspondence. I am, however, already certain of being able to write to you, notwithstanding these very strict orders. I entertain no doubt of your good faith, my beloved husband, and I feel sure that you will never doubt a heart which is wholly yours. Trust to me for the execution of whatever you may wish me to do, for I am yours, and only yours. Answer only a few words until we are quite certain of our messenger. Muran, June 12th." In less than 3 weeks my young friend had become a clever moralist. It is true that love had been her teacher, and love alone can work miracles. As I concluded the reading of her letter, I was in the state of a criminal pardoned at the foot of the scaffold. I required several minutes before I recovered the exercise of my will and my presence of mind. I turned towards the messenger, and asked her if she could read. "Ah, sir, if I could not read, it would be a great misfortune for me. There are 7 women appointed for the service of the nuns of Muran. One of us comes in turn to Venice once a week. I come every Wednesday, and this day week I shall be able to bring you an answer to the letter which, if you like, you can write now." "Then you can take charge of the letters entrusted to you by the nuns?" "That is not supposed to be one of our duties, but the faithful delivery of letters being the most important of the commissions committed to our care, we should not be trusted if we could not read the address of the letters placed in our hands. The nuns wanted to be sure that we shall not give to Peter the letter addressed to Paul. The good mothers are always afraid of our being guilty of such blunders. Therefore I shall be here again without fail this day week at the same hour, but please to order your servant to wake you in case you should be asleep, for our time is measured as if it were gold. Above all, rely entirely upon my discretion as long as you employ me, for if I did not know how to keep a silent tongue in my head, I should lose my bread, and then what would become of me, a widow with 4 children, a boy 8 years old, and 3 pretty girls, the eldest of whom is only 16. You can see them when you come to Muran. I live near the church, on the garden side, and I am always at home when I am not engaged in the service of the nuns, who are always sending me on one commission or another. The young lady, I do not know her name yet, for she has only been 1 week with us, gave me this letter, but so cleverly! Oh, she must be as witty as she is pretty, for 3 nuns who were there were completely bamboozled. She gave it to me with this other letter for myself, which I likewise leave in your hands. Poor child! She tells me to be discreet. She need not be afraid. Write to her, I entreat you, sir, that she can trust me and answer boldly. I would not tell you to act in the same manner with all the other messengers of the convent, although I believe them to be honest, and God forbid I should speak ill of my fellow creature, but they are all ignorant, you see, and it is certain that they babble, at least with their confessors, if with nobody else. As for me, thank God, I know very well that I need not confess anything but my sins, and surely to carry a letter from a Christian woman to her brother in Christ is not a sin. Besides, my confessor is a good old monk, quite deaf, I believe, for the worthy man never answers me, but that is his business, not mine. I had not intended to ask her any questions, but if such had been my intention she would not have given me time to carry it into execution, and without my asking her anything she was telling me everything I cared to know, and she did so in her anxiety for me to avail myself of her services exclusively. I immediately sat down to write to my dear recluse, intending at first to write only a few lines, as she had requested me, but my time was too short to write so little. My letter was a screed of 4 pages, and very likely it said less than her note of 1 short page. I told her her letter had saved my life, and asked her whether I could hope to see her. I informed her that I had given a sequin to the messenger, and that she would find another for herself under the seal of my letter, and that I would send her all the money she might want. I entreated her not to fail writing every Wednesday, to be certain that her letters would never be long enough to give me full particulars, not only of all she did, of all she was allowed to do, but also of all her thoughts respecting her release from imprisonment, and the overcoming of all the obstacles which were in the way of our mutual happiness, for I was as much hers as she was mine. I hinted to her the necessity of gaining the love of all the nuns and boarders, but without taking them into her confidence, and of shewing no dislike of her convent life. After praising her for the clever manner in which she had contrived to write to me, in spite of superior orders, I made her understand how careful she was to be to avoid being surprised while she was writing, because in such a case her room would certainly be searched and all her papers seized. "Burn all my letters, darling," I added, "and recollect that you must go to confession often, but without implicating our love. Share with me all your sorrows, which interest me even more than your joys." I sealed my letter in such a manner that no one could possibly guess that there was a sequin hidden under the sealing wax, and I rewarded the woman, promising her that I would give her the same reward every time that she brought me a letter from my friend. When she saw the sequin which I had put in her hand, the good woman cried for joy, and she told me that, as the gates of the convent were never closed for her, she would deliver my letter the moment she found the young lady alone. Here is the note which C C had given to the woman with the letter addressed to me. God himself, my good woman, prompts me to have confidence in you rather than in anybody else. Take this letter to Venice, and should the person to whom it is addressed not be in the city, bring it back to me. You must deliver it to that person himself, and if you find him you will most likely have an answer, which you must give me, but only when you are certain that nobody can see you. If love is imprudent, it is only in the hope of enjoyment, but when it is necessary to bring back happiness destroyed by some untoward accident, love foresees all that the keenest perspicacity could possibly find out. The letter of my charming wife overwhelmed me with joy, and in one moment I passed from a state of despair to that of extreme felicity. I felt certain that I should succeed in carrying her off, even if the walls of the convent could boast of artillery, and after the departure of the messenger my first thought was to endeavour to spend the 7 days, before I could receive the second letter, pleasantly. Gambling alone could do it, but everybody had gone to Padua. I got my trunk ready, and immediately sent it to the burchiello, then ready to start, and I left for Fusina. From that place I posted, and in less than 3 hours I arrived at the door of the Bragadin Palace, where I found my dear protector on the point of sitting down to dinner. He embraced me affectionately, and seeing me covered with perspiration, he said to me, "I am certain that you are in no hurry." "No," I answered, "but I am starving." I brought joy to the brotherly trio, and I enhanced their happiness when I told my friends that I would remain 6 days with them. De la Haye dined with us on that day. As soon as dinner was over he closeted himself with M. Dandolo, and for 2 hours they remained together. I had gone to bed during that time, but M. Dandolo came up to me and told me that I had arrived just in time to consult the oracle respecting an important affair entirely private to himself. He gave me the questions, and requested me to find the answers. He wanted to know whether he would act rightly if he accepted a project proposed to him by De la Haye. The oracle answered negatively. M. Dandolo, rather surprised, asked a second question. He wished Paralis to give his reasons for the denial. I formed the cabalistic pile, and brought out this answer: I asked Casanova's opinion, and as I find it opposed to the proposal made by De la Haye, I do not wish to hear any more about it. Oh, wonderful power of self-delusion! This worthy man, pleased at being able to throw the odium of a refusal on me, left me perfectly satisfied. I had no idea of the nature of the affair to which he had been alluding, and I felt no curiosity about it, but it annoyed me that a Jesuit should interfere and try to make my friends do anything otherwise than through my instrumentality, and I wanted that intriguer to know that my influence was greater than his own. After that I dressed, masked myself, and went to the opera, where I sat down to a faro table and lost all my money. Fortune was determined to shew me that it does not always agree with love. My heart was heavy, I felt miserable, I went to bed. When I woke in the morning I saw De la Haye come into my room with a beaming countenance, and assuming an air of devoted friendship, he made a great show of his feelings towards me. I knew what to think of it all, and I waited for the denouement. "My dear friend," he said to me at last, "why did you dissuade M. Dandolo from doing what I had insinuated to him?" "What had you insinuated to him?" "You know well enough." "If I knew it, I would not ask you." "M. Dandolo himself told me that you had advised him against it." "Advised against, that may be, but certainly not dissuaded, for if he had been persuaded in his own mind he would not have asked my advice." "As you please, but may I enquire your reasons?" "Tell me first what your proposal was." "Has he not told you?" "Perhaps he has, but if you wish to know my reasons, I must hear the whole affair from your own lips, because M. Dandolo spoke to me under a promise of secrecy." "Of what good is all this reserve?" "Everyone has his own principles and his own way of thinking. I have a sufficiently good opinion of you to believe that you would act exactly as I do, for I have heard you say that in all secret matters one ought to guard against surprise." "I am incapable of taking such an advantage of a friend, but as a general rule your maxim is a right one. I like prudence. I will tell you the whole affair. You are aware that Madame Tripolo has been left a widow, and that M. Dandolo is courting her assiduously, after having done the same for 14 years during the life of the husband. The lady, who is still young, beautiful, and lovely, and also is very respectable, wishes to become his wife. It is to me that she has confided her wishes, and as I saw nothing that was not praiseworthy, either in a temporal or in a spiritual point of view, in that union, for after all we are all men, I took the affair in hand with real pleasure. I fancied even that M. Dandolo felt some inclination for that marriage when he told me that he would give me his decision this morning. I am not astonished at his having asked your advice in such an important affair, for a prudent man is right in asking the opinion of a wise friend before taking a decisive step, but I must tell you candidly that I am astonished at your disapproval of such a marriage. Pray excuse me if, in order to improve by the information, I ask why your opinion is exactly the reverse of mine." Delighted at having discovered the whole affair, at having arrived in time to prevent my friend, who was goodness itself, contracting an absurd marriage, I answered the hypocrite that I loved M. Dandolo, that I knew his temperament, and that I was certain that a marriage with a woman like Madame Tripolo would shorten his life. "That being my opinion," I added, "you must admit that as a true friend I was right in advising him against your proposal. Do you recollect having told me that you never married for the very same reason? Do you recollect your strong arguments in favour of celibacy while we were at Parma? Consider also, I beg, that every man has a certain small stock of selfishness, and that I may be allowed to have mine when I think that if M. Dandolo took a wife the influence of that wife would of course have some weight, and that the more she gained in influence over him the more I should lose. So you see it would not be natural for me to advise him to take a step which would ultimately prove very detrimental to my interests. If you can prove that my reasons are either trifling or sophistical, speak openly. I will tell M. Dandolo that my mind has changed. Madame Tripolo will become his wife when we return to Venice, but let me warn you that thorough conviction can alone move me. I do not believe myself clever enough to convince you. I shall write to Madame Tripolo that she must apply to you." "Do not write anything of the sort to that lady, or she will think that you are laughing at her. Do you suppose her foolish enough to expect that I will give way to her wishes? She knows that I do not like her." "How can she possibly know that?" "She must have remarked that I have never cared to accompany M. Dandolo to her house. Learn from me once for all that as long as I live with my three friends they shall have no wife but me. You may get married as soon as you please. I promise not to throw any obstacle in your way, but if you wish to remain on friendly terms with me, give up all idea of leading my three friends astray. You are very caustic this morning. I lost all my money last night. Then I have chosen a bad time. Farewell." From that day De la Haye became my secret enemy, and to him I was in a great measure indebted, 2 years later, for my imprisonment under the Leads of Venice, not owing to his slanders, for I do not believe he was capable of that, Jesuit though he was, and even amongst such people there is sometimes some honourable feeling, but through the mystical insinuations which he made in the presence of bigoted persons. I must give fair notice to my readers that, if they are fond of such people, they must not read these memoirs, for they belong to a tribe which I have good reason to attack unmercifully. The fine marriage was never again alluded to, but M. Dandolo continued to visit his beautiful widow every day, and I took care to elicit from Paralis a strong interdiction ever to put my foot in her house. Don Antonio Croce, a young Milanese whom I had known in Reggio, a confirmed gambler and a downright clever hand in securing the favours of Dame Fortune, called on me a few minutes after De la Haye had retired. He told me that, having seen me lose all my money the night before, he had come to offer me the means of retrieving my losses, if I would take an equal interest with him in a faro bank that he meant to hold at his house, and in which he would have as punters 7 or 8 rich foreigners who were courting his wife. "If you will put 300 sequins in my bank," he added, "you shall be my partner. I have 300 sequins myself, but that is not enough because the punters play high. Come and dine at my house, and you will make their acquaintance. We can play next Friday, as there will be no opera, and you may rely upon our winning plenty of gold, for a certain Gilenspetz, a Swede, may lose 20,000 sequins." I was without any resources, or at all events I could expect no assistance except from M. de Bragadin, upon whom I felt ashamed of encroaching. I was well aware that the proposal made by Croce was not strictly moral, and that I might have chosen a more honourable society, but if I had refused, the purse of Madame Croce's admirers would not have been more mercifully treated; another would have profited by that stroke of good fortune. I was therefore not rigid enough to refuse my assistance as adjutant and my share of the pie. I accepted Croce's invitation. End of chapter 13. Recording by Joelle Peebles. Chapter 14 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris in Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 7, Venice. Chapter 14. I get rich again. My adventure at Dolo. Analysis of a long letter from C.C. Mischievous trick played upon me by P.C. At Vincenza. A tragicomedy at the inn. Necessity, that imperious law and my only excuse, having made me almost the partner of a cheat, there was still the difficulty of finding the 300 sequins required. But I postponed the task of finding them until after I should have made the acquaintance of the dupes of the goddess to whom they addressed their worship. Croce took me to the Prato delta Valle, where we found Madame surrounded with foreigners. She was pretty, and as a secretary of the imperial ambassador, Count Rosenberg, had attached himself to her, not one of the Venetian nobles dared court her. Those who interested me among the satellites gravitating around that star were the Swede Gilenspetz, a Hamburger, the Englishman Mendez, who has already been mentioned, and 3 or 4 others to whom Croce called my attention. We dined all together, and after dinner there was a general call for a faro bank, but Croce did not accept. His refusal surprised me, because with 300 sequins, being a very skilful player, he had enough to try his fortune. He did not, however, allow my suspicions to last long, for he took me to his own room and shewed me 50 pieces of 8, which were equal to 300 sequins. When I saw that the professional gambler had not chosen me as his partner with the intention of making a dupe of me, I told him that I would certainly procure the amount, and upon that promise he invited everybody to supper for the following day. We agreed that we would divide the spoils before parting in the evening, and that no one should be allowed to play on trust. I had to procure the amount, but to whom could I apply? I could ask no one but M. de Bragadin. The excellent man had not that sum in his possession, for his purse was generally empty, but he found a usurer, a species of animal too numerous unfortunately for young men, who, upon a note of hand endorsed by him, gave me 1,000 ducats at 5 per cent for 1 month, the said interest being deducted by anticipation from the capital. It was exactly the amount I required. I went to the supper. Croce held the bank until daylight, and we divided 1,600 sequins between us. The game continued the next evening, and Gillen's bets alone lost 2,000 sequins. The Jew Mendez lost about 1,000. Sunday was sanctified by rest, but on Monday the bank won 4,000 sequins. On Tuesday we all dined together, and the play was resumed, but we had scarcely begun when an officer of the Podesta made his appearance, and informed Croce that he wanted a little private conversation with him. They left the room together, and after a short absence Croce came back rather crestfallen. He announced that by superior orders he was forbidden to hold a bank at his house. Madame fainted away, the punters hurried out, and I followed their example as soon as I had secured 1/2 of the gold which was on the table. I was glad enough it was not worse. As I left, Croce told me that we would meet again in Venice, for he had been ordered to quit Padua within 24 hours. I expected it would be so, because he was too well known, but his greatest crime, in the opinion of the Podesta, was that he attracted the players to his own house, whilst the authorities wanted all the lovers of play to lose their money at the opera, where the bankers were mostly noblemen from Venice. I left the city on horseback in the evening and in very, very bad weather. But nothing could have kept me back, because early the next morning I expected a letter from my dear prisoner. I had only travelled 6 miles from Padua when my horse fell, and I found my left leg caught under it. My boots were soft ones, and I feared I had hurt myself. The postillion was ahead of me, but hearing the noise made by the fall, he came up and disengaged me. I was not hurt, but my horse was lame. I immediately took the horse of the postillion to which I was entitled, but the insolent fellow, getting hold of the bit, refused to let me proceed. I tried to make him understand that he was wrong, but far from giving way to my arguments, he persisted in stopping me, and being in a great hurry to continue my journey, I fired one of my pistols in his face, but without touching him. Frightened out of his wits, the man let go, and I galloped off. When I reached the Dolo, I went straight to the stables, and I myself saddled a horse which a postillion, to whom I gave a crown, pointed out to me as being excellent. No one thought of being astonished at my other postillion having remained behind, and we started at full speed. It was then 1 o'clock in the morning. The storm had broken up the road, and the night was so dark that I could not see anything within a yard ahead of me. The day was breaking when we arrived in Fusina. The boatmen threatened me with a fresh storm, but setting everything at defiance, I took a 4-oared boat and reached my dwelling quite safe, but shivering with cold and wet to the skin. I had scarcely been in my room for a quarter of an hour when the messenger from Muran presented herself and gave me a letter, telling me that she would call for the answer in 2 hours. That letter was a journal of 7 pages, the faithful translation of which might weary my readers, but here is the substance of it. After the interview with M. de Bragadin, the father of C C had gone home, had his wife and daughter to his room, and inquired kindly from the last where she had made my acquaintance. She answered that she had seen me 5 or 6 times in her brother's room, and that I had asked her whether she would consent to be my wife, and that she had told me that she was dependent upon her father and mother. The father had then said that she was too young to think of marriage, and besides, I had not yet conquered a position in society. After that decision he repaired to his son's room, and locked the small door inside as well as the one communicating with the apartment of the mother, who was instructed by him to let me believe that she had gone to the country, in case I should call on her. 2 days afterwards he came to C C , who was beside her sick mother, and told her that her aunt would take her to a convent, where she was to remain until a husband had been provided for her by her parents. She answered that, being perfectly disposed to submit to his will, she would gladly obey him. Pleased with her ready obedience, he promised to go and see her, and to let her mother visit her likewise, as soon as her health was better. Immediately after that conversation the aunt had called for her, and a gondola had taken them to the convent, where she had been ever since. Her bed and her clothes had been brought to her. She was well pleased with her room and with the nun to whom she had been entrusted, and under whose supervision she was. It was by her that she had been forbidden to receive either letters or visits, or to write to anybody, under penalty of excommunication from the Holy Father, of everlasting damnation, and of other similar trifles. Yet the same nun had supplied her with paper, ink, and books, and it was at night that my young friend transgressed the laws of the convent in order to write all these particulars to me. She expressed her conviction respecting the discretion and the faithfulness of the messenger, and she thought that she would remain devoted, because, being poor, our sequins were a little fortune for her. She related to me in the most assuring manner that the handsomest of all the nuns in the convent loved her to distraction, gave her a French lesson twice a day, and had amicably forbidden her to become acquainted with the other boarders. That nun was only 22 years of age. She was beautiful, rich, and generous. All the other nuns shewed her great respect. "When we are alone," wrote my friend, "she kisses me so tenderly that you would be jealous if she were not a woman." As to our project of running away, she did not think it would be very difficult to carry it into execution, but that it would be better to wait until she knew the locality better. She told me to remain faithful and constant, and asked me to send her my portrait hidden in a ring by a secret spring known only to us. She added that I might send it to her by her mother, who had recovered her usual health, and was in the habit of attending early mass at her parish church every day by herself. She assured me that the excellent woman would be delighted to see me, and to do anything I might ask her. "At all events," she concluded, "I hope to find myself in a few months in a position which will scandalize the convent if they are obstinately bent upon keeping me here." I was just finishing my answer when Laura, the messenger, returned for it. After I had paid the sequin I had promised her, I gave her a parcel containing sealing wax, paper, pens, and a tinder box, which she promised to deliver to C C. My darling had told her that I was her cousin, and Laura feigned to believe it. Not knowing what to do in Venice, and believing that I ought for the sake of my honour to shew myself in Padua, or else people might suppose that I had received the same order as Croce, I hurried my breakfast and procured a bolletta from the booking office for Rome, because I foresaw that the firing of my pistol and the lame horse might not have improved the temper of the postmasters, but by shewing them what is called in Italy a bolletta, I knew that they could not refuse to supply me with horses whenever they had any in their stables. As far as the pistol shot was concerned, I had no fear, for I had purposely missed the insolent postillion, and even if I had killed him on the spot it would not have been of much importance. In Fusina I took a 2-wheeled chaise, for I was so tired that I could not have performed the journey on horseback, and I reached the Dolo, where I was recognized, and horses were refused me. I made a good deal of noise, and the postmaster, coming out, threatened to have me arrested if I did not pay him for his dead horse. I answered that if the horse were dead I would account for it to the postmaster in Padua, but what I wanted was fresh horses without delay. And I shewed him the dread bolletta, the sight of which made him lower his tone, but he told me that, even if he supplied me with horses, I had treated the postillion so badly that not one of his men would drive me. "If that is the case," I answered, "you shall accompany me yourself." The fellow laughed in my face, turned his back upon me, and went away. I took 2 witnesses, and I called with them at the office of a public notary, who drew up a properly worded document, by which I gave notice to the postmaster that I should expect an indemnity of 10 sequins for each hour of delay until I had horses supplied to me. As soon as he had been made acquainted with the contents of this, he gave orders to bring out 2 restive horses. I saw at once that his intention was to have me upset along the road, and perhaps thrown into the river, but I calmly told the postillion that at the very moment my chaise was upset I would blow his brains out with a pistol shot. This threat frightened the man. He took his horses back to the stables, and declared to his master that he would not drive me. At that very moment a courier arrived who called for 6 carriage horses and 2 saddle ones. I warned the postmaster that no one should leave the place before me, and that if he opposed my will there would be a sanguinary contest. In order to prove that I was in earnest, I took out my pistols. The fellow began to swear, but everyone saying that he was in the wrong, he disappeared. 5 minutes afterwards, whom should I see arriving in a beautiful berlin drawn by 6 horses, but Croce with his wife, a lady's maid, and 2 lackeys in grand livery. He alighted, we embraced one another, and I told him, assuming an air of sadness, that he could not leave before me. I explained how the case stood. He said I was right, scolded loudly as if he had been a great lord, and made everybody tremble. The postmaster had disappeared. His wife came, and ordered the postillions to attend to my wants. During that time Croce said to me that I was quite right in going back to Padua, where the public rumour had spread the report of my having left the city in consequence of an order from the police. He informed me that the podesta had likewise expelled M. de Gondoin, a colonel in the service of the Duke of Modena, because he held a faro bank at his house. I promised him to pay him a visit in Venice in the ensuing week. Croce, who had dropped from the sky to assist me in a moment of great distress, had won 10,000 sequins in 4 evenings. I had received 5,000 for my share, and lost no time in paying my debts and in redeeming all the articles which I had been compelled to pledge. That scamp brought me back the smiles of fortune, and from that moment I got rid of the ill luck which had seemed to fasten on me. I reached Padua in safety, and the postillion, who very likely out of fear had driven me in good style, was well pleased with my liberality. It was the best way of making peace with the tribe. My arrival caused great joy to my 3 friends, whom my sudden departure had alarmed, with the exception of M. de Bragadin, in whose hands I had placed my cash box the day before. His 2 friends had given credence to the general report, stating that the podesta had ordered me to leave Padua. They forgot that I was a citizen of Venice, and that the podesta could not pass such a sentence upon me without exposing himself to legal proceedings. I was tired, but instead of going to bed I dressed myself in my best attire, in order to go to the opera without a mask. I told my friends that it was necessary for me to shew myself, so as to give the lie to all that had been reported about me by slandering tongues. De la Haye said to me, "I shall be delighted if all those reports are false, but you have no one to blame but yourself, for your hurried departure gave sufficient cause for all sorts of surmises." "And for slander?" "That may be, but people want to know everything, and they invent when they cannot guess the truth." "And evil-minded fools lose no time in repeating those inventions everywhere." "But there can be no doubt that you wanted to kill the postillion. Is that a calumny likewise?" "The greatest of all. Do you think that a good shot can miss a man when he is firing in his very face, unless he does it purposely?" "It seems difficult, but at all events it is certain that the horse is dead, and you must pay for it." "No, sir, not even if the horse belonged to you, for the postillion preceded me. You know a great many things. Do you happen to know the posting regulations? Besides, I was in a great hurry because I had promised a pretty woman to breakfast with her, and such engagements, as you are well aware, cannot be broken." Master de la Haye looked angry at the rather caustic irony with which I had sprinkled the dialogue, but he was still more vexed when, taking some gold out of my pocket, I returned to him the sum he had lent me in Vienna. A man never argues well except when his purse is well filled; then his spirits are pitched in a high key, unless he should happen to be stupefied by some passion raging in his soul. Monsieur de Bragadin thought I was quite right to shew myself at the opera without a mask. The moment I made my appearance in the pit everybody seemed quite astonished, and I was overwhelmed with compliments, sincere or not. After the first ballet I went to the card room, and in 4 deals I won 500 sequins. Starving and almost dead for want of sleep, I returned to my friends to boast of my victory. My friend Bavois was there, and he seized the opportunity to borrow from me 50 sequins, which he never returned. True, I never asked him for them. My thoughts being constantly absorbed in my dear C C, I spent the whole of the next day in having my likeness painted in miniature by a skilful Piedmontese, who had come for the fair of Padua, and who in after times made a great deal of money in Venice. When he had completed my portrait he painted for me a beautiful St. Catherine of the same size, and a clever Venetian jeweller made the ring, the bezel of which shewed only the sainted Virgin, but a blue spot, hardly visible on the white enamel which surrounded it, corresponded with the secret spring which brought out my portrait, and the change was obtained by pressing on the blue spot with the point of a pin. On the following Friday, as we were rising from the dinner table, a letter was handed to me. It was with great surprise that I recognized the writing of P C. He asked me to pay him a visit at the Star Hotel, where he would give me some interesting information. Thinking that he might have something to say concerning his sister, I went to him at once. I found him with Madame C , and after congratulating him upon his release from prison, I asked him for the news he had to communicate. "I am certain," he said, "that my sister is in a convent, and I shall be able to tell you the name of it when I return to Venice." "You will oblige me," I answered, pretending not to know anything. But his news had only been a pretext to make me come to him, and his eagerness to communicate it had a very different object in view than the gratification of my curiosity. "I have sold," he said to me, "my privileged contract for 3 years for a sum of 15,000 florins, and the man with whom I have made the bargain took me out of prison by giving security for me, and advanced me 6,000 florins in 4 letters of exchange." He shewed me the letters of exchange, endorsed by a name which I did not know, but which he said was a very good one, and he continued, "I intend to buy 6,000 florins worth of silk goods from the looms of Vicenza, and to give in payment to the merchants these letters of exchange. I am certain of selling those goods rapidly with a profit of 10 per cent. Come with us to Vicenza. I will give you some of my goods to the amount of 200 sequins, and thus you will find yourself covered for the guarantee which you have been kind enough to give to the jeweller for the ring. We shall complete the transaction within 24 hours." I did not feel much inclination for the trip, but I allowed myself to be blinded by the wish to cover the amount which I had guaranteed, and which I had no doubt I would be called upon to pay some day or other. "If I do not go with him," I said to myself, "he will sell the goods at a loss of 25 per cent, and I shall get nothing." I promised to accompany him. He shewed me several letters of recommendation for the best houses in Vicenza, and our departure was fixed for early the next morning. I was at the Star Hotel by daybreak. A carriage and 4 was ready. The hotel keeper came up with his bill, and P C begged me to pay it. The bill amounted to 5 sequins, 4 of which had been advanced in cash by the landlord to pay the driver who had brought them from Fusina. I saw that it was a put up thing, yet I paid with pretty good grace, for I guessed that the scoundrel had left Venice without a penny. We reached Vicenza in 3 hours, and we put up at the Capello, where P C ordered a good dinner before leaving me with the lady to call upon the manufacturers. When the beauty found herself alone with me, she began by addressing friendly reproaches to me. "I have loved you," she said, "for 18 years. The first time that I saw you we were in Padua, and we were then only 9 years old." I certainly had no recollection of it. She was the daughter of the antiquarian friend of M. Grimani, who had placed me as a boarder with the accursed Sclavonian woman. I could not help smiling, for I recollected that her mother had loved me. Shop boys soon began to make their appearance, bringing pieces of goods, and the face of Madame C brightened up. In less than 2 hours the room was filled with them, and P C came back with 2 merchants, whom he had invited to dinner. Madame allured them by her pretty manners. We dined, and exquisite wines were drunk in profusion. In the afternoon fresh goods were brought in. P C made a list of them with the prices, but he wanted more, and the merchants promised to send them the next day, although it was Sunday. Towards the evening several counts arrived, for in Vicenza every nobleman is a count. P C had left his letters of recommendation at their houses. We had a Count Vello, a Count Sesso, a Count Trento, all very amiable companions. They invited us to accompany them to the casino, where Madame C shone by her charms and her coquettish manners. After we had spent 2 hours in that place, P C invited all his new friends to supper, and it was a scene of gaiety and profusion. The whole affair annoyed me greatly, and therefore I was not amiable. The consequence was that no one spoke to me. I rose from my seat and went to bed, leaving the joyous company still round the festive board. In the morning I came downstairs, had my breakfast, and looked about me. The room was so full of goods that I did not see how P C could possibly pay for all with his 6,000 florins. He told me, however, that his business would be completed on the morrow, and that we were invited to a ball where all the nobility would be present. The merchants with whom he had dealt came to dine with us, and the dinner was remarkable for its extreme profusion. We went to the ball, but I soon got very weary of it, for everybody was speaking to Madame C and to P C, who never uttered a word with any meaning, but whenever I opened my lips people would pretend not to hear me. I invited a lady to dance a minuet. She accepted, but she looked constantly to the right or to the left, and seemed to consider me as a mere dancing machine. A quadrille was formed, but the thing was contrived in such a manner as to leave me out of it, and the very lady who had refused me as a partner danced with another gentleman. Had I been in good spirits I should certainly have resented such conduct, but I preferred to leave the ballroom. I went to bed, unable to understand why the nobility of Vicenza treated me in such a way. Perhaps they neglected me because I was not named in the letters of introduction given to P C, but I thought that they might have known the laws of common politeness. I bore the evil patiently, however, as we were to leave the city the next day. On Monday, the worthy pair being tired, they slept until noon, and after dinner P C went out to pay for the goods. We were to go away early on the Tuesday, and I instinctively longed for that moment. The counts whom P C had invited were delighted with his mistress, and they came to supper, but I avoided meeting them. On the Tuesday morning I was duly informed that breakfast was ready, but as I did not answer the summons quickly enough, the servant came up again and told me that my wife requested me to make haste. Scarcely had the word wife escaped his lips than I visited the cheek of the poor fellow with a tremendous smack, and in my rage kicked him downstairs, the bottom of which he reached in 4 springs, to the imminent risk of his neck. Maddened with rage I entered the breakfast room, and addressing myself to P C I asked him who was the scoundrel who had announced me in the hotel as the husband of Madame C. He answered that he did not know, but at the same moment the landlord came into the room with a big knife in his hand and asked me why I had kicked his servant down the stairs. I quickly drew a pistol, and threatening him with it I demanded imperatively from him the name of the person who had represented me as the husband of that woman. Captain P C, answered the landlord, gave the names, profession, etc., of your party. At this I seized the impudent villain by the throat, and pinning him against the wall with a strong hand, I would have broken his head with the butt of my pistol if the landlord had not prevented me. Madame had pretended to swoon, for those women can always command tears or fainting fits, and the cowardly P C kept on saying, "It is not true, it is not true." The landlord ran out to get the hotel register, and he angrily thrust it under the nose of the coward, daring him to deny his having dictated Captain P C with M. and Madame Casanova. The scoundrel answered that his words had certainly not been heard rightly, and the incensed landlord slapped the book in his face with such force that he sent him rolling, almost stunned, against the wall. When I saw that the wretched poltroon was receiving such degrading treatment without remembering that he had a sword hanging by his side, I left the room, and asked the landlord to order me a carriage to take me to Padua. Beside myself with rage, blushing for very shame, seeing but too late the fault I had committed by accepting the society of a scoundrel, I went up to my room and hurriedly packed my carpet bag. I was just going out when Madame C presented herself before me. "Begone, madame," I said to her, "or in my rage I might forget the respect due to your sex." She threw herself, crying bitterly, on a chair, entreated me to forgive her, assuring me that she was innocent, and that she was not present when the knave had given the names. The landlady, coming in at that moment, vouched for the truth of her assertion. My anger began to abate, and as I passed near the window I saw the carriage I had ordered waiting for me with a pair of good horses. I called for the landlord in order to pay whatever my share of the expense might come to, but he told me that as I had ordered nothing myself I had nothing to pay. Just at that juncture Count Velo came in. "I dare say, Count," I said, "that you believe this woman to be my wife. That is a fact known to everybody in the city." "Damnation! And you have believed such a thing, knowing that I occupy this room alone, and seeing me leave the ballroom and the supper table yesterday alone, leaving her with you all." "Some husbands are blessed with such easy dispositions." "I do not think I look like one of that species, and you are not a judge of men of honour. Let us go out, and I undertake to prove it to you." The count rushed down the stairs and out of the hotel. The miserable C was choking, and I could not help pitying her, for a woman has in her tears a weapon which through my life I have never known to resist. I considered that if I left the hotel without paying anything, people might laugh at my anger and suppose that I had a share in the swindle. I requested the landlord to bring me the account, intending to pay half of it. He went for it, but another scene awaited me. Madame C , bathed in tears, fell on her knees, and told me that if I abandoned her she was lost, for she had no money, and nothing to leave as security for her hotel bill. "What, madam! Have you not letters of exchange to the amount of 6,000 florins, or the goods bought with them?" "The goods are no longer here. They have all been taken away, because the letters of exchange, which you saw, and which we considered as good as cash, only made the merchants laugh. They have sent for everything. Oh, who could have supposed it?" "The scoundrel! He knew it well enough, and that is why he was so anxious to bring me here. Well, it is right that I should pay the penalty of my own folly." The bill brought by the landlord amounted to 40 sequins, a very high figure for 3 days, but a large portion of that sum was cash advanced by the landlord. I immediately felt that my honour demanded that I should pay the bill in full, and I paid without any hesitation, taking care to get a receipt given in the presence of 2 witnesses. I then made a present of 2 sequins to the nephew of the landlord, to console him for the thrashing he had received, and I refused the same sum to the wretched C , who had sent the landlady to beg it for her. Thus ended that unpleasant adventure which taught me a lesson, and a lesson which I ought not to have required. 2 or 3 weeks later I heard that Count Trento had given those 2 miserable beings some money to enable them to leave the city. As far as I was concerned, I would not have anything to do with them. A month afterwards P C was again arrested for debt, the man who had been security for him having become a bankrupt. He had the audacity to write a long letter to me, entreating me to go and see him, but I did not answer him. I was quite as inflexible towards Madame C , whom I always refused to see. She was reduced to great poverty. I returned to Padua, where I stopped only long enough to take my ring and to dine with M. de Bragadin, who went back to Venice a few days afterwards. The messenger from the convent brought me a letter very early in the morning. I devoured its contents. It was very loving, but gave no news. In my answer I gave my dear C C the particulars of the infamous trick played upon me by her villainous brother, and mentioned the ring, with the secret of which I had acquainted her. According to the information I had received from C C , I placed myself one morning so as to see her mother enter the church, into which I followed her. Kneeling close to her, I told her that I wished to speak with her, and she followed me to the cloister. I began by speaking a few consoling words, Then I told her that I would remain faithful to her daughter, and I asked her whether she visited her. "I intend," she said, "to go and kiss my dear child next Sunday, and I shall of course speak of you with her, for I know well enough that she will be delighted to have news of you; but to my great regret I am not at liberty to tell you where she is." "I do not wish you to tell me, my good mother, but allow me to send her this ring by you. It is the picture of her patroness, and I wish you to entreat her to wear it always on her finger. Tell her to look at the image during her daily prayers, for without that protection she can never become my wife. Tell her that, on my side, I address every day a credo to St. James." Delighted with the piety of my feelings and with the prospect of recommending this new devotion to her daughter, the good woman promised to fulfil my commission. I left her, but not before I had placed in her hand 10 sequins, which I begged her to force upon her daughter's acceptance, to supply herself with the trifles she might require. She accepted, but at the same time she assured me that her father had taken care to provide her with all necessaries. The letter which I received from C C on the following Wednesday was the expression of the most tender affection and the most lively gratitude. She said that the moment she was alone nothing could be more rapid than the point of the pin which made St. Catherine cut a somersault, and presented to her eager eyes the beloved features of the being who was the whole world to her. "I am constantly kissing you," she added, "even when some of the nuns are looking at me, for whenever they come near me I have only to let the top part of the ring fall back, and my dear patroness takes care to conceal everything. All the nuns are highly pleased with my devotion, and with the confidence I have in the protection of my blessed patroness, whom they think very much like me in the face." It was nothing but a beautiful face created by the fancy of the painter, but my dear little wife was so lovely that beauty was sure to be like her. She said likewise that the nun who taught her French had offered her 50 sequins for the ring on account of the likeness between her and the portrait of the saint, but not out of veneration for her patroness, whom she turned into ridicule as she read her life. She thanked me for the 10 sequins I had sent her, because her mother having given them to her in the presence of several of the sisters, she was thus enabled to spend a little money without raising the suspicions of those curious and inquisitive nuns. She liked to offer trifling presents to the other boarders, and the money allowed her to gratify that innocent taste. "My mother," added she, "praised your piety very highly. She is delighted with your feelings of devotion. Never mention again, I beg, the name of my unworthy brother." For 5 or 6 weeks her letters were full of the blessed St. Catherine, who caused her to tremble with fear every time she found herself compelled to trust the ring to the mystic curiosity of the elderly nuns, who, in order to see the likeness better through their spectacles, brought it close to their eyes and rubbed the enamel. "I am in constant fear," C C wrote, "of their pressing the invisible blue spot by chance. What would become of me if my patroness, jumping up, discovered to their eyes a face, very divine it is true, but which is not at all like that of a saint? Tell me, what could I do in such a case?" 1 month after the second arrest of P C , the jeweller, who had taken my security for the ring, called on me for payment of the bill. I made an arrangement with him, and on condition of my giving him 20 sequins, and leaving him every right over the debtor, he exonerated me. From his prison the impudent P C harassed me with his cowardly entreaties for alms and assistance. Croce was in Venice, and engrossed a great share of the general attention. He kept a fine house, an excellent table, and a faro bank with which he emptied the pockets of his dupes. Foreseeing what would happen sooner or later, I had abstained from visiting him at his house, but we were friendly whenever we met. His wife having been delivered of a boy, Croce asked me to stand as godfather, a favour which I thought I could grant, but after the ceremony and the supper which was the consequence of it, I never entered the house of my former partner, and I acted rightly. I wish I had always been as prudent in my conduct. End of chapter 14. Recording by Joelle Peebles. Chapter 15 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 7. Venice. Chapter 15. Croce is expelled from Venice. Sgombro. His infamy and death. Misfortune which befalls my dear C. C. I receive an anonymous letter from a nun and answer it. An amorous intrigue. My former partner was, as I have said before, a skillful and experienced hand at securing the favours of fortune. He was driving a good trade in Venice, and as he was amiable and what is called in society a gentleman, he might have held that excellent footing for a long time, if he had been satisfied with gambling. For the State Inquisitors would have too much to attend to if they wished to compel fools to spare their fortunes, dupes to be prudent, and cheats not to dupe the fools. But whether through the folly of youth or through a vicious disposition, the cause of his exile was of an extraordinary and disgusting nature. A Venetian nobleman, noble by birth, but very ignoble in his propensities, called Sgombro, and belonging to the Gritty family, fell deeply in love with him, and Croce, either for fun or from taste, showed himself very compliant. Unfortunately, the reserve commanded by common decency was not a guest at their amorous feats, and the scandal became so notorious that the government was compelled to notify to Croce the order to quit the city and to seek his fortune in some other place. Some time afterwards the infamous Sgombro seduced his own two sons, who were both very young, and, unfortunately for him, he put the youngest in such a state as to render necessary an application to a surgeon. The infamous deed became publicly known, and the poor child confessed that he had not had the courage to refuse obedience to his father. Such obedience was, as a matter of course, not considered as forming a part of the duties which a son owes to his father, and the State Inquisitors sent the disgusting wretch to the citadel of Cattaro, where he died after 1 year of confinement. It is well known that the air of Cattaro is deadly, and that the tribunal sentences to inhale it only such criminals as are not judged publicly for fear of exciting too deeply the general horror by the publication of the trial. It was to Cattaro that the Council of Ten sent, 15 years ago, the celebrated advocate Cantarini, a Venetian nobleman, who by his eloquence had made himself master of the Great Council, and was on the point of changing the constitution of the state. He died there at the end of the year. As for his accomplices, the tribunal thought that it was enough to punish the 4 or 5 leaders, and to pretend not to know the others, who through fear of punishment returned silently to their allegiance. That Sgombro, of whom I spoke before, had a charming wife who is still alive, I believe. Her name was Cornelia Gitti. She was as celebrated by her wit as by her beauty, which she kept in spite of her years. Having recovered her liberty through the death of her husband, she knew better than to make herself a second time the prisoner of the Hymenean god. She loved her independence too much, but as she loved pleasure too, she accepted the homage of the lovers who pleased her taste. One Monday, towards the end of July, my servant woke me at daybreak to tell me that Laura wished to speak to me. I foresaw some misfortune, and ordered the servant to show her in immediately. These are the contents of the letter which she handed to me. My dearest, a misfortune has befallen me last evening, and it makes me very miserable because I must keep it a secret from everyone in the convent. I am suffering from a very severe loss of blood, and I do not know what to do, having but very little linen. Laura tells me I shall require a great deal of it if the flow of blood continues. I can take no one into my confidence but you, and I entreat you to send me as much linen as you can. You see that I have been compelled to make a confidante of Laura, who is the only person allowed to enter my room at all times. If I should die, my dear husband, everybody in the convent would of course know the cause of my death, but I think of you and I shudder. What will you do in your grief? Ah, darling, love, what a pity! I dressed myself hurriedly, plying Laura with questions all the time. She told me plainly that it was a miscarriage, and that it was necessary to act with great discretion in order to save the reputation of my young friend. that after all she required nothing but plenty of linen, and that it would be nothing. Commonplace words of consolation, which did not allay the fearful anxiety under which I was labouring. I went out with Laura, called on a Jew from whom I bought a quantity of sheets and 200 napkins, and putting it all in a large bag, I repaired with her to Muran. On our way there I wrote in pencil to my sweetheart, telling her to have entire confidence in Laura, and assuring her that I would not leave Muran until all danger had passed. Before we landed, Laura told me that, in order not to be remarked, I had better conceal myself in her house. At any other time it would have been shutting up the wolf in the sheepfold. She left me in a miserable looking small room on the ground floor, and concealing about herself as much linen as she could, she hurried to her patient, whom she had not seen since the previous evening. I was in hopes that she would find her out of danger, and I longed to see her come back with that good news. She was absent about 1 hour, and when she returned her looks were sad. She told me that my poor friend, having lost a great deal of blood during the night, was in bed in a very weak state, and that all we could do was to pray to God for her, because if the flooding of the blood did not stop soon, she could not possibly live 24 hours. When I saw the linen which she had concealed under her clothes to bring it out, I could not disguise my horror, and I thought the sight would kill me. I fancied myself in a slaughter-house. Laura, thinking of consoling me, told me that I could rely upon the secret being well kept. "Ah, what do I care?" I exclaimed. "Provided she lives, let the whole world know that she is my wife." At any other time the foolishness of poor Laura would have made me laugh, but in such a sad moment I had neither the inclination nor the courage to be merry. "Our dear patient," added Laura, "smiled as she was reading your letter, and she said that, with you so near her, she was certain not to die." Those words did me good, but a man needs so little to console him or to soothe his grief. "When the nuns are at their dinner," said Laura, "I will go back to the convent with as much linen as I can conceal about me, and in the meantime I am going to wash all this." "Has she had any visitors?" "Oh, yes, all the convent, but no one has any suspicion of the truth." "But in such hot weather as this she can have only a very light blanket over her, and her visitors must remark the great bulk of the napkins." "There is no fear of that, because she is sitting up in her bed." "What does she eat?" "Nothing, for she must not eat." Soon afterwards Laura went out, and I followed her. I called upon a physician, where I wasted my time and my money in order to get from him a long prescription, which was useless, for it would have put all the convent in possession of the secret, or, to speak more truly, her secret would have been known to the whole world, for a secret known to a nun soon escapes out of the convent's walls. Besides, the physician of the convent himself would most likely have betrayed it through a spirit of revenge. I returned sadly to my miserable hole in Laura's house. Half an hour afterwards she came to me crying bitterly, and she placed in my hands this letter, which was scarcely legible. "I have not strength enough to write to you, my darling. I am getting weaker and weaker. I am losing all my blood, and I am afraid there is no remedy. I abandon myself to the will of God, and I thank Him for having saved me from dishonour. Do not make yourself unhappy. My only consolation is to know that you are near me. Alas, if I could see you but for 1 moment, I would die happy." The sight of a dozen napkins brought by Laura made me shudder, and the good woman imagined that she afforded me some consolation by telling me that as much linen could be soaked with a bottle of blood. My mind was not disposed to taste such consolation. I was in despair, and I addressed to myself the fiercest reproaches, upbraiding myself as the cause of the death of that adorable creature. I threw myself on the bed, and remained there almost stunned for more than 6 hours, until Laura's return from the convent with 20 napkins entirely soaked. Night had come on, and she could not go back to her patient until morning. I passed a fearful night, without food, without sleep, looking upon myself with horror, and refusing all the kind attentions that Laura's daughters tried to shew me. It was barely daylight when Laura came to announce to me, in the saddest tone, that my poor friend did not bleed any more. I thought she was dead, and I screamed loudly, "Oh, she is no more!" "She is still breathing, sir, but I fear she will not outlive this day, for she is worn out. She can hardly open her eyes, and her pulse is scarcely to be felt." A weight was taken off me. I was instinctively certain that my darling was saved. "Laura," I said, "this is not bad news. Provided the flooding has ceased entirely, all that is necessary is to give her some light food." "A physician has been sent for. He will prescribe whatever is right, but to tell you the truth I have not much hope." "Only give me the assurance that she is still alive." "Yes, she is, I assure you; but you understand very well that she will not tell the truth to the doctor, and God knows what he will order." I whispered to her not to take anything, and she understood me. "You are the best of women. Yes, if she does not die from weakness before tomorrow, she is saved. Nature and love will have been her doctors." "May God hear you. I shall be back by 12." "Why not before?" "Because her room will be full of people." Feeling the need of hope, and almost dead for want of food, I ordered some dinner, and prepared a long letter for my beloved mistress, to be delivered to her when she was well enough to read it. The instants given to repentance are very sad, and I was truly a fit subject for pity. I longed to see Laura again so as to hear what the doctor had said. I had very good cause for laughing at all sorts of oracles, yet through some unaccountable weakness I longed for that of the doctor. I wanted, before all, to find it a propitious one. Laura's young daughters waited upon me at dinner. I could not manage to swallow a mouthful, but it amused me to see the three sisters devour my dinner at the first invitation I gave them. The eldest sister, a very fine girl, never raised her large eyes once towards me. The two younger ones seemed to me disposed to be amiable, but if I looked at them it was only to feed my despair and the cruel pangs of repentance. At last Laura, whom I expected anxiously, came back. She told me that the dear patient remained in the same state of debility. The doctor had been greatly puzzled by her extreme weakness, because he did not know to what cause to attribute it. Laura added, "He has ordered some restoratives and a small quantity of light broth. If she can sleep, he answers for her life. He has likewise desired her to have someone to watch her at night, and she immediately pointed her finger at me, as if she wished me to undertake that office. Now I promise you never to leave her either night or day, excepting to bring you news." I thanked her, assuring her that I would reward her generously. I heard with great pleasure that her mother had paid her a visit, and that she had no suspicion of the real state of things, for she had lavished on her the most tender caresses. Feeling more at ease, I gave 6 sequins to Laura, 1 to each of her daughters, and ate something for my supper. I then laid myself down on one of the wretched beds in the room. As soon as the 2 younger sisters saw me in bed, they undressed themselves without ceremony, and took possession of the second bed, which was close by mine. Their innocent confidence pleased me. The eldest sister, who most likely had more practical experience, retired to the adjoining room. She had a lover to whom she was soon to be married. This time, however, I was not possessed with the evil spirit of concupiscence, and I allowed innocence to sleep peacefully without attempting anything against it. Early the next morning Laura was the bearer of good news. She came in with a cheerful air to announce that the beloved patient had slept well, and that she was going back soon to give her some soup. I felt an almost maddening joy in listening to her, and I thought the oracle of Aesculapius 1,000 times more reliable than that of Apollo. But it was not yet time to exult in our victory, for my poor little friend had to recover her strength and to make up for all the blood she had lost. That could be done only by time and careful nursing. I remained another week at Laura's house, which I left only after my dear C C had requested me to do so in a letter of 4 pages. Laura, when I left, wept for joy in seeing herself rewarded by the gift of all the fine linen I had brought for my C C, and her daughters were weeping likewise, most probably because during the 10 days I had spent near them they had not obtained a single kiss from me. After my return to Venice I resumed my usual habits, but with a nature like mine how could I possibly remain satisfied without positive love? My only pleasure was to receive a letter from my dear recluse every Wednesday, who advised me to wait patiently rather than to attempt carrying her off. Laura assured me that she had become more lovely than ever, and I longed to see her. An opportunity of gratifying my wishes soon offered itself, and I did not allow it to escape. There was to be a taking of the veil, a ceremony which always attracts a large number of persons. On those occasions the nuns always received a great many visitors, and I thought that the boarders were likely to be in the parlour on such an occasion. I ran no risk of being remarked any more than any other person, for I would mingle with the crowd. I therefore went without saying anything about it to Laura, and without acquainting my dear little wife of my intentions. I thought I would fall, so great was my emotion, when I saw her within 4 yards of me, and looking at me as if she had been in an ecstatic state. I thought her taller and more womanly, and she certainly seemed to me more beautiful than before. I saw no one but her; she never took her eyes off me, and I was the last to leave that place which on that day struck me as being the temple of happiness. 3 days afterwards I received a letter from her. She painted with such vivid colours the happiness she had felt in seeing me, that I made up my mind to give her that pleasure as often as I could. I answered at once that I would attend mass every Sunday at the church of her convent. It cost me nothing; I could not see her, but I knew that she saw me herself, and her happiness made me perfectly happy. I had nothing to fear, for it was almost impossible that anyone could recognize me in the church which was attended only by the people of Muran. After hearing 2 or 3 masses I used to take a gondola, the gondolier of which could not feel any curiosity about me. Yet I kept on my guard, for I knew that the father of C C wanted her to forget me, and I had no doubt he would have taken her away, God knew where, if he had had the slightest suspicion of my being acquainted with the place where he had confined her. Thus I was reasoning in my fear to lose all opportunity of corresponding with my dear C C, but I did not yet know the disposition and the shrewdness of the sainted daughters of the Lord. I did not suppose that there was anything remarkable in my person, at least for the inmates of a convent, but I was yet a novice respecting the curiosity of women, and particularly of unoccupied hearts. I had soon occasion to be convinced. I had executed my Sunday manoeuvring only for a month or 5 weeks, when my dear C C wrote me jestingly that I had become a living enigma for all the convent, boarders, and nuns, not even excepting the old ones. They all expected me anxiously. They warned each other of my arrival, and watched me taking the holy water. They remarked that I never cast a glance toward the grating behind which were all the inmates of the convent, that I never looked at any of the women coming in or going out of the church. The old nuns said that I was certainly labouring under some deep sorrow, of which I had no hope to be cured except through the protection of the Holy Virgin, and the young ones asserted that I was either melancholy or misanthropic. My dear wife, who knew better than the others, and had no occasion to lose herself in suppositions, was much amused, and she entertained me by sending me a faithful report of it all. I wrote to her that, if she had any fear of my being recognized, I would cease my Sunday visits to the church. She answered that I could not impose upon her a more cruel privation, and she entreated me to continue my visits. I thought it would be prudent, however, to abstain from calling at Laura's house, for fear of the chattering nuns contriving to know it, and discovering in that manner a great deal more than I wished them to find out. But that existence was literally consuming me by slow degrees, and could not last long. Besides, I was made to have a mistress, and to live happily with her. Not knowing what to do with myself, I would gamble, and I almost invariably won. But in spite of that, weariness had got hold of me, and I was getting thinner every day. With the 5,000 sequins which my partner Croce had won for me in Padua, I had followed M. Bragadin's advice. I had hired a casino where I held a faro bank in partnership with a matador, who secured me against the frauds of certain noblemen, tyrants with whom a private citizen is always sure to be in the wrong in my dear country. On All Saints' Day in the year 1753, just as, after hearing mass, I was going to step into a gondola to return to Venice, I saw a woman, somewhat in Laura's style, who, passing near me, looked at me and dropped a letter. I picked it up, and the woman, seeing me in possession of the epistle, quietly went on. The letter had no address, and the seal represented a running knot. I stepped hurriedly into the gondola, and as soon as we were in the offing I broke the seal. I read the following words: "A nun who for the last 2 months and a half has seen you every Sunday in the church of her convent wishes to become acquainted with you. A pamphlet which you have lost, and which chance has thrown into her hands, makes her believe that you speak French, but if you like it better you can answer in Italian, because what she wants above all is a clear and precise answer. She does not invite you to call for her at the parlour of the convent, because before you place yourself under the necessity of speaking to her, she wishes you to see her, and for that purpose she will name a lady whom you can accompany to the parlour. That lady shall not know you, and need not therefore introduce you, in case you should not wish to be known. Should you not approve of that way to become acquainted, the nun will appoint a certain casino in Muran, in which you will find her alone, in the evening, any night you may choose. You will then be at liberty either to sup with her, or to retire after an interview of a quarter of an hour, if you have any other engagements. Would you rather offer her a supper in Venice? Name the night, the hour, the place of appointment, and you will see her come out of a gondola. Only be careful to be there alone, masked, and with a lantern. I feel certain that you will answer me, and that you will guess how impatiently I am waiting for your letter. I entreat you, therefore, to give it tomorrow to the same woman through whom you will receive mine. You will find her 1 hour before noon in the church of St. Cancian, near the first altar on the right. Recollect that, if I did not suppose you endowed with a noble soul and a high mind, I could never have resolved on taking a step which might give you an unfavourable opinion of my character. The tone of that letter, which I have copied word by word, surprised me even more than the offer it contained. I had business to attend to, but I gave up all engagements to lock myself in my room in order to answer it. Such an application betokened an extravagant mind, but there was in it a certain dignity, a singularity, which attracted me. I had an idea that the writer might be the same nun who taught French to C C. She had represented her friend in her letters as handsome, rich, gallant, and generous. My dear wife had perhaps been guilty of some indiscretion. 1,000 fancies whirled through my brain, but I would entertain only those which were favourable to a scheme highly pleasing to me. Besides, my young friend had informed me that the nun who had given her French lessons was not the only one in the convent who spoke that language. I had no reason to suppose that if C C had made a confidant of her friend she would have made a mystery of it to me. But for all that, the nun who had written to me might be the beautiful friend of my dear little wife, and she might also turn out to be a different person. I felt somewhat puzzled. Here is, however, the letter which I thought I could write without implicating myself. I answer in French, madam, in the hope that my letter will have the clearness and the precision of which you give me the example in yours. The subject is highly interesting and of the highest importance, considering all the circumstances. As I must answer without knowing the person to whom I am writing, you must feel, madam, that unless I should possess a large dose of vanity, I must fear some mystification, and my honour requires that I should keep on my guard. If it is true that the person who has penned that letter is a respectable woman, who renders me justice in supposing me endowed with feeling as noble as her own, she will find, I trust, that I could not answer in any other way than I am now doing. If you have judged me worthy, madam, of the honour which you do me by offering me your acquaintance, although your good opinion can have been formed only from my personal appearance, I feel it my duty to obey you, even if the result be to undeceive you by proving that I had unwittingly led you into a mistaken appreciation of my person. Of the 3 proposals which you so kindly made in your letter, I dare not accept any but the first, with the restriction suggested by your penetrating mind. I will accompany to the parlour of your convent a lady who shall not know who I am, and consequently shall have no occasion to introduce me. Do not judge too severely, madam, the specious reasons which compel me not to give you my name, and receive my word of honour that I shall learn yours only to render you homage. If you choose to speak to me, I will answer with the most profound respect. Permit me to hope that you will come to the parlour alone. I may mention that I am a Venetian and perfectly free. The only reason which prevents me from choosing one of the 2 other arrangements proposed by you, either of which would have suited me better because they greatly honour me, is, allow me to repeat it, a fear of being the victim of a mystification. But these modes of meeting will not be lost when you know me and when I have seen you. I entreat you to have faith in my honour, and to measure my patience by your own. Tomorrow, at the same place and at the same hour, I shall be anxiously expecting your answer. I went to the place appointed, and having met the female Mercury, I gave her my letter with a sequin, and I told her that I would come the next day for the answer. We were both punctual. As soon as she saw me, she handed me back the sequin which I had given her the day before, and a letter requesting me to read it and to let her know whether she was to wait for an answer. Here is the exact copy of the letter: "I believe, sir, that I have not been mistaken in anything. Like you, I detest untruth when it can lead to important consequences, but I think it a mere trifle when it can do no injury to anyone. Of my 3 proposals, you have chosen the one which does the greatest honour to your intelligence, and respecting the reasons which induce you to keep your incognito, I have written the enclosed to the Countess of S , which I request you to read. Be kind enough to seal it before delivery of it to her. You may call upon her whenever convenient to yourself. She will name her own hour, and you will accompany her here in her gondola. The countess will not ask you any questions, and you need not give her any explanation. There will be no presentation, but as you will be made acquainted with my name, you can afterwards call on me here, masked, whenever you please, and by using the name of the countess. In that way we shall become acquainted without the necessity of disturbing you, or of your losing at night some hours which may be precious to you. I have instructed my servant to wait for your answer in case you should be known to the countess and object to her. If you approve of the choice I have made of her, tell the messenger that there is no answer." As I was an entire stranger to the countess, I told the woman that I had no answer to give, and she left me. Here are the contents of the note addressed by the nun to the countess, and which I had to deliver to her: "I beg of you, my dear friend, to pay me a visit when you are at leisure, and to let the masked gentleman, bearer of this note, know the hour, so that he can accompany you. He will be punctual. Farewell. You will much oblige your friend." That letter seemed to me informed by a sublime spirit of intrigue. There was in it an appearance of dignity which captivated me, although I felt conscious that I was playing the character of a man on whom a favour seemed to be bestowed. In her last letter, my nun, pretending not to be anxious to know who I was, approved of my choice, and feigned indifference for nocturnal meetings, but she seemed certain that after seeing her I would visit her. I knew very well what to think of it all, for the intrigue was sure to have an amorous issue. Nevertheless, her assurance, or rather confidence, increased my curiosity, and I felt that she had every reason to hope, if she were young and handsome. I might very well have delayed the affair for a few days, and have learned from C C who that nun could be, but besides the baseness of such a proceeding, I was afraid of spoiling the game and repenting it afterwards. I was told to call on the countess at my convenience, but it was because the dignity of my nun would not allow her to shew herself too impatient, and she certainly thought that I would myself hasten the adventure. She seemed to me too deeply learned in gallantry to admit the possibility of her being an inexperienced novice, and I was afraid of wasting my time, but I made up my mind to laugh at my own expense if I happened to meet a superannuated female. It is very certain that if I had not been actuated by curiosity I should not have gone one step further, but I wanted to see the countenance of a nun who had offered to come to Venice to sup with me. Besides, I was much surprised at the liberty enjoyed by those sainted virgins, and at the facility with which they could escape out of their walls. At 3 o'clock I presented myself before the countess and delivered the note, and she expressed a wish to see me the next day at the same hour. We dropped a beautiful reverence to one another and parted. She was a superior woman, already going down the hill, but still very handsome. The next morning, being Sunday, I need not say that I took care to attend mass at the convent, elegantly dressed, and already unfaithful, at least in idea, to my dear C C, for I was thinking of being seen by the nun, young or old, rather than of shewing myself to my charming wife. In the afternoon I masked myself again, and at the appointed time I repaired to the house of the countess, who was waiting for me. We went in a 2-oared gondola, and reached the convent without having spoken of anything but the weather. When we arrived at the gate, the countess asked for M M . I was surprised by that name, for the woman to whom it belonged was celebrated. We were shewn into a small parlour, and a few minutes afterwards a nun came in, went straight to the grating, touched a spring, and made 4 squares of the grating revolve, which left an opening sufficiently large to enable the two friends to embrace. The ingenious window was afterwards carefully closed. The opening was at least 18 inches wide, and a man of my size could easily have got through it. The countess sat opposite the nun, and I took my seat a little on one side, so as to be able to observe quietly and at my ease one of the most beautiful women that it was possible to see. I had no doubt whatever of her being the person mentioned by my dear C C as teaching her French. Admiration kept me in a sort of ecstasy, and I never heard one word of their conversation. The beautiful nun, far from speaking to me, did not even condescend to honour me with one look. She was about 22 or 23 years of age, and the shape of her face was most beautiful. Her figure was much above the ordinary height, her complexion rather pale, her appearance noble, full of energy, but at the same time reserved and modest. Her eyes were large and full, were of a lovely blue. Her countenance was soft and cheerful. Her fine lips seemed to breathe the most heavenly voluptuousness, and her teeth were 2 rows of the most brilliant enamel. Her headdress did not allow me to see her hair, but if she had any I knew by the colour of her eyebrows that it was of a beautiful light brown. Her hand and her arm, which I could see as far as the elbow, were magnificent. The chisel of Praxiteles never carved anything more gracefully rounded and plump. I was not sorry to have refused the 2 rendezvous which had been offered to me by the beauty, for I was sure of possessing her in a few days, and it was a pleasure for me to lay my desires at her feet. I longed to find myself alone with her near that grating, and I would have considered it an insult to her if, the very next day, I had not come to tell her how fully I rendered to her charms the justice they deserved. She was faithful to her determination not to look at me once, but after all I was pleased with her reserve. All at once the 2 friends lowered their voices, and out of delicacy I withdrew further. Their private conversation lasted about a quarter of an hour, during which I pretended to be intently looking at a painting. Then they kissed one another again by the same process as at the beginning of the interview. The nun closed the opening, turned her back on us, and disappeared without casting one glance in my direction. As we were on our way back to Venice, the countess, tired perhaps of our silence, said to me with a smile, "M M is beautiful and very witty." "I have seen her beauty, and I believe in her wit." "She did not address one word to you." "I had refused to be introduced to her, and she punished me by pretending not to know that I was present." The countess made no answer, and we reached her house without exchanging another word. At her door a very ceremonious curtsy, with these words, "Adieu, sir," warned me that I was not to go any further. I had no wish to do so, and went away dreaming and wondering at the singularity of the adventure, the end of which I longed to see. Chapter 16. of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 8. Convent Affairs. Chapter 16. Countess Coronini. A Lover's Pique. Reconciliation. The First Meeting. A Philosophical Parenthesis. My beautiful nun had not spoken to me, and I was glad of it, for I was so astonished, so completely under the spell of her beauty, that I might have given her a very poor opinion of my intelligence by the rambling answers which I should very likely have given to her questions. I knew her to be certain that she had not to fear the humiliation of refusal from me, but I admired her courage in running the risk of it in her position. I could hardly understand her boldness, and I could not conceive how she contrived to enjoy so much liberty. A casino at Muran! The possibility of going to Venice to sup with a young man! It was all very surprising, and I decided in my own mind that she had an acknowledged lover whose pleasure it was to make her happy by satisfying her caprices. It is true that such a thought was rather unpleasant to my pride, but there was too much piquancy in the adventure, the heroine of it was too attractive, for me to be stopped by any considerations. I saw very well that I was taking the high road to become unfaithful to my dear C C, or rather that I was already so in thought and will, but I must confess that, in spite of all my love for that charming child, I felt no qualms of conscience. It seemed to me that an infidelity of that sort, if she ever heard of it, would not displease her, for that short excursion on strange ground would only keep me alive and in good condition for her, because it would save me from the weariness which surely was killing me. I had been presented to the celebrated Countess Coronini by a nun, a relative of M. Dandolo. That countess, who had been very handsome and was very witty, having made up her mind to renounce the political intrigues which had been the study of her whole life, had sought a retreat in the convent of St. Justine, in the hope of finding in that refuge the calm which she wanted and which her disgust of society had rendered necessary to her. As she had enjoyed a very great reputation, she was still visited at the convent by all the foreign ambassadors and by the first noblemen of Venice. Inside of the walls of her convent the countess was acquainted with everything that happened in the city. She always received me very kindly, and treating me as a young man, she took pleasure in giving me, every time I called on her, very agreeable lessons in morals. Being quite certain to find out from her, with a little manoeuvring, something concerning M. I decided on paying her a visit the day after I had seen the beautiful nun. The countess gave me her usual welcome, and after the thousand nothings which it is the custom to utter in society before anything worth saying is spoken, I led the conversation up to the convents of Venice. We spoke of the wit and influence of a nun called Celsi, who, although ugly, had an immense credit everywhere and in everything. We mentioned afterwards the young and lovely Sister Macaulay, who had taken the veil to prove to her mother that she was superior to her in intelligence and wit. After speaking of several other nuns who had the reputation of being addicted to gallantry, I named M., remarking that most likely she deserved that reputation likewise, but that she was an enigma. The countess answered with a smile that she was not an enigma for everybody, although she was necessarily so for most people. What is incomprehensible, she said, is the caprice that she took suddenly to become a nun. Being handsome, rich, free, well educated, full of wit, and to my knowledge a free thinker, she took the veil without any reason, physical or moral. It was a mere caprice. Do you believe her to be happy, madam? Yes, unless she has repented her decision, or if she does not repent it some day, but if ever she does, I think she will be wise enough never to say so to anyone. Satisfied by the mysterious air of the countess that M. had a lover, I made up my mind not to trouble myself about it, and having put on my mask I went to Muran in the afternoon. When I reached the gate of the convent I rang the bell, and with an anxious heart I asked for M. in the name of Madame de S. The small parlour being closed, the attendant pointed out to me the one in which I had to go. I went in, took off my mask, and sat down, waiting for my divinity. My heart was beating furiously. I was waiting with great impatience. Yet that expectation was not without charm, for I dreaded the beginning of the interview. An hour passed pretty rapidly, but I began then to find the time rather long, and thinking that perhaps the attendant had not rightly understood me, I rang the bell, and enquired whether notice of my visit had been given to Sister M. A voice answered affirmatively. I took my seat again, and a few minutes afterwards an old toothless nun came in and informed me that Sister M. was engaged for the whole day. Without giving me time to utter a single word, the woman left the parlour. This was one of those terrible moments to which the man who worships at the shrine of the god of love is exposed. They are indeed cruel moments, they bring fearful sorrow, they may cause death. Feeling myself disgraced, my first sensation was utter contempt for myself, an inward despair which was akin to rage. The second was disdainful indignation against the nun upon whom I passed the severe judgment which I thought she deserved, and which was the only way I had to soothe my grief. Such behaviour proclaimed her to be the most impudent of women, and entirely wanting in good sense, for the 2 letters she had written to me were quite enough to ruin her character if I had wished to revenge myself, and she evidently could not expect anything else from me. She must have been mad to set at defiance my revengeful feelings, and I should certainly have thought that she was insane if I had not heard her converse with the countess. Time, they say, brings good counsel. It certainly brings calm, and cool reflection gives lucidity to the mind. At last I persuaded myself that what had occurred was, after all, in no way extraordinary, and that I would certainly have considered it at first a very common occurrence if I had not been dazzled by the wonderful beauty of the nun, and blinded by my own vanity. As a very natural result, I felt that I was at liberty to laugh at my mishap, and that nobody could possibly guess whether my mirth was genuine or only counterfeit. Sophism is so officious. But in spite of all my fine arguments, I still cherished the thought of revenge. No debasing element, however, was to form part of it, and being determined not to leave the person who had been guilty of such a bad practical joke the slightest cause of triumph, I had the courage not to shew any vexation. She had sent word to me that she was engaged, nothing more natural. The part I had to play was to appear indifferent. Most likely she will not be engaged another time, I said to myself, but I defy her to catch me in the snare again. I mean to shew her that I only laugh at her uncivil behaviour. Of course I intended to send back her letters, but not without the accompaniment of a billet doux, the gallantry of which was not likely to please her. The worst part of the affair for me was to be compelled to go to her church, because, supposing her not to be aware of my going there for C.C., she might imagine that the only object of my visits was to give her the opportunity of apologizing for her conduct, and of appointing a new meeting. I wanted her to entertain no doubt of my utter contempt for her person, and I felt certain that she had proposed the other meetings in Venice and at the casino of Muran only to deceive me more easily. I went to bed with a great thirst for revenge. I fell asleep thinking of it, and I awoke with the resolution of quenching it. I began to write, but, as I wished particularly that my letter should not shew the pique of the disappointed lover, I left it on my table with the intention of reading it again the next day. It proved a useful precaution, for when I read it over 24 hours afterwards, I found it unworthy of me, and tore it to pieces. It contained some sentences which savoured too much of my weakness, my love, and my spite, and which, far from humiliating her, would only have given her occasion to laugh at me. On the Wednesday after I had written to C C that very serious reasons compelled me to give up my visits to the church of her convent, I wrote another letter to the nun, but on Thursday it had the same fate as the first, because upon a second perusal I found the same deficiencies. It seemed to me that I had lost the faculty of writing. 10 days afterwards I found out that I was too deeply in love to have the power of expressing myself in any other way than through the feelings of my heart. Sincerium est nisi vas, quodcunc infidunus assissit. The face of M M had made too deep an impression on me. Nothing could possibly obliterate it except the all-powerful influence of time. In my ridiculous position I was sorely tempted to complain to Countess S., but I am happy to say I was prudent enough not to cross the threshold of her door. At last I bethought myself that the giddy nun was certainly labouring under constant dread, knowing that I had in my possession her 2 letters, with which I could ruin her reputation and cause the greatest injury to the convent, and I sent them back to her with the following note, after I had kept them 10 days. I can assure you, madam, that it was owing only to forgetfulness that I did not return your 2 letters, which you will find enclosed. I have never thought of belying my own nature by taking a cowardly revenge upon you, and I forgive you most willingly the 2 giddy acts of which you have been guilty, whether they were committed thoughtlessly or because you wanted to enjoy a joke at my expense. Nevertheless, you will allow me to advise you not to treat any other man in the same way, for you might meet with one endowed with less delicacy. I know your name, I know who you are, but you need not be anxious. It is exactly as if I did not know it. You may, perhaps, care but little for my discretion, but if it should be so, I should greatly pity you. You may be aware that I shall not shew myself again at your church, but let me assure you that it is not a sacrifice on my part, and that I can attend mass anywhere else. Yet I must tell you why I shall abstain from frequenting the church of your convent. It is very natural for me to suppose that to the 2 thoughtless acts of which you have been guilty, you have added another not less serious, namely, that of having boasted of your exploits with the other nuns, and I do not want to be the butt of your jokes in cell or parlour. Do not think me too ridiculous if, in spite of being 5 or 6 years older than you, I have not thrown off all feelings of self respect, or trodden under my feet all reserve and propriety. In one word, if I have kept some prejudices, there are a few which, in my opinion, ought never to be forgotten. Do not disdain, madam, the lesson which I take the liberty to teach you, as I receive in the kindest spirit the one which you have given me, most likely only for the sake of fun, but by which I promise you to profit as long as I live." I thought that, considering all circumstances, my letter was a very genial one. I made up my parcel, put on my mask, and looked out for a porter who could have no knowledge of me. I gave him half a sequin, and I promised him as much more when he could assure me that he had faithfully delivered my letter at the convent of Muran. I gave him all the necessary instructions, and cautioned him to go away the very moment he had delivered the letter at the gate of the convent, even if he were told to wait. I must say here that my messenger was a man from Forli, and that the Forlanese were then the most trustworthy men in Venice. For one of them to be guilty of a breach of trust was an unheard of thing. Such men were formerly the Savoyards in Paris, but everything is getting worse in the world. I was beginning to forget the adventure, probably because I thought, rightly or wrongly, that I had put an insurmountable barrier between the nun and myself, when, 10 days after I had sent my letter, as I was coming out of the opera, I met my messenger, lantern in hand. I called him, and without taking off my mask I asked him whether he knew me. He looked at me, eyed me from head to foot, and finally answered that he did not. "Did you faithfully carry the message to Muran?" "Ah, sir, God be praised! I am very happy to see you again, for I have an important communication to make to you. I took your letter, delivered it according to your instructions, and I went away as soon as it was in the hands of the attendant, although she requested me to wait. When I returned from Muran I did not see you, but that did not matter. On the following day one of my companions, who happened to be at the gate of the convent when I delivered your letter, came early in the morning to tell me to go to Muran, because the attendant wanted particularly to speak to me. I went there, and after waiting for a few minutes I was shown into the parlour, where I was kept for more than an hour by a nun as beautiful as the light of day, who asked me 1,000 questions for the purpose of ascertaining, if not who you are, at least where I should be likely to find you. You know that I could not give her any satisfactory information. She then left the parlour, ordering me to wait, and at the end of 2 hours she came back with a letter which she entrusted to my hands, telling me that, if I succeeded in finding you out and in bringing her an answer, she would give me 2 sequins. In the meantime I was to call at the convent every day, show her the letter, and receive 40 sons every time. Until now I have earned 20 crowns, but I am afraid the lady will get tired of it, and you can make me earn 2 sequins by answering a line." "Where is the letter?" "In my room, under lock and key, for I am always afraid of losing it." "Then how can I answer?" "If you will wait for me here, you shall have the letter in less than a quarter of an hour." "I will not wait, because I do not care about the letter. But tell me how you could flatter the nun with the hope of finding me out. You are a rogue, for it is not likely that she would have trusted you with the letter if you had not promised her to find me." "I am not a rogue, for I have done faithfully what you told me, but it is true that I gave her a description of your coat, your buckles, and your figure, and I can assure you that for the last 10 days I have examined all the masks who are about your size, but in vain. Now I recognize your buckles, but I do not think you have the same coat. Alas, sir, it will not cost you much to write only 1 line. Be kind enough to wait for me in the coffee house close by." I could not resist my curiosity any longer, and I made up my mind not to wait for him, but to accompany him as far as his house. I had only to write, "I have received the letter," and my curiosity was gratified, and the Forlanese earned his 2 sequins. I could afterwards change my buckles and my mask, and thus set all enquiries at defiance. I therefore followed him to his door. He went in and brought me the letter. I took him to an inn, where I asked for a room with a good fire, and I told my man to wait. I broke the seal of the parcel, a rather large one, and the first papers that I saw were the 2 letters which I had sent back to her in order to allay her anxiety as to the possible consequences of her giddiness. The sight of these letters caused me such a palpitation of the heart that I was compelled to sit down. It was a most evident sign of my defeat. Besides these 2 letters I found a third one signed S. and addressed to M. M. I read the following lines: The mask who accompanied me back to my house would not, I believe, have uttered a single word if I had not told him that the charms of your witty mind were even more bewitching than those of your person, and his answer was, "I have seen the one, and I believe in the other." I added that I did not understand why you had not spoken to him, and he said with a smile, "I refused to be presented to her, and she punished me for it by not appearing to know that I was present." These few words were all our dialogue. I intended to send you this note this morning, but found it impossible. Adieu. After reading this note, which stated the exact truth, and which could be considered as proof, my heart began to beat less quickly. Delighted at seeing myself on the point of being convicted of injustice, I took courage, and I read the following letter: "Owing to an excusable weakness, feeling curious to know what you would say about me to the countess after you had seen me, I took an opportunity of asking her to let me know all you said to her on the following day at latest, for I foresaw that you would pay me a visit in the afternoon. Her letter, which I enclose, and which I beg you to read, did not reach me till half an hour after you had left the convent." This was the first fatality. Not having received that letter when you called, I had not the courage to see you. This absurd weakness on my part was the second fatality. But the weakness you will, I hope, forgive. I gave orders to the lay sister to tell you that I was ill for the whole day. A very legitimate excuse, whether true or false, for it was an officious untruth, the correction of which was to be found in the words, "for the whole day." You had already left the convent, and I could not possibly send anyone to run after you, when the old fool informed me of her having told you that I was engaged. This was the third fatality. You cannot imagine what I had a mind to do and to say to that foolish sister, but here one must say or do nothing. One must be patient and dissemble, thanking God when mistakes are the result of ignorance and not of wickedness, a very common thing in convents. I foresaw at once, at least partly, what would happen, and what has actually happened, for no reasonable being could, I believe, have foreseen it all. I guessed that, thinking yourself the victim of a joke, you would be incensed, and I felt miserable, for I did not see any way of letting you know the truth before the following Sunday. My heart longed ardently for that day. Could I possibly imagine that you would take a resolution not to come again to our church? I tried to be patient until that Sunday. But when I found myself disappointed in my hope, my misery became unbearable, and it will cause my death if you refuse to listen to my justification. Your letter has made me completely unhappy, and I shall not resist my despair if you persist in the cruel resolve expressed by your unfeeling letter. You have considered yourself trifled with, that is all you can say, but will this letter convince you of your error? And even believing yourself deceived in the most scandalous manner, you must admit that to write such an awful letter you must have supposed me an abominable wretch, a monster, such as a woman of noble birth and of refined education cannot possibly be. I enclose the 2 letters you sent back to me, with the idea of allaying my fears, which you cruelly supposed very different to what they are in reality. I am a better physiognomist than you, and you must be quite certain that I have not acted thoughtlessly, for I never thought you capable, I will not say of crime, but even of an indelicate action. You must have read on my features the signs only of giddy impudence, and that is not my nature. You may be the cause of my death. You will certainly make me miserable for the remainder of my life, if you do not justify yourself. On my side, I think the justification is complete. I hope that, even if you feel no interest in my life, you will think that you are bound in honour to come and speak to me. Come yourself to recall all you have written. It is your duty, and I deserve it. If you do not realize the fatal effect produced upon me by your letter, I must indeed pity you, in spite of my misery, for it proves that you have not the slightest knowledge of the human heart. But I feel certain that you will come back, provided the man to whom I trust this letter contrives to find you. Adieu. I expect life or death from you. I did not require to read that letter twice. I was ashamed and in despair. M. was right. I called the Forlanese, enquired from him whether he had spoken to her in the morning, and whether she looked ill. He answered that he had found her looking more unhappy every day, and that her eyes were red from weeping. "Go down again and wait," I said to him. I began to write, and I had not concluded my long screed before the dawn of day. Here are, word by word, the contents of the letter which I wrote to the noblest of women, whom in my unreasonable spite I had judged so wrongly. "I plead guilty, madam. I cannot possibly justify myself, and I am perfectly convinced of your innocence. I should be disconsolate if I did not hope to obtain pardon, and you will not refuse to forgive me if you are kind enough to recollect the cause of my guilt. I saw you, I was dazzled, and I could not realize a happiness which seemed to me a dream. I thought myself the prey of one of those delightful illusions which vanish when we wake up. The doubt under which I was labouring could not be cleared up for 24 hours, and how could I express my feverish impatience as I was longing for that happy moment? It came at last, and my heart, throbbing with desire and hope, was flying towards you while I was in the parlour counting the minutes. Yet an hour passed almost rapidly, and not unnaturally, considering my impatience and the deep impression I felt at the idea of seeing you. But then, precisely at the very moment when I believed myself certain that I was going to gaze upon the beloved features which had been in one interview indelibly engraved upon my heart, I saw the most disagreeable face appear, and a creature announced that you were engaged for the whole day, and without giving me time to utter one word she disappeared. You may imagine my astonishment and the rest. The lightning would not have produced upon me a more rapid, a more terrible effect. If you had sent me a line by that sister, a line from your hand, I would have gone away, if not pleased, at least submissive and resigned. But that was the fourth fatality which you have forgotten to add to your delightful and witty justification. Thinking myself scoffed at, my self-love rebelled, and indignation for the moment silenced love. Shame overwhelmed me. I thought that everybody could read on my face all the horror in my heart, and I saw in you, under the outward appearance of an angel, nothing but a fearful daughter of the Prince of Darkness. My mind was thoroughly upset, and at the end of 11 days I lost the small portion of good sense that was left in me. At least I must suppose so, as it is then that I wrote to you the letter of which you have so good a right to complain, and which at the time seemed to me a masterpiece of moderation. But I hope it is all over now, and this very day at 11 o'clock you will see me at your feet, tender, submissive, and repentant. You will forgive me, divine woman, or I will myself avenge you for the insult I have hurled at you. The only thing which I dare to ask from you as a great favour is to burn my first letter and never to mention it again. I sent it only after I had written 4, which I destroyed one after the other. You may therefore imagine the state of my heart. I have given orders to my messenger to go to your convent at once, so that my letter can be delivered to you as soon as you wake in the morning. He would never have discovered me if my good angel had not made me go up to him at the door of the opera house, but I shall not require his services any more. Do not answer me, and receive all the devotion of a heart which adores you." When my letter was finished, I called my Forlanese, gave him 1 sequin, and I made him promise to go to Muran immediately and to deliver my letter only to the nun herself. As soon as he had gone I threw myself on my bed, but anxiety and burning impatience would not allow me to sleep. I need not tell the reader who knows the state of excitement under which I was labouring that I was punctual in presenting myself at the convent. I was shown into the small parlour where I had seen her for the first time, and she almost immediately made her entrance. As soon as I saw her near the grating I fell on my knees, but she entreated me to rise at once, as I might be seen. Her face was flushed with excitement, and her looks seemed to me heavenly. She sat down, and I took a seat opposite to her. We remained several minutes motionless, gazing at each other without speaking, but I broke the silence by asking her, in a voice full of love and anxiety, whether I could hope to obtain my pardon. She gave me her beautiful hand through the grating, and I covered it with tears and kisses. "Our acquaintance," she said, "has begun with a violent storm. Let us hope that we shall now enjoy it long in perfect and lasting calm. This is the first time that we speak to one another, but what has occurred must be enough to give us a thorough knowledge of each other. I trust that our intimacy will be as tender, as sincere, and that we shall know how to have a mutual indulgence for our faults. Can such an angel as you have any? Ah, my friend, who is without them? When shall I have the happiness of convincing you of my devotion with complete freedom and in all the joy of my heart? We will take supper together at my casino whenever you please, provided you give me notice 2 days beforehand, or I will go and sup with you in Venice, if it will not disturb your arrangements. It would only increase my happiness. I think it right to tell you that I am in very easy circumstances, and that, far from fearing expense, I delight in it. All I possess belongs to the woman I love." "That confidence, my dear friend, is very agreeable to me, the more so that I have likewise to tell you that I am very rich, and that I could not refuse anything to my lover." "But you must have a lover." "Yes, it is through him that I am rich, and he is entirely my master. I never conceal anything from him. The day after to morrow, when I am alone with you, I will tell you more." "But I hope that your lover—" "Will not be there? Certainly not. Have you a mistress?" "I had one, but, alas! she has been taken from me by violent means, and for the last 6 months I have led a life of complete celibacy." "Do you love her still?" "I cannot think of her without loving her. She has almost as great charms, as great beauty, as you have, but I foresee that you will make me forget her." "If your happiness with her was complete, I pity you. She has been violently taken from you, and you shun society in order to feed your sorrow. I have guessed right, have I not? But if I happen to take possession of her place in your heart, no one, my sweet friend, shall turn me out of it." "But what will your lover say?" "He will be delighted to see me happy with such a lover as you. It is in his nature." "What an admirable nature! Such heroism is quite beyond me. What sort of a life do you lead in Venice?" "I live at the theatres, in society, in the casinos, where I fight against fortune, sometimes with good, sometimes with bad success." "Do you visit the foreign ambassadors?" "No, because I am too much acquainted with the nobility, but I know them all." "How can you know them if you do not see them?" "I have known them abroad. In Parma the Duke de Montalegre, the Spanish ambassador. In Vienna I knew Count Rosemberg. In Paris, about 2 years ago, the French ambassador." "It is near 12 o'clock, my dear friend; it is time for us to part. Come at the same hour the day after to morrow, and I will give you all the instructions which you will require to enable you to come and sup with me." "Alone?" "Of course." "May I venture to ask you for a pledge? The happiness which you promise me is so immense." "What pledge do you want?" "To see you standing before that small window in the grating, with permission for me to occupy the same place as Madame de S." She rose at once, and with the most gracious smile touched the spring. After a most expressive kiss, I took leave of her. She followed me with her eyes as far as the door, and her loving gaze would have rooted me to the spot if she had not left the room. I spent the 2 days of expectation in a whirl of impatient joy, which prevented me from eating and sleeping, for it seemed to me that no other love had ever given me such happiness, or rather that I was going to be happy for the first time. Irrespective of birth, beauty, and wit, which was the principal merit of my new conquest, prejudice was there to enhance 100-fold my felicity, for she was a vestal; it was forbidden fruit, and who does not know that, from Eve down to our days, it was that fruit which has always appeared the most delicious? I was on the point of encroaching upon the rights of an all powerful husband. In my eyes, M M was above all the queens of the earth. If my reason had not been the slave of passion, I should have known that my nun could not be a different creature from all the pretty women whom I had loved for the 13 years that I had been labouring in the fields of love. But where is the man in love who can harbour such a thought? If it presents itself too often to his mind, he expels it disdainfully. M M could not by any means be otherwise than superior to all other women in the wide world. Animal nature, which chemists call the animal kingdom, obtains through instinct the 3 various means necessary for the perpetuation of its species. There are 3 real wants which nature has implanted in all human creatures. They must feed themselves, and to prevent that task from being insipid and tedious, they have the agreeable sensation of appetite, which they feel pleasure in satisfying. They must propagate their respective species, an absolute necessity which proves the wisdom of the Creator, since without reproduction all would be annihilated by the constant law of degradation, decay, and death. And whatever St. Augustine may say, human creatures would not perform the work of generation if they did not find pleasure in it, and if there was not in that great work an irresistible attraction for them. In the 3rd place, all creatures have a determined and invincible propensity to destroy their enemies. And it is certainly a very wise ordination, for that feeling of self-preservation makes it a duty for them to do their best for the destruction of whatever can injure them. Each species obeys these laws in its own way. The three sensations, hunger, desire, and hatred, are in animals the satisfaction of habitual instinct, and cannot be called pleasures, for they can be so only in proportion to the intelligence of the individual. Man alone is gifted with the perfect organs which render real pleasure peculiar to him, because, being endowed with the sublime faculty of reason, he foresees enjoyment, looks for it, composes, improves, and increases it by thought and recollection. I entreat you, dear reader, not to get weary of following me in my ramblings, for now that I am but the shadow of the once brilliant Casanova, I love to chatter, and if you were to give me the slip, you would be neither polite nor obliging. Man comes down to the level of beasts whenever he gives himself up to the three natural propensities without calling reason and judgment to his assistance. But when the mind gives perfect equilibrium to those propensities, the sensations derived from them become true enjoyment, an unaccountable feeling which gives us what is called happiness, and which we experience without being able to describe it. The voluptuous man who reasons, disdains greediness, rejects with contempt lust and lewdness, and spurns the brutal revenge which is caused by a first movement of anger, but he is dainty and satisfies his appetite only in a manner of harmony with his nature and his tastes. He is amorous, but he enjoys himself with the object of his love only when he is certain that she will share his enjoyment, which can never be the case unless their love is mutual. If he is offended, he does not care for revenge until he has calmly considered the best means to enjoy it fully. If he is sometimes more cruel than necessary, he consoles himself with the idea that he has acted under the empire of reason, and his revenge is sometimes so noble that he finds it in forgiveness. Those three operations are the work of the soul, which, to procure enjoyment for itself, becomes the agent of our passions. We sometimes suffer from hunger in order to enjoy better the food which will allay it. We delay the amorous enjoyment for the sake of making it more intense, and we put off the moment of our revenge in order to make it more certain. It is true, however, that one may die from indigestion, that we allow ourselves to be often deceived in love, and that the creature we want to annihilate often escapes our revenge, but perfection cannot be attained in anything, and those are risks which we run most willingly. End of chapter 16. Recording by Joelle Peebles. Chapter 17 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 8, Convent Affairs. Chapter 17. Continuation of the last chapter. My first assignation with M.M. Letter from C.C. My second meeting with the nun at my splendid casino in Venice. I am happy. There is nothing, there can be nothing, dearer to a thinking being than life, yet the voluptuous men, those who try to enjoy it in the best manner, are the men who practice with the greatest perfection the difficult art of shortening life, of driving it fast. They do not mean to make it shorter, for they would like to perpetuate it in the midst of pleasure, but they wish enjoyment to render its course insensible. They are right, provided they do not fail in fulfilling their duties. Man must not, however, imagine that he has no other duties but those which gratify his senses. He would be greatly mistaken, and he might fall the victim of his own error. I think that my friend Horace made a mistake when he said to Florus, Nec metuum quid de me judicet heres, quod non plura datus inveniet. The happiest man is the one who knows how to obtain the greatest sum of happiness without ever failing in the discharge of his duties, and the most unhappy is the man who has adopted a profession in which he finds himself constantly under the sad necessity of foreseeing the future. Perfectly certain that M.M. would keep her word, I went to the convent at 10 o'clock in the morning, and she joined me in the parlour as soon as I was announced. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed, "are you ill?" "No, but I may well look so, for the expectation of happiness wears me out. I have lost sleep and appetite, and if my felicity were to be deferred my life would be the forfeit." "There shall be no delay, dearest. But how impatient you are! Let us sit down. Here is the key of my casino. You will find some persons in it, because we must be served, but nobody will speak to you, and you need not speak to anyone. You must be masked, and you must not go there till 2 hours after sunset. Mind, not before. Then go up the stairs, opposite the street door, and at the top of those stairs you will see, by the light of a lamp, a green door, which you will open to enter the apartment which you will find lighted. You will find me in the second room, and in case I should not be there you will wait for me a few minutes. You may rely upon my being punctual. You can take off your mask in that room, and make yourself comfortable. You will find some books and a good fire." The description could not be clearer. I kissed the hand which was giving me the key of that mysterious temple, and I enquired from the charming woman whether I should see her in her conventual garb. "I always leave the convent with it," she said, "but I have at the casino a complete wardrobe to transform myself into an elegant woman of the world, and even to disguise myself." "I hope you will do me the favour to remain in the dress of a nun." "Why so, I beg?" "I love to see you in that dress." "Ah, ah! I understand. You fancy that my head is shaved, and you are afraid. But comfort yourself, dear friend, my wig is so beautifully made that it defies detection. It is nature itself." "Oh dear! What are you saying? The very name of wig is awful. But no, you may be certain that I will find you lovely under all circumstances. I only entreat you not to put on that cruel wig in my presence. Do I offend you? Forgive me. I am very sorry to have mentioned that subject. Are you sure that no one can see you leave the convent?" "You will be sure of it yourself when you have gone round the island and seen the small door on the shore. I have the key of a room opening on the shore, and I have every confidence in the sister who serves me." "And the gondola?" "My lover himself answers for the fidelity of the gondoliers." "What a man that lover is! I fancy him must be an old man." "You are mistaken. If he were old I should be ashamed. He is not 40, and he has everything necessary to be loved: beauty, wit, a sweet temper, and noble behaviour." "And he forgives your amorous caprices?" "What do you mean by caprices? A year ago he obtained possession of me, and before him I had never belonged to a man. You are the first who inspired me with a fancy. When I confessed it to him he was rather surprised; then he laughed, and read me a short lecture upon the risk I was running in trusting a man who might prove indiscreet. He wanted me to know at least who you were before going any further, but it was too late. I answered for your discretion, and of course I made him laugh by my being so positively the guarantee of a man whom I did not know." "When did you confide in him?" "The day before yesterday, and without concealing anything from him. I have shewn him my letters and yours. He thinks you are a Frenchman, although you represent yourself as a Venetian. He is very curious to know who you are, but you need not be afraid. I promise you faithfully never to take any steps to find it out myself." "And I promise you likewise not to try to find out who is this wonderful man, as wonderful as you are yourself. I am very miserable when I think of the sorrow I have caused you." "Do not mention that subject any more. When I consider the matter, I see that only a conceited man would have acted differently." Before leaving her she granted me another token of her affection through the little window, and her gaze followed me as far as the door. In the evening, at the time named by her, I repaired to the casino, and obeying all her instructions, I reached a sitting room, in which I found my new conquest dressed in a most elegant costume. The room was lighted up by girandoles, which were reflected by the looking glasses, and by 4 splendid candlesticks placed on a table covered with books. M M struck me as entirely different in her beauty to what she had seemed in the garb of a nun. She wore no cap, and her hair was fastened behind in a thick twist; but I passed rapidly over that part of her person because I could not bear the idea of a wig, and I could not compliment her about it. I threw myself at her feet to shew her my deep gratitude, and I kissed with rapture her beautiful hands, waiting impatiently for the amorous contest which I was longing for, but M M thought fit to oppose some resistance. Oh, how sweet they are, those denials of a loving mistress, who delays the happy moment only for the sake of enjoying its delights better. As a lover, respectful, tender, but bold, enterprising, certain of victory, I blended delicately the gentleness of my proceedings with the ardent fire which was consuming me, and stealing the most voluptuous kisses from the most beautiful mouth, I felt as if my soul would burst from my body. We spent 2 hours in the preliminary contest, at the end of which we congratulated one another, on her part for having contrived to resist, on mine for having controlled my impatience. Wanting a little rest, and understanding each other as if by a natural instinct, she said to me, "My friend, I have an appetite which promises to do honour to the supper. Are you able to keep me good company?" "Yes," I said, knowing well what I could do in that line. "Yes, I can, and afterwards you shall judge whether I am able to sacrifice to love as well as to Comus." She rang the bell, and a woman, middle aged but well dressed and respectable looking, laid out a table for 2 persons. She then placed on another table close by all that was necessary to enable us to do without attendance, and she brought, one after the other, 8 different dishes in Sevres porcelain placed on silver heaters. It was a delicate and plentiful supper. When I tasted the first dish I at once recognized the French style of cooking, and she did not deny it. We drank nothing but Burgundy and champagne. She dressed the salad cleverly and quickly, and in everything she did I had to admire the graceful ease of her manners. It was evident that she owed her education to a lover who was a first-rate connoisseur. I was curious to know him, and as we were drinking some punch I told her that if she would gratify my curiosity in that respect I was ready to tell her my name. "Let time, dearest," she answered, "satisfy our mutual curiosity." M M had, amongst the charms and trinkets fastened to the chain of her watch, a small crystal bottle exactly similar to one that I wore myself. I called her attention to that fact, and as mine was filled with cotton soaked in otto of roses, I made her smell it. "I have the same," she observed, and she made me inhale its fragrance. "It is a very scarce perfume," I said, "and very expensive." "Yes, in fact it cannot be bought." "Very true. The inventor of that essence wears a crown. It is the King of France. His Majesty made a pound of it, which cost him 30,000 crowns. Mine was a gift presented to my lover, and he gave it to me. Madame de Pompadour sent a small vial of it to M. de Mocenigo, the Venetian ambassador in Paris, through M. de B , now French ambassador here." "Do you know him?" "I have had the honour to dine with him on the very day he came to take leave of the ambassador by whom I had been invited. M. de B is a man whom fortune has smiled upon, but he has captivated it by his merit. He is not less distinguished by his talents than by his birth. He is, I believe, Count de Lion. I recollect that he was nicknamed Belle Babet on account of his handsome face. There is a small collection of poetry written by him which does him great honour." It was near midnight. We had made an excellent supper, and we were near a good fire. Besides, I was in love with a beautiful woman, and thinking that time was precious I became very pressing, but she resisted. "Cruel darling! Have you promised me happiness only to make me suffer the tortures of Tantalus? If you will not give way to love, at least obey the laws of nature. After such a delicious supper, go to bed." "Are you sleepy?" "Of course I am not, but it is late enough to go to bed. Allow me to undress you. I will remain by your bedside, or even go away if you wish it." "If you were to leave me, you would grieve me." "My grief would be as great as yours, believe me, but if I remain, what shall we do?" "We can lie down in our clothes on this sofa." "With our clothes? Well, let it be so. I will let you sleep if you wish it, but you must forgive me if I do not sleep myself, for to sleep near you and without undressing would be impossible." "Wait a little." She rose from her seat, turned the sofa crosswise, opened it, took out pillows, sheets, blankets, and in 1 minute we had a splendid bed, wide and convenient. She took a large handkerchief which she wrapped round my head, and she gave me another, asking me to render her the same service. I began my task, dissembling my disgust for the wig, but a precious discovery caused me the most agreeable surprise, for instead of the wig my hands found the most magnificent hair I had ever seen. I uttered a scream of delight and admiration which made her laugh, and she told me that a nun was under no other obligation than to conceal her hair from the uninitiated. Thereupon she pushed me adroitly, and made me fall on the sofa. I got up again, and having thrown off my clothes as quick as lightning, I threw myself on her rather than near her. She was very strong, and folding me in her arms she thought that I ought to forgive her for all the torture she was condemning me to. I had not obtained any essential favour, I was burning, but I was trying to master my impatience, for I did not think that I had yet the right to be exacting. I contrived to undo 5 or 6 bows of ribbons, and, satisfied with her not opposing any resistance in that quarter, my heart throbbed with pleasure, and I possessed myself of the most beautiful bosom, which I smothered under my kisses. But her favours went no further, and my excitement increasing in proportion to the new perfections I discovered in her, I doubled my efforts. All in vain. At last, compelled to give way to fatigue, I fell asleep in her arms, holding her tightly against me. A noisy chime of bells awoke us. "What is the matter?" I exclaimed. "Let us get up, dearest; it is time for me to return to the convent." "Dress yourself, and let me have the pleasure of seeing you in the garb of a saint, since you are going away a virgin." "Be satisfied for this time, dearest, and learn from me how to practice abstinence. We shall be happier another time. When I have gone, if you have nothing to hurry you, you can rest here." She rang the bell, and the same woman who had appeared in the evening, and was most likely the secret minister and the confidant of her amorous mysteries, came in. After her hair had been dressed, she took off her gown, locked up her jewellery in her bureau, put on the stays of a nun, in which she hid the 2 magnificent globes which had been during that fatiguing night the principal agents of my happiness, and assumed her monastic robes. The woman having gone out to call the gondoliers, M M kissed me warmly and tenderly, and said to me, "I expect to see you the day after to morrow, so as to hear from you which night I am to meet you in Venice, and then, my beloved lover, you shall be happy, and I too. Farewell." Pleased without being satisfied, I went to bed and slept soundly until noon. I left the casino without seeing anyone, and being well masked I repaired to the house of Laura, who gave me a letter from my dear C C. Here is a copy of it. "I am going to give you, my best beloved, a specimen of my way of thinking, and I trust that, far from lowering me in your estimation, you will judge me, in spite of my youth, capable of keeping a secret and worthy of being your wife. Certain that your heart is mine, I do not blame you for having made a mystery of certain things, and not being jealous of what can divert your mind and help you to bear patiently our cruel separation, I can only delight in whatever procures you some pleasure. Listen now. Yesterday, as I was going along one of the halls, I dropped a toothpick which I held in my hand, and to get it again I was compelled to displace a stool, which happened to be in front of a crack in the partition. I have already become as curious as a nun, a fault very natural to idle people. I placed my eye against the small opening, and whom did I see? You in person, my darling, conversing in the most lively manner with my charming friend, Sister M M It would be difficult for you to imagine my surprise and joy, but those 2 feelings gave way soon to the fear of being seen and of exciting the curiosity of some inquisitive nun. I quickly replaced the stool, and I went away. Tell me all, dearest friend, you will make me happy. How could I cherish you with all my soul, and not be anxious to know the history of your adventure? Tell me if she knows you, and how you have made her acquaintance. She is my best friend, the one whom I have spoken so often to you in my letters, without thinking it necessary to tell you her name. She is the friend who teaches me French, and has lent me books which gave me a great deal of information on a matter generally little known to women. If it had not been for her, the cause of the accident which had been so near costing me my life would have been discovered. She gave me sheets and linen immediately. To her I owe my honour, but she has necessarily learned in that way that I have a lover, as I know that she has one, but neither of us has shown any anxiety to know the secrets of the other. Sister M M is a rare woman. I feel certain, dearest, that you love one another. It cannot be otherwise since you are acquainted. But as I am not jealous of that affection, I deserve that you should tell me all. I pity you both, however, for all you may do will, I fear, only irritate your passion. Everyone in the convent thinks that you are ill, and I am longing to see you. Come at least once. Adieu." The letter of C C inspired me with the deepest esteem for her, but it caused me great anxiety, because although I felt every confidence in my dear little wife, the small crack in the wall might expose M M and myself to the inquisitive looks of other persons. Besides, I found myself compelled to deceive that amiable, trusting friend, and to tell a falsehood, for delicacy and honour forbade me to tell her the truth. I wrote to her immediately that her friendship for M M made it her duty to warn her friend at once that she had seen her in the parlour with a masked gentleman. I added that, having heard a great deal of M M's merit, and wishing to make her acquaintance, I had called on her under an assumed name, that I entreated her not to tell her friend who I was, but she might say that she had recognized in me the gentleman who attended their church. I assured her with barefaced impudence that there was no love between M M and me, but without concealing that I thought her a superior woman. On St. Catherine's Day, the patroness of my dear C C, I bethought myself of affording that lovely prisoner the pleasure of seeing me. As I was leaving the church after mass, and just as I was going to take a gondola, I observed that a man was following me. It looked suspicious, and I determined to ascertain whether I was right. The man took a gondola and followed mine. It might have been purely accidental, but, keeping on my guard for fear of surprise, I alighted in Venice at the Morosini Palace. The fellow alighted at the same place. His intentions were evident. I left the palace, and turning towards the Flanders Gate, I stopped in a narrow street, took my knife in hand, and waited for the spy, seized him by the collar, and pushing him against the wall with the knife at his throat, I commanded him to tell me what business he had with me. Trembling all over, he would have confessed everything, but unluckily someone entered the street. The spy escaped, and I was no wiser, but I had no doubt that for the future that fellow at least would keep at a respectful distance. It shewed me how easy it would be for an obstinate spy to discover my identity, and I made up my mind never to go to Muran but with a mask or at night. The next day I had to see my beautiful nun in order to ascertain which day she would sup with me in Venice, and I went early to the convent. She did not keep me waiting, and her face was radiant with joy. She complimented me upon my having resumed my attendance at their church. All the nuns had been delighted to see me again after an absence of 3 weeks. "The abbess," she said, "told me how glad she was to see you, and that she was certain to find out who you are." I then related to her the adventure of the spy, and we both thought that it was most likely the means taken by the sainted woman to gratify her curiosity about me. "I have resolved not to attend your church any more. That will be a great deprivation to me, but in our common interest I can but approve your resolution." She related the affair of the treacherous crack in the partition, and added, "It is already repaired, and there is no longer any fear in that quarter. I heard of it from a young boarder whom I love dearly, and who is much attached to me. I am not curious to know her name, and she has never mentioned it to me. Now, darling angel, tell me whether my happiness will be postponed." "Yes, but only for 24 hours. The new professed sister has invited me to supper in her room, and you must understand I cannot invent any plausible excuse for refusing her invitation." "You would not, then, tell her in confidence the very legitimate obstacle which makes me wish that the new sisters never take supper?" "Certainly not. We never trust anyone so far in a convent. Besides, dearest, such an invitation cannot be declined unless I wish to gain a most bitter enemy." "Could you not say that you are ill?" "Yes, but then the visits." "I understand. If you should refuse, the escape might be suspected." "The escape? Impossible! Here no one admits the possibility of breaking out of the convent." "Then you are the only one able to perform that miracle?" "You may be sure of that, but as is always the case, it is gold which performs that miracle." "And many others, perhaps." "Oh, the time has gone by for them. But tell me, my love, where will you wait for me to morrow, 2 hours after the setting of the sun?" "Could I not wait for you at your casino?" "No, because my lover will take me himself to Venice." "Your lover?" "Yes, himself." "It is not possible." "Yes, it is true." "I can wait for you in St. John and St. Paul's Square, behind the pedestal of the statue of Bartholomew of Bergamo." "I have never seen either the square or the statue except in engravings. It is enough, however, and I will not fail. Nothing but very stormy weather could prevent me from coming to a rendezvous for which my heart is panting." "And if the weather were bad?" "Then, dearest, there would be nothing lost, and you would come here again in order to appoint another day." I had no time to lose, for I had no casino. I took a second rower so as to reach St. Mark's Square more rapidly, and I immediately set to work looking for what I wanted. When a mortal is so lucky as to be in the good graces of the god Plutus, and is not crack brained, he is pretty sure to succeed in everything. I had not to search very long before I found a casino suiting my purpose exactly. It was the finest in the neighbourhood of Venice, but as a natural consequence it was likewise the most expensive. It had belonged to the English ambassador, who had sold it cheap to his cook before leaving Venice. The owner let it to me until Easter for 100 sequins, which I paid in advance, on condition that he would himself cook the dinners and the suppers I might order. I had 5 rooms furnished in the most elegant style, and everything seemed to be calculated for love, pleasure, and good cheer. The service of the dining room was made through a sham window in the wall, provided with a dumb waiter revolving upon itself, and fitting the window so exactly that master and servants could not see each other. The drawing room was decorated with magnificent looking glasses, crystal chandeliers, girandoles in gilt, bronze, and with a splendid pier glass placed on a chimney of white marble. The walls were covered with small squares of real china, representing little cupids and naked amorous couples in all sorts of positions, well calculated to excite the imagination. Elegant and very comfortable sofas were placed on every side. Next to it was an octagonal room, the walls, the ceiling, and the floor of which were entirely covered with splendid Venetian glass, arranged in such a manner as to reflect on all sides every position of the amorous couple enjoying the pleasures of love. Close by was a beautiful alcove with 2 secret outlets; on the right an elegant dressing room, on the left a boudoir, which seemed to have been arranged by the mother of love, with a bath in Carrara marble. Everywhere the wainscots were embossed in ormolu, or painted with flowers and arabesques. After I had given my orders for all the chandeliers to be filled with wax candles, and the finest linen to be provided wherever necessary, I ordered a most delicate and sumptuous supper for 2, without regard to expense, and especially the most exquisite wines. I then took possession of the key of the principal entrance, and warned the master that I did not want to be seen by anyone when I came in or went out. I observed with pleasure that the clock in the alcove had an alarum, for I was beginning, in spite of love, to be easily influenced by the power of sleep. Everything being arranged according to my wishes, I went, as a careful and delicate lover, to purchase the finest slippers I could find, and a cap in Alencon point. I trust my reader does not think me too particular. Let him recollect that I was to receive the most accomplished of the sultanas of the Master of the Universe, and I had told that fourth Grace that I had a casino. Was I to begin by giving her a bad idea of my truthfulness? At the appointed time, that is 2 hours after sunset, I repaired to my palace, and it would be difficult to imagine the surprise of his honour the French cook when he saw me arrive alone. Not finding all the chandeliers lighted up as I had ordered, I scolded him well, giving him notice that I did not like to repeat an order. "I shall not fail, sir, another time to execute your commands." "Let the supper be served." "Your honour ordered it for 2." "Yes, for 2, and this time be present during my supper, so that I can tell you which dishes I find good or bad." The supper came through the revolving dumb waiter in very good order, 2 dishes at a tune. I passed some remarks upon everything, but to tell the truth everything was excellent. Game, fish, oysters, truffles, wine, dessert, and the whole served in a very fine Dresden china with silver gilt plate. I told him that he had forgotten hard eggs, anchovies, and prepared vinegar to dress a salad. He lifted his eyes towards heaven as if to plead guilty to a very heinous crime. After a supper which lasted 2 hours, and during which I must certainly have won the admiration of my host, I asked him to bring me the bill. He presented it to me shortly afterwards, and I found it reasonable. I then dismissed him, and lay down in the splendid bed in the alcove. My excellent supper brought on very soon the most delicious sleep, which, without the burgundy and the champagne, might very likely not have visited me, if I had thought that the following night would see me in the same place and in possession of a lovely divinity. It was broad daylight when I awoke, and after ordering the finest fruit and some ices for the evening, I left the casino. In order to shorten a day which my impatient desires would have caused me to find very long, I went to the faro table, and I saw with pleasure that I was as great a favourite with fortune as with love. Everything proceeded according to my wishes, and I delighted in ascribing my happy success to the influence of my nun. I was at the place of meeting 1 hour before the time appointed, and although the night was cold I did not feel it. Precisely as the hour struck I saw a 2-oared gondola reach the shore, and a mask come out of it, speak a few words to the gondolier, and take the direction of the statue. My heart was beating quickly, but seeing that it was a man I avoided him, and regretted not having brought my pistols. The mask, however, turning round the statue, came up to me with outstretched hands. I then recognized my angel, who was amused at my surprise, and took my arm. Without speaking we went toward St. Mark's Square, and reached my casino, which was only 100 yards from the St. Moses Theatre. I found everything in good order. We went upstairs, and I threw off my mask and my disguise, but M M took delight in walking about the rooms and examining every nook of the charming place in which she was received. Highly gratified to see me admire the grace of her person, she wanted me likewise to admire in her attire the taste and generosity of her lover. She was surprised at the almost magic spell which, although she remained motionless, shewed her lovely person in 1,000 different manners. Her multiplied portraits, reproduced by the looking glasses, and the numerous wax candles, disposed to that effect, offered to her sight a spectacle entirely new to her, and from which she could not withdraw her eyes. Sitting down on a stool, I contemplated her elegant person with rapture. A coat of rosy velvet, embroidered with gold spangles, a vest to match, embroidered likewise in the richest fashion, breeches of black satin, diamond buckles, a solitaire of great value on her little finger, and on the other hand a ring, such was her toilet. Her black lace mask was remarkable for its fineness and the beauty of the design. To enable me to see her better, she stood before me. I looked in her pockets, in which I found a gold snuff box, a sweetmeat box adorned with pearls, a gold case, a splendid opera glass, handkerchiefs of the finest cambric, soaked rather than perfumed with the most precious essences. I examined attentively the richness and the workmanship of her 2 watches, of her chains, of her trinkets, brilliant with diamonds. The last article I found was a pistol. It was an English weapon of fine steel and of the most beautiful finish. All I see, my divine angel, is not worthy of you, yet I cannot refrain from expressing my admiration for the wonderful, I might almost say adorable, being who wants to convince you that you are truly his mistress. That is what he said when I asked him to bring me to Venice, and to leave me. Amuse yourself, he said, and I hope that the man whom you are going to make happy will convince you that he is worthy of it. He is indeed an extraordinary man, and I do not think there is another like him. Such a lover is a unique being, and I feel that I could not be like him, as deeply as I fear to be unworthy of a happiness which dazzles me. Allow me to leave you, and to take off these clothes alone. Do anything you please. A quarter of an hour afterwards my mistress came back to me. Her hair was dressed like a man's, the front locks came down her cheeks, and the black hair, fastened with a knot of blue ribbon, reached the bend of her legs. Her form was that of Antinous. Her clothes alone, being cut in the French style, prevented the illusion from being complete. I was in a state of ecstatic delight, and I could not realize my happiness. "No, adorable woman," I exclaimed, "you are not made for a mortal, and I do not believe that you will ever be mine. At the very moment of possessing you some miracle will wrest you from my arms. Your divine spouse, perhaps, jealous of a simple mortal, will annihilate all my hope. It is possible that in a few minutes I shall no longer exist." "Are you mad, dearest? I am yours this very instant, if you wish it." "Ah, if I wish it! Although fasting, come, love and happiness will be my food." She felt cold. We sat near the fire, and unable to master my impatience I unfastened a diamond brooch which pinned her ruffle. Dear reader, there are some sensations so powerful and so sweet that years cannot weaken the remembrance of them. My mouth had already covered with kisses that ravishing bosom, but then the troublesome corset had not allowed me to admire all its perfection. Now I felt it free from all restraint and from all unnecessary support. I have never seen, never touched anything more beautiful, and the two magnificent globes of the Venus de Medicis, even if they had been animated by the spark of life given by Prometheus, would have yielded the palm to those of my divine nun. I was burning with ardent desires, and I would have satisfied them on the spot if my adorable mistress had not calmed my impatience by these simple words: "Wait until after supper." I rang the bell. She shuddered. "Do not be anxious, dearest." And I shewed her the secret of the sham window. "You will be able to tell your lover that no one saw you. He will appreciate your delicate attention, and that will prove to him that you are not a novice in the art of love. But it is evident that I am not the only one who enjoys with you the delights of this charming residence." "You are wrong; believe me, you are the first woman I have seen here. You are not, adorable creature, my first love, but you shall be the last." "I shall be happy if you are faithful. My lover is constant, kind, gentle, and amiable, yet my heart has never been fancy free with him." "Then his own heart must be the same, for if his love was of the same nature as mine, you would never have made me happy." "He loves me as I love you. Do you believe in my love for you?" "Yes, I want to believe in it, but you would not allow me to—" "Do not say any more, for I feel that I could forgive you in anything, provided you told me all. The joy I experience at this moment is caused more by the hope I have of gratifying your desires than by the idea that I am going to pass a delightful night with you. It will be the first in my life." "What? Have you never passed such a night with your lover?" "Several, but friendship, compliance, and gratitude, perhaps, were then the only contributors to our pleasures. The most essential, love, was never present. In spite of that, my lover is like you. His wit is lively, very much the same as yours, and, as far as his features are concerned, he is very handsome. Yet it is not you. I believe him more wealthy than you, although this casino almost convinces me that I am mistaken. But what does love care for riches? Do not imagine that I consider you endowed with less merit than he, because you confess yourself incapable of his heroism in allowing me to enjoy another love. Quite the contrary. I know that you would not love me as you do, if you told me that you could be as indulgent as he is for one of my caprices." "Will he be curious to hear the particulars of this night?" "Most likely he will think that he will please me by asking what has taken place, and I will tell him everything, except such particulars as might humiliate him." After the supper, which she found excellent, she made some punch, and she was a very good hand at it; but I felt my impatience growing stronger every moment, and I said, "Recollect that we have only 7 hours before us, and that we should be very foolish to waste them in this room." "You reason better than Socrates," she answered, "and your eloquence has convinced me. Come." She led me to the elegant dressing room, and I offered her the fine nightcap which I had bought for her, asking her at the same time to dress her hair like a woman. She took it with great pleasure, and begged me to go and undress myself in the drawing room, promising to call me as soon as she was in bed. I had not long to wait; when pleasure is waiting for us we all go quickly to work. I fell into her arms, intoxicated with love and happiness, and during 7 hours I gave her the most positive proofs of my ardour and of the feelings I entertained for her. It is true that she taught me nothing new, materially speaking, but a great deal in sighs, in ecstasies, in enjoyments which can have their full development only in a sensitive soul in the sweetest of all moments. I varied our pleasures in 1,000 different ways, and I astonished her by making her feel that she was susceptible of greater enjoyment than she had any idea of. At last the fatal alarm was heard. We had to stop our amorous transports, but before she left my arms she raised her eyes towards heaven as if to thank her divine master for having given her the courage to declare her passion to me. We dressed ourselves, and observing that I put the lace nightcap in her pocket, she assured me that she would keep it all her life as a witness of the happiness which overwhelmed her. After drinking a cup of coffee we went out, and I left her at St. John in St. Paul's Square, promising to call on her the day after the morrow. I watched her until I saw her safe in her gondola, and then I went to bed. 10 hours of profound sleep restored me to my usual state of vigour. Chapter 17. Recording by Joelle Peebles. Chapter 18 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris in Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 8, Convent Affairs. Chapter 18. Visit to the convent and conversation with M.M. A letter from her and my answer. Another interview at the Casino of Muran in the presence of her lover. According to my promise, I went to see M.M. 2 days afterwards, but as soon as she came to the parlour she told me that her lover had said he was coming, and that she expected him every minute, and that she would be glad to see me the next day. I took leave of her, but near the bridge I saw a man, rather badly masked, coming out of a gondola. I looked at the gondolier, and I recognized him as being in the service of the French ambassador. "It is he," I said to myself, and without appearing to observe him I watched him enter the convent. I had no longer any doubt as to his identity, and I returned to Venice delighted at having made the discovery, but I made up my mind not to say anything to my mistress. I saw her on the following day, and we had a long conversation together, which I am now going to relate. "My friend," she said to me, "came yesterday, in order to bid farewell to me until the Christmas holidays. He is going to Padua, but everything has been arranged so that we can sup at his casino whenever we wish." "Why not in Venice?" "He has begged me not to go there during his absence. He is wise and prudent. I could not refuse his request." "You are quite right. When shall we sup together?" "Next Sunday, if you like." "If I like is not the right expression, for I always like. On Sunday, then, I will go to the casino towards nightfall and wait for you with a book. Have you told your friend that you were not very uncomfortable in my small palace?" "He knows all about it, but, dearest, he is afraid of one thing. He fears a certain fatal plumpness." "On my life, I've never thought of that. But, my darling, do you not run the same risk with him?" "No, it is impossible." "I understand you. Then we must be very prudent for the future. I believe that 9 days before Christmas the mask is no longer allowed, and then I shall have to go to your casino by water, otherwise I might easily be recognized by the same spy who has already followed me once." "Yes, that idea proves your prudence, and I can easily show you the place. I hope you will be able to come also during Lent, although we are told that at that time God wishes us to mortify our senses. Is it not strange that there is a time during which God wants us to amuse ourselves almost to frenzy, and another during which, in order to please him, we must live in complete abstinence? What is there in common between a yearly observance and the Deity, and how can the action of the creature have any influence over the Creator, whom my reason cannot conceive otherwise than independent? It seems to me that if God had created man with the power of offending him, man would be right in doing everything that is forbidden to him, because the deficiencies of his organization would be the work of the Creator himself. How can we imagine God grieved during Lent?" "My beloved one, you reason beautifully, but will you tell me where you have managed, in a convent, to pass the Rubicon?" "Yes. My friend has given me some good books which I have read with deep attention, and the light of truth has dispelled the darkness which blinded my eyes. I can assure you that, when I look in my own heart, I find myself more fortunate in having met with a person who has brought light to my mind than miserable at having taken the veil. For the greatest happiness must certainly consist in living and in dying peacefully, a happiness which can hardly be obtained by listening to all the idle talk with which the priests puzzle our brains." "I am of your opinion, but I admire you, for it ought to be the work of more than a few months to bring light to a mind prejudiced as yours was." "There is no doubt that I should have seen light much sooner if I had not laboured under so many prejudices. There was in my mind a curtain dividing truth from error, and reason alone could draw it aside. But that poor reason! I have been taught to fear it, to repulse it, as if its bright flame would have devoured instead of enlightened me. The moment it was proved to me that a reasonable being ought to be guided only by his own inductions, I acknowledged the sway of reason, and the mist which hid truth from me was dispelled. The evidence of truth shone before my eyes, nonsensical trifles disappeared, and I have no fear of their resuming their influence over my mind, for every day it is getting stronger, and I may say that I only began to love God when my mind was disabused of priestly superstitions concerning Him. I congratulate you. You have been more fortunate than I, for you have made more progress in 1 year than I have made in 10. Then you did not begin by reading the writings of Lord Bolingbroke? 5 or 6 months ago I was reading La Sagesse by Chiron, and somehow or other my confessor heard of it. When I went to him for confession, he took upon himself to tell me to give up reading that book. I answered that my conscience did not reproach me, and that I could not obey him. In that case, he replied, I will not give you absolution. That will not prevent me from taking the communion, I said. This made him angry, and in order to know what he ought to do, he applied to Bishop Diedo. His Eminence came to see me, and told me that I ought to be guided by my confessor. I answered that we had mutual duties to perform, and that the mission of a priest in the confessional was to listen to me, to impose a reasonable penance, and to give me absolution; that he had not even the right of offering me any advice if I did not ask for it. I added that the confessor being bound to avoid scandal, if he dared to refuse me the absolution, which of course he could do, I would all the same go to the altar with the other nuns. The bishop, seeing that he was at his wit's end, told the priest to abandon me to my conscience. But that was not satisfactory to me, and my lover obtained a brief from the Pope authorizing me to go to confession to any priest I like. All the sisters are jealous of the privilege, but I have availed myself of it only once, for the sake of establishing a precedence, and of strengthening the right by the fact, for it is not worth the trouble. I always confess to the same priest, and he has no difficulty in giving me absolution, for I only tell him what I like. And for the rest, do you absolve yourself? I confess to God, who alone can know my thoughts and judge the degree of merit or of demerit to be attached to my actions. Our conversation showed me that my lovely friend was what is called a free thinker, but I was not astonished at it, because she felt a greater need of peace for her conscience than of gratification for her senses. On the Sunday after dinner I took a 2-oared gondola and went round the island of Murin to reconnoitre the shore, and to discover the small door through which my mistress escaped from the convent. I lost my trouble and my time, for I did not become acquainted with the shore till the octave of Christmas, and with the small door 6 months afterwards. I shall mention the circumstance in its proper place. As soon as it was time, I repaired to the temple, and while I was waiting for the idol I amused myself in examining the books of a small library in the boudoir. They were not numerous, but they were well chosen and worthy of the place. I found there everything that has been written against religion, and all the works of the most voluptuous writers on pleasure, attractive books, the incendiary style of which compels the reader to seek the reality of the image they represent. Several folios, richly bound, contained nothing but erotic engravings. Their principal merit consisted much more in the beauty of the designs, in the finish of the work, than in the lubricity of the positions. I found amongst them the prints of the Portier de Chartreux, published in England, the engravings of Mercius, of Aloysia Sigea Toletana, and others, all very beautifully done. A great many small pictures covered the walls of the boudoir, and they were all masterpieces in the same style as the engravings. I had spent an hour in examining all these works of art, the sight of which had excited me in the most irresistible manner, when I saw my beautiful mistress enter the room, dressed as a nun. Her appearance was not likely to act as a sedative, and therefore, without losing any time in compliments, I said to her, "You arrive most opportunely. All these erotic pictures have fired my imagination, and it is in your garb of a saint that you must administer the remedy that my love requires. Let me put on another dress, darling; it will not take more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes will complete my happiness, and then you can attend to your metamorphosis. But let me take off these woolen robes which I dislike. No, I want you to receive the homage of my love in the same dress which you had on when you gave birth to it." She uttered in the humblest manner a fiat voluntas tua, accompanied by the most voluptuous smile, and sank on the sofa. For one instant we forgot all the world besides. After that delightful ecstasy I assisted her to undress, and a simple gown of Indian muslin soon metamorphosed my lovely nun into a beautiful nymph. After an excellent supper we agreed not to meet again till the first day of the octave. She gave me the key of the gate on the shore, and told me that a blue ribbon attached to the window over the door would point it out by day, so as to prevent my making a mistake at night. I made her very happy by telling her that I would come and reside in her casino until the return of her friend. During the 10 days that I remained there I saw her 4 times, and I convinced her that I lived only for her. During my stay in the casino I amused myself in reading, in writing to C C , but my love for her had become a calm affection. The lines which interested me most in her letters were those in which she mentioned her friend. She often blamed me for not having cultivated the acquaintance of M M , and my answer was that I had not done so for fear of being known. I always insisted upon the necessity of discretion. I do not believe in the possibility of equal love being bestowed upon 2 persons at the same time, nor do I believe it possible to keep love to a high degree of intensity if you give it either too much food or none at all. That which maintained my passion for M M in a state of great vigor was that I could never possess her without running the risk of losing her. "It is impossible," I said to her once, "that some time or other one of the nuns should not want to speak to you when you are absent?" "No," she answered, "that cannot happen, because there is nothing more religiously respected in a convent than the right of a nun to deny herself even to the abbess. A fire is the only circumstance I have to fear, because in that case there would be general uproar and confusion, and it would not appear natural that a nun should remain quietly locked up in her cell in the midst of such danger. My escape would then be discovered. I have contrived to gain over the lay sister and the gardener as well as another nun, and that miracle was performed by my cunning, assisted by my lover's gold. He answers for the fidelity of the cook and his wife who take care of the casino. He has likewise every confidence in the 2 gondoliers, although one of them is sure to be a spy of the State Inquisitors." On Christmas Eve she announced the return of her lover, and she told him that on St. Stephen's Day she would go with him to the opera, and that they would afterwards spend the night together. "I shall expect you, my beloved one," she added, "on the last day of the year, and here is a letter which I beg you not to read till you get home." As I had to move in order to make room for her lover, I packed my things early in the morning, and bidding farewell to a place in which during 10 days I had enjoyed so many delights, I returned to the Bragadin Palace, where I read the following letter: "You have somewhat offended me, my own darling, by telling me, respecting the mystery which I am bound to keep on the subject of my lover, that, satisfied to possess my heart, you left me mistress of my mind. That division of the heart and of the mind appears to me a pure sophism, and if it does not strike you as such, you must admit that you do not love me wholly, for I cannot exist without mind, and you cannot cherish my heart if it does not agree with my mind. If your love cannot accept a different state of things, it does not excel in delicacy. However, as some circumstance might occur in which you might accuse me of not having acted towards you with all the sincerity that true love inspires, and that it has a right to demand, I have made up my mind to confide to you a secret which concerns my friend, although I am aware that he relies entirely upon my discretion. I shall certainly be guilty of a breach of confidence, but you will not love me less for it, because, compelled to choose between you 2, and to deceive either one or the other, love has conquered friendship. Do not punish me for it has not been done blindly, and you will, I trust, consider the reasons which have caused the scale to weigh down in your favour. When I found myself incapable of resisting my wish to know you and to become intimate with you, I could not gratify that wish without taking my friend into my confidence, and I had no doubt of his compliance. He conceived a very favourable opinion of your character from your first letter, not only because you had chosen the parlour of the convent for our first interview, but also because you appointed his casino at Muran instead of your own. But he likewise begged of me to allow him to be present at our first meeting place, in a small closet, a true hiding place, from which one can see and hear everything without being suspected by those in the drawing room. You have not yet seen that mysterious closet, but I will shew it to you on the last day of the year. Tell me, dearest, whether I could refuse that singular request to the man who was shewing me such compliant kindness. I consented, and it was natural for me not to let you know it. You are therefore aware now that my friend was a witness of all we did and said during the first night that we spent together, but do not let that annoy you, for you pleased him in everything, in your behaviour towards me as well as in the witty sayings which you uttered to make me laugh. I was in great fear when the conversation turned upon him, lest you would say something which might hurt his self-love, but very fortunately he heard only the most flattering compliments. Such is, dearest love, the sincere confession of my treason. But as a wise lover you will forgive me because it has not done you the slightest harm. My friend is extremely curious to ascertain who you are. But listen to me. That night you were natural and thoroughly amiable. Would you have been the same if you had known that there was a witness? It is not likely, and if I had acquainted you with the truth you might have refused your consent, and perhaps you would have been right. Now that we know each other, and that you entertain no doubt, I trust, of my devoted love, I wish to ease my conscience and to venture all. Learn then, dearest, that on the last day of the year my friend will be at the casino, which he will leave only the next morning. You will not see him, but he will see us. As you are supposed not to know anything about it, you must feel that you will have to be natural in everything, otherwise he might guess that I have betrayed the secret. It is especially in your conversation that you must be careful. My friend possesses every virtue except the theological one called faith, and on that subject you can say anything you like. You will be at liberty to talk literature, travels, politics, anything you please, and you need not refrain from anecdotes. In fact, you are certain of his approbation. Now, dearest, I have only this to say. Do you feel disposed to allow yourself to be seen by another man while you are abandoning yourself to the sweet voluptuousness of your senses? That doubt causes all my anxiety, and I entreat from you an answer, yes or no. Do you understand how painful the doubt is for me? I expect not to close my eyes throughout the night, and I shall not rest until I have your decision. In case you should object to show your tenderness in the presence of a third person, I will take whatever determination love may suggest to me. But I hope you will consent, and even if you were not to perform the character of an ardent lover in a masterly manner, it would not be of any consequence. I will let my friend believe that your love has not reached its apogee. That letter certainly took me by surprise, but all things considered, thinking that my part was better than the one accepted by the lover, I laughed heartily at the proposal. I confess, however, that I should not have laughed if I had not known the nature of the individual who was to be the witness of my amorous exploits. Understanding all the anxiety of my friend and wishing to allay it, I immediately wrote to her the following lines. You wish me, heavenly creature, to answer you yes or no, and I, full of love for you, want my answer to reach you before noon, so that you may dine in perfect peace. I will spend the last night of the year with you, and I can assure you that the friend, to whom we will give a spectacle worthy of Paphos and Amathos, shall see or hear nothing likely to make him suppose that I am acquainted with his secret. You may be certain that I will play my part not as a novice but as a master. If it is man's duty to be always the slave of his reason, if, as long as he has control over himself, he ought not to act without taking it for his guide, I cannot understand why a man should be ashamed to show himself to a friend at the very moment that he is most favoured by love and nature. Yet I confess that you would have been wrong if you had confided the secret to me the first time, and that most likely I should then have refused to grant you that mark of my compliance. Not because I loved you less then than I do now, but there are such strange tastes in nature that I might have imagined that your lover's ruling taste was to enjoy the sight of an ardent and frantic couple in the midst of amorous connection, and in that case, conceiving an unfavourable opinion of you, vexation might have frozen the love you had just sent through my being. Now, however, the case is very different. I know all I possess in you, and from all you have told me of your lover, I am well disposed towards him, and I believe him to be my friend. If a feeling of modesty does not deter you from showing yourself tender, loving, and full of amorous ardour with me in his presence, how could I be ashamed, when, on the contrary, I ought to feel proud of myself? I have no reason to blush at having made a conquest of you, or at shewing myself in those moments during which I prove the liberality with which nature has bestowed upon me the shape and the strength which assure such immense enjoyment to me, besides the certainty that I can make the woman I love share it with me. I am aware that, owing to a feeling which is called natural, but which is perhaps only the result of civilization and the effect of the prejudices inherent in youth, most men object to any witness in those moments, but those who cannot give any good reasons for their repugnance must have in their nature something of the cat. At the same time they might have some excellent reasons, without their thinking themselves bound to give them, except to the woman, who is easily deceived. I excuse with all my heart those who know that they would only excite the pity of the witnesses, but we both have no fear of that sort. All you have told me of your friend proves that he will enjoy our pleasures, but do you know what will be the result of it? The intensity of our ardour will excite his own, and he will throw himself at my feet, begging and entreating me to give up to him the only object likely to calm his amorous excitement. What could I do in that case? Give you up? I could hardly refuse to do so with good grace, but I would go away, for I could not remain a quiet spectator. Farewell, my darling love, all will be well, I have no doubt. Prepare yourself for the athletic contest, and rely upon the fortunate being who adores you. I spent the 6 following days with my 3 worthy friends, and at the ridotto, which at that time was opened on St. Stephen's Day. As I could not hold the cards there, the patricians alone having the privilege of holding the bank, I played morning and evening, and I constantly lost, for whoever punts must lose. But the loss of the 4 or 5,000 sequins I possessed, far from cooling my love, seemed only to increase its ardour. At the end of the year 1774, the Great Council promulgated a law forbidding all games of chance, the first effect of which was to close the ridotto. This law was a real phenomenon, and when the votes were taken out of the urn, the senators looked at each other with stupefaction. They made the law unwittingly, for 3/4 of the voters objected to it, and yet 3/4 of the votes were in favour of it. People said that it was a miracle of St. Mark's, who had answered the prayers of Monsignor Flagini, then censor in chief, now cardinal, and one of the 3 state inquisitors. On the day appointed I was punctual at the place of rendezvous, and I had not to wait for my mistress. She was in the dressing room, where she had time to attend to her toilet, and as soon as she heard me, she came to me dressed with the greatest elegance. "My friend is not yet at his post," she said to me, "but the moment he is there I will give you a wink. Where is the mysterious closet? There it is. Look at the back of this sofa against the wall. All those flowers in relief have a hole in the centre which communicates with the closet behind that wall. There is a bed, a table, and everything necessary to a person who wants to spend the night in amusing himself by looking at what is going on in this room. I will shew it to you whenever you like." "Was it arranged by your lover's orders?" "No, for he could not foresee that he would use it." "I understand that he may find great pleasure in such a sight, but being unable to possess you at the very moment, nature will make you most necessary to him. What will he do?" "That is his business. Besides, he is at liberty to go away when he has had enough of it, or to sleep if he has a mind to, but if you play your part naturally, he will not feel any weariness." "I will be most natural, but I must be more polite." "No, no politeness, I beg, for if you are polite, good bye to nature. Where have you ever seen, I should like to know, 2 lovers, excited by all the fury of love, think of politeness?" "You are right, darling, but I must be more delicate." "Very well, delicacy can do no harm, but no more than usual. Your letter greatly pleased me. You have treated the subject like a man of experience." I have already stated that my mistress was dressed most elegantly, but I ought to have added that it was the elegance of the Graces, and that it did not in any way prevent ease and simplicity. I only wondered at her having used some paint for the face, but it rather pleased me because she had applied it according to the fashion of the ladies of Versailles. The charm of that style consists in the negligence with which the paint is applied. The rouge must not appear natural. It is used to please the eyes which see in it the marks of an intoxication heralding the most amorous fury. She told me that she had put some on her face to please her inquisitive friend, who was very fond of it. "That taste," I said, "proves him to be a Frenchman." As I was uttering these words she made a sign to me. The friend was at his post, and now the play began. "The more I look at you, beloved angel, the more I think you worthy of my adoration." "But are you not certain that you do not worship a cruel divinity?" "Yes, and therefore I do not offer my sacrifices to appease you, but to excite you. You shall feel all through the night the ardour of my devotion." "You will not find me insensible to your offerings." "I would begin them at once, but I think that, in order to ensure their efficiency, we ought to have supper first. I have taken nothing to day but a cup of chocolate and a salad of whites of eggs dressed with oil from Lucca and Marseilles vinegar." "But, dearest, it is folly; you must be ill." "Yes, I am just now, but I shall be all right when I have distilled the whites of eggs, one by one, into your amorous soul." "I did not think you required any such stimulants." "Who could want any with you?" "But I have a rational fear, for if I happened to prime without being able to fire, I would blow my brains out." "My dear brownie, it would certainly be a misfortune, but there would be no occasion to be in despair on that account." "You think that I would only have to prime again?" "Of course." While we were bantering in this edifying fashion, the table had been laid, and we sat down to supper. She ate for two and I for four, our excellent appetite being excited by the delicate cheer. A sumptuous dessert was served in splendid silver gilt plate, similar to the two candlesticks which held 4 wax candles each. Seeing that I admired them, she said, "They are a present from my friend." "It is a magnificent present. He has given you the snuffers likewise?" "No, it is a proof that your friend is a great nobleman." "How so?" "Because great lords have no idea of snuffing the candle." "Our candles have wicks which never require that operation." "Good! Tell me who has taught you French." "Old La Forest. I have been his pupil for 6 years. He has also taught me to write poetry, but you know a great many words which I never heard from him, such as agogo, frustratoire, rate, dorlote. Who taught you these words?" "The good company in Paris, and women particularly." We made some punch, and amused ourselves in eating oysters after the voluptuous fashion of lovers. We sucked them in, one by one, after placing them on the other's tongue. Voluptuous reader, try it, and tell me whether it is not the nectar of the gods. At last joking was over, and I reminded her that we had to think of more substantial pleasures. "Wait here," she said, "I am going to change my dress. I shall be back in 1 minute." Left alone, and not knowing what to do, I looked in the drawers of her writing table. I did not touch the letters, but finding a box full of certain preservative sheaths against the fatal and dreaded plumpness, I emptied it, and I placed in it the following lines instead of the stolen goods: "Enfant de l'amitié, ministre de la peur, je suis l'amour, tremblez, respectez le voleur, et toi, femme de Dieu, ne crains pas d'être mère, car si tu le deviens, du ciel sera le père. S'il est dit cependant que tu veux le baron parle, je suis tout prêt, je me ferai chartrer." My mistress soon returned, dressed like a nymph. A gown of Indian muslin, embroidered with gold lilies, spewed to admiration the outline of her voluptuous form, and her fine lace cap was worthy of a queen. I threw myself at her feet, entreating her not to delay my happiness any longer. "Control your ardour a few moments," she said. "Here is the altar, and in a few minutes the victim will be in your arms. You will see," she added, going to her writing table, "how far the delicacy and the kind attention of my friend can extend." She took the box and opened it, but instead of the pretty sheaths that she expected to see, she found my poetry. After reading it aloud, she called me a thief, and smothering me with kisses she entreated me to give her back what I had stolen, but I pretended not to understand. She then read the lines again, considered for one moment, and under pretence of getting a better pen, she left the room, saying, "I am going to pay you in your own coin." She came back after a few minutes and wrote the following 6 lines: Sans rien ôter au plaisir amoureux, l'objet de ton larcin certes combien nouveau eut. À l'abri du danger, mon amie satisfaite, savoure en serait parfaite, Et si tu veux jouer avec sécurité, rends-moi mon doux ami. C'est donc de l'amitié. After this I could not resist any longer, and I gave her back those objects so precious to a nun who wants to sacrifice on the altar of Venus. The clock striking 12, I shewed her the principal actor who was longing to perform, and she arranged the sofa, saying that the alcove being too cold we had better sleep on it; but the true reason was that to satisfy the curious lover it was necessary for us to be seen. Dear reader, a picture must have shades, and there is nothing, no matter how beautiful in one point of view, that does not require to be sometimes veiled if you look at it from a different one. In order to paint the diversified scene which took place between me and my lovely mistress until the dawn of day, I should have to use all the colours of Aretino's palette. I was ardent and full of vigour, but I had to deal with a strong partner, and in the morning, after the last exploit, we were positively worn out, so much so that my charming nun felt some anxiety on my account. It is true that she had seen my blood spurt out and cover her bosom during my last offering, and as she did not suspect the true cause of that phenomenon, she turned pale with fright. I allayed her anxiety by 1,000 follies which made her laugh heartily. I washed her splendid bosom with rose water, so as to purify it from the blood by which it had been dyed for the first time. She expressed a fear that she had swallowed a few drops, but I told her that it was of no consequence, even if were the case. She resumed the costume of a nun, and entreating me to lie down and to write to her before returning to Venice, so as to let her know how I was, she left the casino. I had no difficulty in obeying her, for I was truly in great need of rest. I slept until evening. As soon as I awoke, I wrote to her that my health was excellent, and that I felt quite inclined to begin our delightful contest all over again. I asked her to let me know how she was herself, and after I had dispatched my letter, I returned to Venice. Chapter 19. Part 1 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. Paris in Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 8. Convent Affairs. Chapter 19. Part 1. I give my portrait to M M. A present from her. I go to the opera with her. She plays at the faro table and replenishes my empty purse. Philosophical conversation with M M. A letter from C C. She knows all. A ball at the convent. My exploits in the character of Pierrot. My dear M M had expressed a wish to have my portrait, something like the one I had given to C C, only larger, to wear it as a locket. The outside was to represent some saint, and an invisible spring was to remove the sainted picture and expose my likeness. I called upon the artist who had painted the other miniature for me, and in 3 sittings I had what I wanted. He afterwards made me an Annunciation, in which the angel Gabriel was transformed into a dark-haired saint, and the Holy Virgin into a beautiful light-complexioned woman holding her arms towards the angel. The celebrated painter Mengs imitated that idea in the picture of the Annunciation which he painted in Madrid 12 years afterwards, but I do not know whether he had the same reasons for it as my painter. That allegory was exactly the same size as my portrait, and the jeweller who made the locket arranged it in such a manner that no one could suppose the sacred image to be there only for the sake of hiding a profane likeness. The end of January 1754, before going to the casino, I called upon Laura to give her a letter for C C, and she handed me one from her which amused me. My beautiful nun had initiated that young girl not only into the mysteries of Sappho, but also in high metaphysics, and C C had consequently become a free thinker. She wrote to me that, objecting to give an account of her affairs to her confessor, and yet not wishing to tell him falsehoods, she had made up her mind to tell him nothing. He has remarked," she added, "that perhaps I do not confess anything to him because I did not examine my conscience sufficiently, and I answered him that I had nothing to say, but that if he liked I would commit a few sins for the purpose of having something to tell him in confession." I thought this reply worthy of a thorough sophist, and laughed heartily. On the same day I received the following letter from my adorable nun: "I write to you from my bed, dearest brownie, because I cannot remain standing on my feet. I am almost dead, but I am not anxious about it. A little rest will make me all right, for I eat well and sleep soundly. You have made me very happy by writing to me that your bleeding has not had any evil consequences, and I give you fair notice that I shall have the proof of it on Twelfth Night, at least if you like. That is understood, and you will let me know. In case you should feel disposed to grant me that favour, my darling, I wish to go to the opera. At all events, recollect that I positively forbid the whites of eggs for the future, for I would rather have a little less enjoyment and more security respecting your health. In future, when you go to the casino of Muran, please to enquire whether there is anybody there, and if you receive an affirmative answer, go away. My friend will do the same. In that manner you will not run the risk of meeting one another. But you need not observe these precautions for long, if you wish, for my friend is extremely fond of you, and has a great desire to make your acquaintance. He has told me that, if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed that a man could run the race that you ran so splendidly the other night. But he says that, by making love in that manner, you bid defiance to death, for he is certain that the blood you lost comes from the brain. But what will he say when he hears that you only laugh at the occurrence? I am going to make you very merry. He wants to eat the salad of whites of eggs, and he wants me to ask you for some of your vinegar, because there is none in Venice. He said that he spent a delightful night, in spite of his fear of the evil consequences of our amorous sport, and he has found my own efforts superior to the usual weakness of my sex. That may be the case, dearest brownie, but I am delighted to have done such wonders, and to have made such trial of my strength. Without you, darling of my heart, I should have lived without knowing myself, and I wonder whether it is possible for nature to create a woman who could remain insensible in your arms, or rather one who would not receive new life by your side. It is more than love that I feel for you, it is idolatry, and my mouth, longing to meet yours, sends forth thousands of kisses which are wasted in the air. I am panting for your divine portrait, so as to quench by a sweet illusion the fire which devours my amorous lips. I trust my likeness will prove equally dear to you, for it seems to me that nature has created us for one another, and I curse the fatal instant in which I raised an invincible barrier between us. You will find enclosed the key of my bureau. Open it and take a parcel on which you will see written, "For my darling." It is a small present which my friend wishes me to offer you in exchange for the beautiful nightcap that you gave me. Adieu. The small key enclosed in the letter belonged to a bureau in the boudoir. Anxious to know the nature of the present that she could offer me at the instance of her friend, I opened the bureau, and found a parcel containing a letter and a morocco leather case. The letter was as follows: "That which will, I hope, render this present dear to you is the portrait of a woman who adores you. Our friend had two of them, but the great friendship he entertains towards you has given him the happy idea of disposing of one in your favour. This box contains two portraits of me which are to be seen in two different ways. If you take off the bottom part of the case in its length, you will see me as a nun. If you press on the corner, the top will open and expose me to your sight in a state of nature. It is not possible, dearest, that a woman can ever have loved you as I do. Our friend excites my passion by the flattering opinion that he entertains of you. I cannot decide whether I am more fortunate in my friend or in my lover, for I could not imagine any being superior to either one or the other." The case contained a gold snuff box, and a small quantity of Spanish snuff which had been left in it proved that it had been used. I followed the instructions given in the letter, and I first saw my mistress in the costume of a nun, standing and in half profile. The second secret spring brought her before my eyes entirely naked, lying on a mattress of black satin, in the position of the Madeleine of Correggio. She was looking at Love, who had the quiver at his feet, and was gracefully sitting on the nun's robes. It was such a beautiful present that I did not think myself worthy of it. I wrote to M M a letter in which the deepest gratitude was blended with the most exalted love. The drawers of the bureau contained all her diamonds and 4 purses full of sequins. I admired her noble confidence in me. I locked the bureau, leaving everything undisturbed, and returned to Venice. If I had been able to escape out of the capricious clutches of fortune by giving up gambling, my happiness would have been complete. My own portrait was set with rare perfection, and as it was arranged to be worn round the neck, I attached it to 6 yards of Venetian chain, which made it a very handsome present. The secret was in the ring to which it was suspended, and it was very difficult to discover it. To make the spring work and expose my likeness, it was necessary to pull the ring with some force, and in a peculiar manner; otherwise nothing could be seen but the Annunciation, and it was then a beautiful ornament for a nun. On Twelfth Night, having the locket and chain in my pocket, I went early in the evening to watch near the fine statue erected to the hero Colleoni after he had been poisoned, if history does not deceive us. Sit divus modo non vivus is a sentence from the enlightened monarch which will last as long as there are monarchs on earth. At 6 o'clock precisely my mistress alighted from the gondola, well dressed and well masked, but this time in the garb of a woman. We went to the St. Samuel Opera, and after the second ballet we repaired to the ridotto, where she amused herself by looking at all the ladies of the nobility who alone had the right to walk about without masks. After rambling about for half an hour we entered the hall where the bank was held. She stopped before the table of M. Mocenigo, who at that time was the best amongst all the noble gamblers. As nobody was playing, he was carelessly whispering to a masked lady, whom I recognized as Madame Marina Pitani, whose adorer he was. M M inquired whether I wanted to play, and as I answered in the negative, she said to me, "I take you for my partner." And without waiting for my answer, she took a purse and placed a pile of gold on a card. The banker, without disturbing himself, shuffled the cards, turned them up, and my friend won the paroli. The banker paid, took another pack of cards, and continued his conversation with his lady, showing complete indifference for 400 sequins, in which my friend had already placed on the same card. The banker continuing his conversations, M M said to me in excellent French, "Our stakes are not high enough to interest this gentleman; let us go." I took up the gold, which I put in my pocket without answering M. de Mocenigo, who said to me, "Your mask is too exacting." I rejoined my lovely gambler, who was surrounded. We stopped soon afterwards before the bank of M. Pierre Marcello, a charming young man who had near him Madame Venier, sister of the patrician Momolo. My mistress began to play, and lost 5 rouleaux of gold, one after the other. Having no more money, she took handfuls of gold from my pocket, and in 4 or 5 deals she broke the bank. She went away, and the noble banker, bowing, complimented her upon her good fortune. After I had taken care of all the gold she had won, I gave her my arm, and we left the ridotto, but remarking that a few inquisitive persons were following us, I took a gondola which landed us according to my instructions. One can always escape prying eyes in this way in Venice. After supper I counted our winnings, and I found myself in possession of 1,000 sequins as my share. I rolled the remainder in paper, and my friend asked me to put it in her bureau. I then took my locket and threw it over her neck. It gave her the greatest delight, and she tried for a long time to discover the secret. At last I shewed it to her, and she pronounced my portrait an excellent likeness. Recollecting that we had but 3 hours to devote to the pleasures of love, I entreated her to allow me to turn them to good account. "Yes," she said, "but be prudent, for our friend pretends that you might die on the spot." "And why does he not fear the same danger for you, when your ecstasies are in reality much more frequent than mine?" "He says that the liquor distilled by us women does not come from the brain, as is the case with men, and that the generating parts of woman have no contact with her intellect. The consequence of it, he says, is that the child is not the offspring of the mother as far as the brain, the seat of reason, is concerned, but of the father, and it seems to me very true. In that important act the woman has scarcely the amount of reason that she is in need of, and she cannot have any left to enable her to give a dose to the being she is generating." Your friend is a very learned man, but do you know that such a way of arguing opens my eyes singularly? It is evident that, if that system be true, women ought to be forgiven for all the follies which they commit on account of love, whilst man is inexcusable. I should be in despair if I happened to place you in a position to become a mother." "I shall know before long, and if it should be the case, so much the better. My mind is made up, and my decision taken." "And what is that decision?" "To abandon my destiny entirely to you both. I am quite certain that neither one nor the other would let me remain at the convent." "It would be a fatal event which would decide our future destinies. I would carry you off and take you to England to marry you." "My friend thinks that a physician might be bought, who, under the pretext of some disease of his own invention, would prescribe to me to go somewhere to drink the waters, a permission which the bishop might grant. At the watering place I would get cured and come back here, but I would much rather unite our destinies for ever. Tell me, dearest, could you manage to live anywhere as comfortably as you do here?" "Alas, my love, no! But with you how could I be unhappy? But we will resume that subject whenever it may be necessary. Let us go to bed." "Yes. If I have a son, my friend wishes to act towards him as a father." "Would he believe himself to be the father?" "You might both of you believe it, but some likeness would soon enlighten me as to which of you two was the true father." "Yes. If, for instance, the child composed poetry, then you would suppose that he was the son of your friend." "How do you know that my friend can write poetry?" "Admit that he is the author of the 6 lines which you wrote in answer to mine." "I cannot possibly admit such a falsehood, because, good or bad, they were of my own making, and so as to leave you no doubt, let me convince you of it at once." "Oh, never mind, I believe you, and let us go to bed, or Love will call out the god of Parnassus." "Let him do it, but take this pencil and write. I am Apollo, you may be Love." "Je ne me battrai pas, je te cede la place. Si Venus est ma soeur, l'amour est de ma race. Je sais faire des vers, un instant de perdu. N'offense pas l'amour si je l'ai convaincu." "It is on my knees that I entreat your pardon, my heavenly friend, but how could I expect so much talent in a young daughter of Venice, only 22 years of age, and, above all, brought up in a convent?" "I have a most insatiate desire to prove myself more and more worthy of you. Did you think I was prudent at the gaming table?" "Prudent enough to make the most intrepid banker tremble." "I do not always play so well, but I had taken you as a partner, and I felt I could set fortune at defiance. Why would you not play?" "Because I had lost 4,000 sequins last week, and I was without money. But I shall play tomorrow, and fortune will smile upon me. In the meantime, here is a small book which I have brought from your boudoir, the postures of Pietro Aretino. I want to try some of them." "The thought is worthy of you, but some of these positions could not be executed, and others are insipid." "True, but I have chosen 4 very interesting ones." These delightful labours occupied the remainder of the night, until the alarum warned us that it was time to part. I accompanied my lovely nun as far as her gondola, and then went to bed. But I could not sleep. I got up in order to go and pay a few small debts, for one of the greatest pleasures that a spendthrift can enjoy is, in my opinion, to discharge certain liabilities. The gold won by my mistress proved lucky for me, for I did not pass a single day of the carnival without winning. 3 days after Twelfth Night, having paid a visit to the casino of Muran for the purpose of placing some gold in M M 's bureau, the doorkeeper handed me a letter from my nun. Laura had, a few minutes before, delivered me one from C C. My new mistress, after giving me an account of her health, requested me to enquire from my jeweller whether he had not by chance made a ring having on its bezel a St. Catherine, which, without a doubt, concealed another portrait. She wished to know the secret of that ring. "A young boarder," she added, "a lovely girl, and my friend, is the owner of that ring. There must be a secret, but she does not know it." I answered that I would do what she wished. But here is the letter of C C. It was rather amusing, because it placed me in a regular dilemma. It bore a late date, but the letter of M M had been written 2 days before it. "Ali, how truly happy I am, my beloved husband! You love Sister M M , my dear friend. She has a locket as big as a ring, and she cannot have received it from anyone but you. I am certain that your dear likeness is to be found under the Annunciation. I recognize the style of the artist, and it is certainly the same who painted the locket and my ring. I am satisfied that Sister M M has received that present from you. I am so pleased to know all, that I would not run the risk of grieving her by telling her that I knew her secret. But my dear friend, either more open or more curious, has not imitated my reserve. She told me that she had no doubt of my St. Catherine concealing the portrait of my lover. Unable to say anything better, I told her that the ring was in reality a gift from my lover, but that I had no idea of his portrait being concealed inside of it. "If it is as you say," observed M M , "and if you have no objection, I will try to find out the secret, and afterwards I will let you know mine." Being quite certain that she would not discover it, I gave her my ring, saying that, if she could find out the secret, I should be very much pleased. Just at that moment my aunt paid me a visit, and I left my ring in the hands of M M , who returned it to me after dinner, assuring me that, although she had not been able to find out the secret, she was certain there was one. I promise you that she shall never hear anything about it from me, because if she saw your portrait she would guess everything, and then I would have to tell her who you are. I am sorry to be compelled to conceal anything from her, but I am very glad you love one another. I pity you both, however, with all my heart, because I know that you are obliged to make love through a grating in that horrid parlour. How I wish, dearest, I could give you my place. I would make two persons happy at the same time. Adieu." I answered that she had guessed rightly, that the locket of her friend was a present from me and contained my likeness, but that she was to keep the secret, and to be certain that my friendship for M M interfered in no way with the feeling which bound me to her for ever. I certainly was well aware that I was not behaving in a straightforward manner, but I endeavoured to deceive myself. So true it is that a woman, weak as she is, has more influence by the feeling she inspires than man can possibly have with all his strength. At all events, I was foolishly trying to keep up an intrigue which I knew to be near its denouement through the intimacy that had sprung up between these two friendly rivals. Laura having informed me that there was to be on a certain day a ball in the large parlour of the convent, I made up my mind to attend it in such a disguise that my two friends could not recognize me. I decided upon the costume of a Pierrot, because it conceals the form and the gait better than any other. I was certain that my two friends would be behind the grating, and that it would afford me the pleasant opportunity of seeing them together and of comparing them. In Venice, during the carnival, that innocent pleasure is allowed in convents. The guests dance in the parlour, and the sisters remain behind the grating, enjoying the sight of the ball, which is over by sunset. Then all the guests retire, and the poor nuns are for a long time happy in the recollection of the pleasure enjoyed by their eyes. The ball was to take place in the afternoon of the day appointed for my meeting with M M in the evening, at the casino of Muran, but that could not prevent me from going to the ball. Besides, I wanted to see my dear C C. I have said before that the dress of a Pierrot is the costume which disguises the figure and the gait most completely. It has also the advantage, through a large cap, of concealing the hair, and the white gauze which covers the face does not allow the colour of the eyes or of the eyebrows to be seen. But in order to prevent the costume from hindering the movements of the mask, he must not wear anything underneath, and in winter a dress made of light calico is not particularly agreeable. I did not, however, pay any attention to that, and taking only a plate of soup, I went to Muran in a gondola. I had no cloak, and in my pockets I had nothing but my handkerchief, my purse, and the key of the casino. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Recording by Joelle Peebles. Chapter 19, Part 2 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. Paris in Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 8. Convent Affairs. Chapter 19, Part 2. A ball at the convent. My exploits in the character of Pierrot. C C comes to the casino instead of M M. I spend the night with her in a very silly way. I went at once to the convent. The parlour was full, but thanks to my costume of Pierrot, which was seen in Venice but very seldom, everybody made room for me. I walked on, assuming the gait of a booby, the true characteristic of my costume, and I stopped near the dancers. After I had examined the pantaloons, punches, harlequins, and merry andrews, I went near the grating where I saw all the nuns and boarders, some seated, some standing, and without appearing to notice any of them in particular, I remarked my two friends together and very intent upon the dancers. I then walked round the room, eyeing everybody from head to foot, and calling the general attention upon myself. I chose for my partner in the minuet a very pretty girl, dressed as a columbine, and I took her hand in so awkward a manner and with such an air of stupidity that everybody laughed and made room for us. My partner danced very well according to her costume, and I kept my character with such perfection that the laughter was general. After the minuet I danced 12 forlanas with the greatest vigour. Out of breath, I threw myself on a sofa, pretending to go to sleep, and the moment I began to snore everybody respected the slumbers of Pierrot. The quadrille lasted 1 hour, and I took no part in it, but immediately after it a harlequin approached me with the impertinence which belongs to his costume, and flogged me with his wand. It is harlequin's weapon. In my quality of Pierrot I had no weapons. I seized him round the waist and carried him round the parlour, running all the time, while he kept on flogging me. I then put him down. Adroitly snatching his wand out of his hand, I lifted his columbine on my shoulders and pursued him, striking him with the wand, to the great delight and mirth of the company. The columbine was screaming because she was afraid of my tumbling down and of shewing her centre of gravity to everybody in the fall. She had good reason to fear, for suddenly a foolish merry andrew came behind me, tripped me up, and down I tumbled. Everybody hooted Master Punch. I quickly picked myself up, and rather vexed I began a regular fight with the insolent fellow. He was of my size, but awkward, and he had nothing but strength. I threw him, and shaking him vigorously on all sides, I contrived to deprive him of his hump and false stomach. The nuns, who had never seen such a merry sight, clapped their hands. Everybody laughed loudly, and improving my opportunity I ran through the crowd and disappeared. I was in a perspiration, and the weather was cold. I threw myself into a gondola, and in order not to get chilled I landed at the ridotto. I had 2 hours to spare before going to the casino of Muran, and I longed to enjoy the astonishment of my beautiful nun when she saw M. Pierrot standing before her. I spent those 2 hours in playing at all the banks, winning, losing, and performing all sorts of antics with complete freedom, being satisfied that no one could recognize me, enjoying the present, bidding defiance to the future, and laughing at all those reasonable beings who exercise their reason to avoid the misfortunes which they fear, destroying at the same time the pleasure that they might enjoy. But 2 o'clock struck and gave me warning that love and Comus were calling me to bestow new delights upon me. With my pockets full of gold and silver I left the ridotto, hurried to Muran, entered the sanctuary, and saw my divinity leaning against the mantelpiece. She wore her convent dress. I came near her by stealth in order to enjoy her surprise. I look at her, and I remain petrified, astounded. The person I see is not M M. It is C C, dressed as a nun, who, more astonished even than myself, does not utter one word or make a movement. I throw myself in an armchair in order to breathe and to recover from my surprise. The sight of C C had annihilated me, and my mind was as much stupefied as my body. I found myself in an inextricable maze. "It is M M," I said to myself, "who has played that trick upon me, but how has she contrived to know that I am the lover of C C? Has C C betrayed my secret? But if she has betrayed it, how could M M deprive herself of the pleasure of seeing me, and consent to her place being taken by her friend and rival? That cannot be a mark of kind compliance, for a woman never carries it to such an extreme. I see in it only a mark of contempt, a gratuitous insult." My self-love tried hard to imagine some reason likely to disprove the possibility of that contempt, but in vain. Absorbed in that dark discontent, I believed myself wantonly trifled with, deceived, despised, and I spent half an hour silent and gloomy, staring at C C, who scarcely dared to breathe, perplexed, confused, and not knowing in whose presence she was, for she could only know me as the Pierrot whom she had seen at the ball. Deeply in love with M M, and having come to the casino only for her, I did not feel disposed to accept the exchange, although I was very far from despising C C, whose charms were as great, at least, as those of M M. I loved her tenderly, I adored her, but at that moment it was not her whom I wanted, because at first her presence had struck me as a mystification. It seemed to me that if I celebrated the return of C C in an amorous manner, I would fail in what I owed to myself, and I thought that I was bound in honour not to lend myself to the imposition. Besides, without exactly realizing that feeling, I was not sorry to have it in my power to reproach M M with an indifference very strange in a woman in love, and I wanted to act in such a manner that she should not be able to say that she had procured me a pleasure. I must add that I suspected M M to be hiding in the secret closet, perhaps with her friend. I had to take a decision, for I could not pass the whole night in my costume of Pierrot, and without speaking. At first I thought of going away, the more so that both C C and her friend could not be certain that I and Pierrot were the same individual, but I soon abandoned the idea with horror, thinking of the deep sorrow which would fill the loving soul of C C if she ever heard I was the Pierrot. I almost fancied that she knew it already, and I shared the grief which she evidently would feel in that case. I had seduced her. I had given her the right to call me her husband. These thoughts broke my heart. If M M is in the closet, I said to myself, she will shew herself in good time. With that idea I took off the gauze which covered my features. My lovely C C gave a deep sigh, and said, "I breathe again. It could not be anyone but you. My heart felt it. You seemed surprised when you saw me, dearest. Did you not know that I was waiting for you?" "I had not the faintest idea of it." "If you are angry, I regret it deeply, but I am innocent." "My adored friend, come to my arms, and never suppose that I can be angry with you. I am delighted to see you. You are always my dear wife, but I entreat you to clear up a cruel doubt, for you could never have betrayed my secret." "I? I would never have been guilty of such a thing, even if death had stared me in the face." "Then how did you come here? How did your friend contrive to discover everything? Not one but you could tell her that I am your husband. Laura, perhaps?" "No, Laura is faithful, dearest, and I cannot guess how it was." "But how could you be persuaded to assume that disguise and to come here? You can leave the convent, and you have never apprised me of that important circumstance." "Can you suppose that I would not have told you all about it, if I had ever left the convent even once? I came out of it 2 hours ago for the first time, and I was induced to take that step in the simplest and most natural manner. Tell me all about it, my love. I feel extremely curious." "I am glad of it, and I would conceal nothing from you. You know how dearly M M and I love each other. No intimacy could be more tender than ours. You can judge of it by what I told you in my letters. Well, 2 days ago, my dear friend begged the abbess and my aunt to allow me to sleep in her room in the place of the lay sister, who, having a very bad cold, had carried her cough to the infirmary. The permission was granted, and you cannot imagine our pleasure in seeing ourselves at liberty, for the first time, to sleep in the same bed. To day, shortly after you had left the parlour where you so much amused us, without our discovering that the delightful Pierrot was our friend, my dear M M retired to her room, and I followed her. The moment we were alone she told me that she wanted me to render her a service from which depended our happiness. I need not tell you how readily I answered that she had only to name it. Then she opened a drawer, and much to my surprise she dressed me in this costume. She was laughing, and I did the same, without suspecting the end of the joke. When she saw me entirely metamorphosed into a nun, she told me that she was going to trust me with a great secret, but that she entertained no fear of my discretion. "Let me tell you, clearest friend," she said to me, "that I was on the point of going out of the convent, to return only tomorrow morning. I have, however, just decided that you shall go instead. You have nothing to fear, and you do not require any instructions, because I know that you will meet with no difficulty. In an hour a lay sister will come here. I will speak a few words apart to her, and she will tell you to follow her. You will go out with her through the small gate and across the garden as far as the room leading out to the low shore. There you will get into the gondola, and say to the gondolier these words: 'To the casino.' You will reach it in 5 minutes. You will step out, and enter a small apartment, where you will find a good fire. You will be alone, and you will wait." "For whom?" I enquired. "For nobody; you need not know any more. You may only be certain that nothing unpleasant will happen to you. Trust me for that. You will sup at the casino, and sleep, if you like, without being disturbed. Do not ask any questions, for I cannot answer them. Such is my dear husband, the whole truth. Tell me now what I could do after that speech of my friend, and after she had received my promise to do whatever she wished. Do not distrust what I tell you, for my lips cannot utter a falsehood." I laughed, and not expecting anything else but an agreeable adventure, I followed the lay sister, and soon found myself here. After a tedious hour of expectation, Pierrot made his appearance. Be quite certain that the very moment I saw you my heart knew who it was, but a minute after I felt as if the lightning had struck me when I saw you step back, for I saw clearly enough that you did not expect to find me. Your gloomy silence frightened me, and I would never have dared to be the first in breaking it, the more so that, in spite of the feelings of my heart, I might have been mistaken. The dress of Pierrot might conceal some other man, but certainly no one that I could have seen in this place without horror. Recollect that for the last 8 months I have been deprived of the happiness of kissing you, and now that you must be certain of my innocence, allow me to congratulate you upon knowing this casino. You are happy, and I congratulate you with all my heart. M M is, after me, the only woman worthy of your love, the only one with whom I could consent to share it. I used to pity you, but I do so no longer, and your happiness makes me happy. Kiss me now." I should have been very ungrateful, I should even have been cruel, if I had not then folded in my arms, with the warmth of true love, the angel of goodness and beauty who was before me, thanks to the most wonderful effort of our friendship. After assuring her that I no longer entertained any doubt of her innocence, I told her that I thought the behaviour of her friend very ambiguous. I said that, notwithstanding the pleasure I felt in seeing her, the trick played upon me by her friend was a very bad one, that it could not do otherwise than displease me greatly, because it was an insult to me. "I am not of your opinion," replied C C Dear M M has evidently contrived somehow or other to discover that, before you were acquainted with her, you were my lover. She thought very likely that you still loved me, and she imagined, for I know her well, that she could not give us a greater proof of her love than by procuring us, without forewarning us, that which two lovers fond of each other must wish for so ardently. She wished to make us happy, and I cannot be angry with her for it. You are right to think so, dearest, but my position is very different from yours. You have not another lover, you could not have another, but I, being free and unable to see you, have not found it possible to resist the charms of M M. I love her madly, she knows it, and, intelligent as she is, she must have meant to shew her contempt for me by doing what she has done. I candidly confess that I feel hurt in the highest degree. If she loved me as I love her, she never could have sent you here instead of coming herself." "I do not think so, my beloved friend. Her soul is as noble as her heart is generous, and just in the same manner that I am not sorry to know that you love one another and that you make each other happy, as this beautiful casino proves to me, she does not regret our love, and she is, on the contrary, delighted to shew us that she approves of it. Most likely she meant to prove that she loved you for your own sake, that your happiness makes her happy, and that she is not jealous of her best friend being her rival. To convince you that you ought not to be angry with her for having discovered our secret, she proves, by sending me here in her place, that she is pleased to see your heart divided between her and me. You know very well that she loves me, and that I am often either her wife or her husband, and as you do not object to my being your rival and making her often as happy as I can, she does not want you either to suppose that her love is like hatred, for the love of a jealous heart is very much like it. You plead the cause of your friend with the eloquence of an angel, but, dear little wife, you do not see the affair in its proper light. You have intelligence and a pure soul, but you have not my experience. M M's love for me has been nothing but a passing fancy, and she knows that I am not such an idiot as to be deceived by all this affair. I am miserable, and it is her doing." Then I should be right if I complained of her also, because she makes me feel that she is the mistress of my lover, and she shews me that, after seducing him from me, she gives him back to me without difficulty. Then she wishes me to understand that she despises also my tender affection for her, since she places me in a position to shew that affection for another person. Now, dearest, you speak without reason, for the relations between you two are of an entirely different nature. Your mutual love is nothing but trifling nonsense, mere illusion of the senses. The pleasures which you enjoy together are not exclusive. To become jealous of one another, it would be necessary that one of you two should feel a similar affection for another woman, but M M could no more be angry at your having a lover than you could be so yourself if she had one, provided, however, that the lover should not belong to the other. But that is precisely our case, and you are mistaken. We are not angry at your loving us both equally. Have I not written to you that I would most willingly give you my place near M M? Then you must believe that I despise you likewise. My darling, that wish of yours to give me up your place, when you did not know that I was happy with M M, arose from your friendship rather than from your love, and for the present I must be glad to see that your friendship is stronger than your love, but I have every reason to be sorry when M M feels the same. I love her without any possibility of marrying her. Do you understand me, dearest? As for you, knowing that you must be my wife, I am certain of our love, which practice will animate with new life. It is not the same with M M. That love cannot spring up again into existence. Is it not humiliating for me to have inspired her with nothing but a passing fancy? I understand your adoration for her very well. She has initiated you into all her mysteries, and you owe her eternal friendship and everlasting gratitude." It was midnight, and we went on wasting our time in this desultory conversation, when the prudent and careful servant brought us an excellent supper. I could not touch anything, my heart was too full, but my dear little wife supped with a good appetite. I could not help laughing when I saw a salad of whites of eggs, and C C thought it extraordinary because all the yolks had been removed. In her innocence she could not understand the intention of the person who had ordered the supper. As I looked at her I was compelled to acknowledge that she had improved in beauty. In fact, C C was remarkably beautiful, yet I remained cold by her side. I have always thought that there is no merit in being faithful to the person we truly love. 2 hours before daylight we resumed our seats near the fire, and C C, seeing how dull I was delicately attentive to me. She attempted no allurement, all her movements wore the stamp of the most decent reserve, and her conversation, tender in its expressions and perfectly easy, never conveyed the shadow of a reproach for my coolness. Towards the end of our long conversation she asked me what she should say to her friend on her return to the convent. My dear M M expects to see me full of joy and gratitude for the generous present she thought she was making me by giving me this night. But what shall I tell her? The whole truth. Do not keep from her a single word of our conversation as far as your memory will serve you, and tell her especially that she has made me miserable for a long time. No, for I should cause her too great a sorrow. She loves you dearly, and cherishes the locket which contains your likeness. I mean, on the contrary, to do all I can to bring peace between you two, and I must succeed before long, because my friend is not guilty of any wrong, and you only feel some spite, although with no cause. I will send you my letter by Laura, unless you promise me to go and fetch it yourself at her house. Your letters will always be dear to me, but, mark my words, M M will not enter into any explanation. She will believe you in everything, except in one. I suppose you mean our passing a whole night together as innocently as if we were brother and sister. If she knows you as well as I do, she will indeed think it most wonderful. In that case you may tell her the contrary, if you like. Nothing of the sort. I hate falsehoods, and I will certainly never utter one in such a case as this. It would be very wrong. I do not love you less on that account, my darling, although during this long night you have not condescended to give me the slightest proof of your love. Believe me, dearest, I am sick from unhappiness. I love you with my whole soul, but I am in such a situation that... What? You are weeping, my love? Oh, I entreat you spare my heart. I am so sorry to have told you such a thing, but I can assure you I never meant to make you unhappy. I am sure that in a quarter of an hour M M will be crying likewise. The alarum struck, and having no longer any hope of seeing M M come to justify herself, I kissed C C . I gave her the key of the casino, requesting her to return it for me to M M , and my young friend having gone back to the convent, I put on my mask and left the casino. Chapter 20. Of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. Paris in Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 8. Convent Affairs. Chapter 20. I am in danger of perishing in the lagoons. Illness. Letters from C C and M M. The quarrel is made up. Meeting at the casino of Muran, I learn the name of M M's friend, and consent to give him a supper at my casino in the company of our common mistress. The weather was fearful. The wind was blowing fiercely, and it was bitterly cold. When I reached the shore, I looked for a gondola. I called the gondoliers, but in contravention to the police regulations, there was neither gondola nor gondolier. What was I to do? Dressed in light linen, I was hardly in a fit state to walk along the wharf for an hour in such weather. I should most likely have gone back to the casino if I had had the key, but I was paying the penalty of the foolish spite which had made me give it up. The wind almost carried me off my feet, and there was no house that I could enter to get a shelter. I had in my pockets 300 philippes that I had won in the evening, and a purse full of gold. I had therefore every reason to fear the thieves of Muran, a very dangerous class of cutthroats, determined murderers who enjoyed and abused a certain impunity, because they had some privileges granted to them by the government on account of the services they rendered in the manufactories of looking glasses and in the glass works which are numerous on the island. In order to prevent their emigration, the government had granted them the freedom of Venice. I dreaded meeting a pair of them, who would have stripped me of everything at least. I had not, by chance, with me the knife which all honest men must carry to defend their lives in my dear country. I was truly in an unpleasant predicament. I was thus painfully situated when I thought I could see a light through the crevices of a small house. I knocked modestly against the shutter. A voice called out, "Who is knocking?" And at the same moment the shutter was pushed open. "What do you want?" asked a man, rather astonished at my costume. I explained my predicament in a few words, and giving him one sequin, I begged his permission to shelter myself under his roof. Convinced by my sequin rather than my words, he opened the door. I went in, and promising him another sequin for his trouble, I requested him to get me a gondola to take me to Venice. He dressed himself hurriedly, thanking God for that piece of good fortune, and went out assuring me that he would soon get me a gondola. I remained alone in a miserable room in which all his family, sleeping together in a large ill-looking bed, were staring at me in consequence of my extraordinary costume. In half an hour the good man returned to announce that the gondoliers were at the wharf, but that they wanted to be paid in advance. I raised no objection, gave a sequin to the man for his trouble, and went to the wharf. The sight of two strong gondoliers made me get into the gondola without anxiety, and we left the shore without being much disturbed by the wind. But when we had gone beyond the island, the storm attacked us with such fury that I thought myself lost, for although a good swimmer, I was not sure I had strength enough to resist the violence of the waves and swim to the shore. I ordered the men to go back to the island, but they answered that I had not to deal with a couple of cowards, and that I had no occasion to be afraid. I knew the disposition of our gondoliers, and I made up my mind to say no more. But the wind increased in violence, the foaming waves rushed into the gondola, and my two rowers, in spite of their vigour and of their courage, could no longer guide it. We were only within 100 yards of the mouth of the Jesuits' canal when a terrible gust of wind threw one of the barcaroles into the sea. Most fortunately he contrived to hold by the gondola and to get in again, but he had lost his oar, and while he was securing another the gondola had tacked and had already gone a considerable distance abreast. The position called for immediate decision, and I had no wish to take my supper with Neptune. I threw a handful of philippes into the gondola, and ordered the gondoliers to throw overboard the felce which covered the boat. The ringing of money, as much as the imminent danger, ensured instant obedience, and then, the wind having less hold upon us, my brave boatmen shewed Aeolus that their efforts could conquer him, for in less than 5 minutes we shot into the Beggars' Canal, and I reached the Bragadin Palace. I went to bed at once, covering myself heavily in order to regain my natural heat, but sleep, which alone could have restored me to health, would not visit me. 5 or 6 hours afterwards, M. de Bragadin and his 2 inseparable friends paid me a visit, and found me raving with fever. That did not prevent my respectable protector from laughing at the sight of the costume of Pierrot lying on the sofa. After congratulating me upon having escaped with my life out of such a bad predicament, they left me alone. In the evening I perspired so profusely that my bed had to be changed. The next day my fever and delirium increased, and 2 days after, the fever having abated, I found myself almost crippled and suffering fearfully with lumbago. I felt that nothing could relieve me but a strict regimen, and I bore the evil patiently. Early on the Wednesday morning, Laura, the faithful messenger, called on me. I was still in my bed. I told her that I could neither read nor write, and I asked her to come again the next day. She placed on the table near my bed the parcel she had for me, and she left me, knowing what had occurred to me sufficiently to enable her to inform C C of the state in which I was. Feeling a little better towards the evening, I ordered my servant to lock me in my room, and I opened C C's letter. The first thing I found in the parcel, and which caused me great pleasure, was the key of the casino which she returned to me. I had already repented having given it up, and I was beginning to feel that I had been in the wrong. It acted like a refreshing balm upon me. The second thing, not less dear after the return of the precious key, was a letter from M M, the seal of which I was not long in breaking, and I read the following lines: "The particulars which you have read, or which you are going to read, in the letter of my friend, will cause you, I hope, to forget the fault which I have committed so innocently, for I trusted, on the contrary, that you would be very happy. I saw all and heard all, and would not have gone away without the key, if I had not most unfortunately fallen asleep an hour before your departure. Take back the key and come to the casino tomorrow night. Since Heaven has saved you from the storm, your love may perhaps give you the right to complain, but not to ill treat a woman who certainly has not given you any mark of contempt." I afterwards read the letter of my dear C C, and I will give a copy of it here because I think it will prove interesting. "I entreat you, dear husband, not to send back this key, unless you have become the most cruel of men, unless you find pleasure in tormenting 2 women who love you ardently, and who love you for yourself only. Knowing your excellent heart, I trust you will go to the casino tomorrow evening and make it up with M M, who cannot go there tonight. You will see that you are in the wrong, dearest, and that, far from despising you, my dear friend loves you only. In the meantime, let me tell you what you are not acquainted with, and what you must be anxious to know. Immediately after you had gone away, in that fearful storm which caused me such anguish, and just as I was preparing to return to the convent, I was much surprised to see standing before me my dear M M, who from some hiding place had heard all you had said. She had several times been on the point of shewing herself, but she had always been prevented by the fear of coming out of season, and thus stopping a reconciliation which she thought was inevitable between 2 fond lovers. Unfortunately, sleep had conquered her before her departure, and she only woke when the alarm struck, too late to detain you, for you had rushed with the haste of a man who is flying from some terrible danger. As soon as I saw her I gave her the key, although I did not know what it meant, and my friend, heaving a deep sigh, told me that she would explain everything as soon as we were safe in her room. We left the casino in a dreadful storm, trembling for your safety, and not thinking of our own danger. As soon as we were in the convent I resumed my usual costume, and M M went to bed. I took a seat near her, and this is what she told me: "When you left your ring in my hands to go to your aunt, who had sent for you, I examined it with so much attention that at last I suspected the small blue spot to be connected with the secret spring. I took a pin, succeeded in removing the top part, and I cannot express the joy I felt when I saw that we both loved the same man. But no more can I give you an idea of my sorrow when I thought that I was encroaching upon your rights. Delighted, however, with my discovery, I immediately conceived a plan which would procure you the pleasure of supping with him. I closed the ring again and returned it to you, telling you at the same time that I had not been able to discover anything. I was then truly the happiest of women, knowing your heart, knowing that you were aware of the love of your lover for me, since I had innocently shewed you his portrait, and happy in the idea that you were not jealous of me. I would have despised myself if I had entertained any feelings different from your own, the more so that your rights over him were by far stronger than mine. As for the mysterious manner in which you always kept from me the name of your husband, I easily guessed that you were only obeying his orders, and I admired your noble sentiments and the goodness of your heart. In my opinion, your lover was afraid of losing us both, if we found out that neither the one nor the other of us possessed his whole heart. I could not express my deep sorrow when I thought that after you had seen me in possession of his portrait you continued to act in the same manner towards me, although you could not any longer hope to be the sole object of his love. Then I had but one idea, to prove to both of you that M M is worthy of your affection, of your friendship, of your esteem. I was indeed thoroughly happy when I thought that the felicity of our trio would be increased 100-fold, for is it not an unbearable misery to keep a secret from the being we adore? I made you take my place, and I thought that proceeding a masterpiece. You allowed me to dress you as a nun, and with a compliance which proves your confidence in me, you went to my casino without knowing where you were going. As soon as you had landed, the gondola came back, and I went to a place well known to our friend, from which, without being seen, I could follow all your movements and hear everything you said. I was the author of the play. It was natural that I should witness it, the more so that I felt certain of seeing and hearing nothing that would not be very agreeable to me. I reached the casino a quarter of an hour after you, and I cannot tell you my delightful surprise when I saw that dear Pierrot who had amused us so much, and whom we had not recognized. But I was fated to feel no other pleasure than that of his appearance. Fear, surprise, and anxiety overwhelmed me at once when I saw the effect produced upon him by the disappointment of his expectation, and I felt unhappy. Our lover took the thing wrongly, and he went away in despair. He loves me still, but if he thinks of me, it is only to try to forget me. Alas! he will succeed but too soon. By sending back that key he proves that he will never again go to the casino. Fatal night! When my only wish was to minister to the happiness of 3 persons. How is it that the very reverse of my wish has occurred? It will kill me, dear friend, unless you contrive to make him understand reason, for I feel that without him I cannot live. You must have the means of writing to him. You know him, you know his name. In the name of all goodness send back this key to him with a letter to persuade him to come to the casino tomorrow or on the following day, if it is only to speak to me, and I hope to convince him of my love and my innocence. Rest today, dearest, but tomorrow write to him, tell him the whole truth, take pity on your poor friend, and forgive her for loving your lover. I shall write a few lines myself. You will enclose them in your letter. It is my fault if he no longer loves you. You ought to hate me, and yet you are generous enough to love me. I adore you. I have seen his tears. I have seen how well his soul can love. I know him now. I could not have believed that men were able to love so much. I have passed a terrible night. Do not think I am angry, dear friend, because you confided to him that we love one another like 2 lovers. It does not displease me, and with him it was no indiscretion, because his mind is as free of prejudices as his heart is good. Tears were choking her. I tried to console her, and I most willingly promised her to write to you. She never closed her eyes throughout that day, but I slept soundly for 4 hours. When we got up we found the convent full of bad news, which interested us a great deal more than people imagined. It was reported that an hour before daybreak a fishing boat had been lost in the lagoon, that 2 gondolas had been capsized, and that the people in them had perished. You may imagine our anguish. We dared not ask any questions, but it was just the hour at which you had left me, and we entertained the darkest forebodings. We returned to our room, where M M fainted away. More courageous than she is, I told her that you were a good swimmer, but I could not allay her anxiety, and she went to bed with a feverish chill. Just at that moment my aunt, who was of a very cheerful disposition, came in laughing to tell us that during the storm the Pierrot who had made us laugh so much had had a narrow escape of being drowned. "Ah, the poor Pierrot!" I exclaimed. "Tell us all about him, dear aunt. I am very glad he was saved. Who is he? Do you know?" "Oh, yes," she answered, "everything is known, for he was taken home by our gondoliers. One of them has just told me that Pierrot, having spent the night at the Briati ball, did not find any gondola to return to Venice, and that our gondoliers took him for a sequin. One of the men fell into the sea, but then the brave Pierrot, throwing handfuls of silver upon the Xenia, pitched the felce overboard, and the wind having less hold, they reached Venice safely through the Beggars' Canal. This morning the lucky gondoliers divided 30 philippes which they found in the gondola, and they have been fortunate enough to pick up their felce. Pierrot will remember Muran and the ball at Briati. The man says that he is the son of M. de Bragadin, the procurator's brother. He was taken to the palace of that nobleman, nearly dead from cold, for he was dressed in light calico and had no cloak." When my aunt had left us, we looked at one another for several minutes without uttering a word, but we felt that the good news had brought back life to us. M M asked me whether you were really the son of M. de Bragadin. "It might be so," I said to her, "but his name does not shew my lover to be the bastard of that nobleman, and still less his legitimate child, for M. de Bragadin was never married." "I should be very sorry," said M M , "if he were his son." I thought it right, then, to tell her your true name, and of the application made to my father by M. de Bragadin for my hand, the consequence of which was that I had been shut up in the convent. Therefore, my own darling, your little wife has no longer any secret to keep from M M , and I hope you will not accuse me of indiscretion, for it is better that our dear friend should know all the truth than only half of it. We have been greatly amused, as you may well suppose, by the certainty with which people say that you spent all the night at the Briati ball. When people do not know everything, they invent, and what might be is often accepted in the place of what is in reality. Sometimes it proves very fortunate. At all events, the news did a great deal of good to my friend, who is now much better. She has had an excellent night, and the hope of seeing you at the casino has restored all her beauty. She has read this letter 3 or 4 times, and has smothered me with kisses. I long to give her the letter which you are going to write to her. The messenger will wait for it. Perhaps I shall see you again at the casino, and in a better temper, I hope. Adieu. It did not require much argument to conquer me. When I had finished the letter, I was at once the admirer of C C and the ardent lover of M M . But alas! although the fever had left me, I was crippled. Certain that Laura would come again early the next morning, I could not refrain from writing to both of them a short letter, it is true, but long enough to assure them that reason had again taken possession of my poor brain. I wrote to C C that she had done right in telling her friend my name, the more so that, as I did not attend their church any longer, I had no reason to make a mystery of it. In everything else I freely acknowledged myself in the wrong, and I promised her that I would atone by giving M M the strongest possible proofs of my repentance as soon as I could go again to her casino. This is the letter that I wrote to my adorable nun. I gave C C the key of your casino, to be returned to you, my own charming friend, because I believed myself trifled with and despised, of malice aforethought, by the woman I worship. In my error I thought myself unworthy of presenting myself before your eyes, and in spite of love, horror made me shudder. Such was the effect produced upon me by an act which would have appeared to me admirable if my self-love had not blinded me and upset my reason. But, dearest, to admire it would have been necessary for my mind to be as noble as yours, and I have proved how far it is from being so. I am inferior to you in all things, except in passionate love, and I will prove it to you at our next meeting, when I will beg on my knees a generous pardon. Believe me, beloved creature, If I wish ardently to recover my health, it is only to have it in my power to prove by my love 1,000 times increased how ashamed I am of my errors. My painful lumbago has alone prevented me from answering your short note yesterday, to express to you my regrets, and the love which has been enhanced in me by your generosity, alas! so badly rewarded. I can assure you that in the lagoons, with death staring me in the face, I regretted no one but you, nothing but having outraged you. But in the fearful danger then threatening me I only saw a punishment from heaven. If I had not cruelly sent back to you the key of the casino, I should most likely have returned there, and should have avoided the sorrow as well as the physical pains which I am now suffering as an expiation. I thank you 1,000 times for having recalled me to myself, and you may be certain that for the future I will keep better control over myself. Nothing shall make me doubt your love. But, darling, what do you say of C C? Is she not an incarnate angel who can be compared to no one but you? You love us both equally. I am the only one weak and faulty, and you make me ashamed of myself. Yet I feel that I would give my life for her as well as for you. I feel curious about one thing, but I cannot trust it to paper. You will satisfy that curiosity the first time I shall be able to go to the casino before 2 days at the earliest. I will let you know 2 days beforehand. In the meantime, I entreat you to think a little of me, and to be certain of my devoted love. Adieu. The next morning Laura found me sitting up in bed, and in a fair way to recover my health. I requested her to tell C C that I felt much better, and I gave her the letter I had written. She had brought me one from my dear little wife, in which I found enclosed a note from M M Those 2 letters were full of tender expressions of love, anxiety for my health, and ardent prayers for my recovery. 6 days afterwards, feeling much stronger, I went to Muran, where the keeper of the casino handed me a letter from M M She wrote to me how impatient she was for my complete recovery, and how desirous she was to see me in possession of her casino, with all the privileges which she hoped I would retain for ever. "Let me know, I entreat you," she added, "when we are likely to meet again, either at Muran or in Venice, as you please. Be quite certain that whenever we meet we shall be alone and without a witness." I answered at once, telling her that we would meet the day after the morrow at her casino, because I wanted to receive her loving absolution in the very spot where I had outraged the most generous of women. I was longing to see her again, for I was ashamed of my cruel injustice towards her, and panting to atone for my wrongs. Knowing her disposition, and reflecting calmly upon what had taken place, it was now evident to me that what she had done, very far from being a mark of contempt, was the refined effort of a love wholly devoted to me. Since she had found out that I was the lover of her young friend, could she imagine that my heart belonged only to herself? In the same way that her love for me did not prevent her from being compliant with the ambassador, she admitted the possibility of my being the same with C C. She overlooked the difference of constitution between the 2 sexes, and the privileges enjoyed by women. Now that age has whitened my hair and deadened the ardour of my senses, my imagination does not take such a high flight, and I think differently. I am conscious that my beautiful nuns sinned against womanly reserve and modesty, the 2 most beautiful appanages of the fair sex, but if that unique, or at least rare, woman was guilty of an eccentricity which I then thought a virtue, she was at all events exempt from that fearful venom called jealousy, an unhappy passion which devours the miserable being who is labouring under it, and destroys the love that gave it birth. 2 days afterwards, on the 4th of February, 1754, I had the supreme felicity of finding myself again alone with my beloved mistress. She wore the dress of a nun. As we both felt guilty, the moment we saw each other, by a spontaneous movement, we fell both on our knees, folded in each other's arms. We had both ill treated love. She had treated him like a child, I had adored him after the fashion of a Jansenist. But where could we have found the proper language for the excuses we had to address to each other, for the mutual forgiveness we had to entreat and to grant? Kisses, that mute yet expressive language, that delicate voluptuous contact which sends sentiment coursing rapidly through the veins, which expresses at the same time the feeling of the heart and the impressions of the mind, That language was the only one we had recourse to, and without having uttered one syllable, dear reader, oh how well we agreed! Both overwhelmed with emotion, longing to give one another some proofs of the sincerity of our reconciliation and of the ardent fire which was consuming us, we rose without unclasping our arms, and falling, a most amorous group, on the nearest sofa, we remained there until the heaving of a deep sigh which we would not have stopped even if we had known that it was to be the last. Thus was completed our happy reconciliation, and the calm infused into the soul by contentment burst into a hearty laugh when we noticed that I had kept on my cloak and my mask. After we had enjoyed our mirth, I unmasked myself, and I asked her whether it was quite true that no one had witnessed our reconciliation. She took up one of the candlesticks, and seizing my hand, "Come," she said. She led me to the other end of the room, before a large cupboard which I had already suspected of containing the secret. She opened it, and when she had moved a sliding plank I saw a door through which we entered a pretty closet furnished with everything necessary to a person wishing to pass a few hours there. Near the sofa was a sliding panel. M M removed it, and through 20 holes placed at a distance from each other I saw every part of the room in which nature and love had performed for our curious friend a play in 6 acts, during which I did not think he had occasion to be dissatisfied with the actors. "Now," said M M , "I am going to satisfy the curiosity which you were prudent enough not to trust to paper." "But you cannot guess." "Silence, dearest. Love would not be of divine origin did he not possess the faculty of divination. He knows all, and here is the proof. Do you not wish to know whether my friend was with me during the fatal night which has cost me so many tears?" "You have guessed rightly." "Well, then, he was with me, and you must not be angry, for you then completed your conquest of him. He admired your character, your love, your sentiments, your honesty. He could not help expressing his astonishment at the rectitude of my instinct, or his approval of the passion I felt for you. It was he who consoled me in the morning, assuring me that you would certainly come back to me as soon as you knew my real feelings, the loyalty of my intentions, and my good faith. But you must often have fallen asleep, for unless excited by some powerful interest, it is impossible to pass 8 hours in darkness and in silence." "We were moved by the deepest interest. Besides, we were in darkness only when we kept these holes open. The plank was on during our supper, and we were listening in religious silence to your slightest whisper. The interest which kept my friend awake was perhaps greater than mine. He told me that he never had had before a better opportunity of studying the human heart, and that you must have passed the most painful night. He truly pitied you. We were delighted with C C , for it is indeed wonderful that a young girl of 15 should reason as she did to justify my conduct, without any other weapons but those given her by nature and truth. She must have the soul of an angel. If you ever marry her, you will have the most heavenly wife. I shall, of course, feel miserable if I lose her, but your happiness will make amends for all. Do you know, dearest, that I cannot understand how you could fall in love with me after having known her, any more than I can conceive how she does not hate me ever since she has discovered that I have robbed her of your heart. My dear C C has truly something divine in her disposition. Do you know why she confided to you her barren loves with me? Because she has told me herself. She wished to ease her conscience, thinking that she was in some measure unfaithful to you." "Does she think herself bound to be entirely faithful to me, with the knowledge she has now of my own unfaithfulness?" "She is particularly delicate and conscientious, and though she believes herself truly your wife, she does not think that she has any right to control your actions, but she believes herself bound to give you an account of all she does." "Noble girl!" The prudent wife of the doorkeeper having brought the supper, we sat down to the well supplied table. M M remarked that I had become much thinner. "The pains of the body do not fatten a man," I said, "and the sufferings of the mind emaciate him; but we have suffered sufficiently, and we must be wise enough never to recall anything which can be painful to us." "You are quite right, my love. The instants that man is compelled to give up to misfortune or to suffering are as many moments stolen from his life, but he doubles his existence when he has the talent of multiplying his pleasures, no matter of what nature they may be." We amused ourselves in talking over past dangers, Pierrot's disguise, and the ball at Briati, where she had been told that another Pierrot had made his appearance. M M wondered at the extraordinary effect of a disguise, for she said to me, "The Pierrot in the parlour of the convent seemed to me taller and thinner than you. If chance had not made you take the convent gondola, if you had not had the strange idea of assuming the disguise of Pierrot, I should not have known who you were, for my friends in the convent would not have been interested in you. I was delighted when I heard that you were not a patrician, as I feared, because, had you been one, I might in time have run some great danger." I knew very well what she had to fear, but pretending complete ignorance, "I cannot conceive," I said, "what danger you might run on account of my being a patrician." "My darling, I cannot speak to you openly, unless you give me your word to do what I am going to ask you." "How could I hesitate, my love, in doing anything to please you, provided my honour is not implicated? Have we not now everything in common? Speak, idol of my heart, tell me your reasons, and rely upon my love; it is the guarantee of my ready compliance in everything that can give you pleasure." "Very well. I want you to give a supper in your casino to me and my friend, who is dying to make your acquaintance." "And I foresee that after supper you will leave me to go with him?" "You must feel that propriety compels me to do so." "Your friend already knows, I suppose, who I am?" "I thought it was right to tell him, because if I had not told him he could not have entertained the hope of supping with you, and especially at your house." "I understand. I guess your friend is one of the foreign ambassadors." "Precisely." "But may I hope that he will so far honour me as to throw up his incognito?" "That is understood. I shall introduce him to you according to accepted forms, telling his name and his political position." "Then it is all for the best, darling. How could you suppose that I would have any difficulty in procuring you that pleasure, when, on the contrary, nothing could please me more myself? Name the day, and be quite certain that I shall anxiously look for it." "I should have been sure of your compliance, if you had not given me cause to doubt it." "It is a home thrust, but I deserve it, and I hope it will not make you angry. Now I am happy. Our friend is M. de Bernis, the French ambassador. He will come masked, and as soon as he shews his features, I shall present him to you. Recollect that you must treat him as my lover, but you must not appear to know that he is aware of our intimacy." "I understand that very well, and you shall have every reason to be pleased with my urbanity. The idea of that supper is delightful to me, and I hope that the reality will be as agreeable. You were quite right, my love, to dread my being a patrician, for in that case the State Inquisitors, who very often think of nothing but of making a show of their zeal, would not have failed to meddle with us, and the mere idea of the possible consequences makes me shudder. I under the Leads, you dishonoured, the abbess, the convent. Good God! Yes, if you had told me what you thought, I would have given you my name, and I could have done so all the more easily that my reserve was only caused by the fear of being known, and of C C being taken to another convent by her father. But can you appoint a day for the supper? I long to have it all arranged." "To day is the 4th. Well, then, in 4 days." "That will be the 8th?" "Exactly so. We will go to your casino after the second ballet. Give me all necessary particulars to enable us to find the house without enquiring from anyone." I sat down, and I wrote down the most exact particulars to find the casino either by land or by water. Delighted with the prospect of such a party of pleasure, I asked my mistress to go to bed, but I remarked to her that, being convalescent and having made a hearty supper, I should be very likely to pay my first homages to Morpheus. Yielding to the circumstances, she set the alarm for 10 o'clock, and we went to bed in the alcove. As soon as we woke up, love claimed our attention, and he had no cause of complaint, but towards midnight we fell asleep, our lips fastened together, and we found ourselves in that position in the morning when we opened our eyes. Although there was no time to lose, we could not make up our minds to part without making one more offering to Venus. I remained in the casino after the departure of my divinity, and slept until noon. As soon as I had dressed myself, I returned to Venice, and my first care was to give notice to my cook, so that the supper of the 8th of February should be worthy of the guests and worthy of me. Chapter 21.
Chapter 21 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C. M. Slauson. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 9, The False Nun. Chapter 21. Supper at my casino with M.M. and M. de Bernis, the French ambassador. A proposal from M.M. I accepted. Consequences. C.C. is unfaithful to me, and I cannot complain. I felt highly pleased with the supper party I had arranged with M.M., and I ought to have been happy, yet I was not so. But whence came the anxiety which was a torment to me? Whence? From my fatal habit of gambling. That passion was rooted in me. To live and to play were two identical things, and as I could not hold the bank, I would go and punt at the ridotto, where I lost my money morning and night. That state of things made me miserable. Perhaps someone will say to me, "Why did you play, when there was no need of it, when you were in want of nothing, when you had all the money you could wish to satisfy your fancies?" That would be a troublesome question, if I had not made it a law to tell the truth. Well then, dear inquisitive reader, if I played with almost the certainty of losing, although no one, perhaps, was more sensible than I was to the losses made in gambling, it is because I had in me the evil spirit of avarice. It is because I loved prodigality, and because my heart bled when I found myself compelled to spend any money that I had not won at the gambling table. It is an ugly vice, dear reader, I do not deny it. However, all I can say is that, during the 4 days previous to the supper, I lost all the gold won for me by M.M. On the anxiously expected day I went to my casino, where at the appointed hour M.M. came with her friend, whom she introduced to me as soon as she had taken off his mask. "I had an ardent wish, sir," said M. de Bernis to me, "to renew acquaintance with you, since I heard from Madame that we had known each other in Paris." With these words he looked at me attentively, as people will do when they are trying to recollect a person whom they have lost sight of. I then told him that we had never spoken to one another, and that he had not seen enough of me to recollect my features now. "I had the honour," I added, "to dine with your Excellency at M. de Moquinot's house, but you talked all the time with Marshal Keith, the Prussian ambassador, and I was not fortunate enough to attract your attention. As you were on the point of leaving Paris to return to Venice, you went away almost immediately after dinner, and I had never had the honour of seeing you since that time." "Now I recollect you," he answered, "and I remember asking whether you were not the secretary of the embassy. But from this day we shall not forget each other again, for the mysteries which unite us are of a nature likely to establish a lasting intimacy between us." The amiable couple were not long before they felt thoroughly at ease, and we sat down to supper, of which of course I did the honours. The ambassador, a fine connoisseur of wines, found mine excellent, and was delighted to hear that I had them from Count Algarotti, who was reputed as having the best cellar in Venice. My supper was delicate and abundant, and my manners towards my handsome guests were those of a private individual receiving his sovereign and his mistress. I saw that M.M. was charmed with the respect which I treated her, and with my conversation, which evidently interested the ambassador highly. The serious character of a first meeting did not prevent the utterance of witty jests, for in that respect M. de Bernis was a true Frenchman. I have travelled much, I have deeply studied men, individually and in a body, but I have never met with true sociability except in Frenchmen. They alone know how to jest, and it is rare, delicate, refined jesting, which animates conversation and makes society charming. During our delightful supper, wit was never wanting. and the amiable M.M. led the conversation to the romantic combination which had given her occasion to know me. Naturally she proceeded to speak of my passion for C.C., and she gave such an interesting description of that young girl that the ambassador listened with as much attention as if he had never seen the object of it. But that was his part, for he was not aware that I had been informed of his having witnessed from his hiding-place my silly interview with C.C. He told M.M. that he would have been delighted if she had brought her young friend to sup with us. "That would be running too great a risk," answered the cunning nun. "But if you approved of it," she added, looking at me, "I can make you sup with her at my casino, for we sleep in the same room." That offer surprised me much, but it was not the moment to shew it, so I replied, "It is impossible, madam, to add anything to the pleasure of your society, yet I confess I should be pleased if you could contrive to do us that great favour." "Well, I will think of it. But," observed the ambassador, "if I am to be one of the party, I think it would be right to apprise the young lady of it." "It is not necessary, for I will write to her to agree to whatever madame may propose to her. I will do so to-morrow." I begged the ambassador to prepare himself with a good stock of indulgence for a girl of 15 who had no experience of the world. In the course of the evening I related the history of O'Morphy, which greatly amused him. He entreated me to let him see her portrait. He informed me that she was still an inmate of the Parc aux Cerfs, where she continued to be the delight of Louis XV., to whom she had given a child. My guest left me after midnight, highly pleased, and I remained alone. The next morning, faithful to the promise I had made to my beautiful nun, I wrote to C.C., without informing her that there would be a fourth person at the projected supper, and having given my note to Laura, I repaired to Muran, where I found the following letter from M.M. "I could not sleep soundly, my love, if I did not ease my conscience of any unpleasant weight. Perhaps you do not approve of the partie carrée with our young friend, and you may not have objected out of mere politeness. Tell me the truth, dearest, for should you not look forward to that meeting with pleasure, I can contrive to undo it, without implicating you in any way. Trust me for that. If, however, you have no objection to the party, it will take place as agreed. Believe me, I love your soul more than your heart. I mean then your person. Adieu." Her fear was very natural, but out of shamefacedness I did not like to retract. M.M. knew me well, and as a skilful tactician she attacked my weak side. Here is my answer. "I expected your letter, my best beloved, and you cannot doubt it, because as you know me thoroughly, you must be aware that I know you as well. Yes, I know your mind, and I know what idea you must entertain of me, because I have exposed to you all my weakness and irritability by my sophisms. I do penance for it, dearest, when I think that having raised your suspicions, your tenderness for me must have been weakened. Forget my visions, I beg, and be quite certain that for the future my soul will be in unison with yours. The supper must take place. It will be a pleasure for me, but let me confess that in accepting it I have shewn myself more grateful than polite. C.C. is a novice, and I am not sorry to give her an opportunity of seeing the world, and what school could she learn better than yours? Therefore I recommend her to you, and you will please me much by continuing to shew your care and friendship towards her, and by increasing, if possible, the sum of your goodness. I fear that you may entice her to take the veil, and if she did, I would never console myself. Your friend has quite captivated me. He is a superior man, and truly charming." Thus did I wittingly deprive myself of the power of drawing back, but I was able to realize the full force of the situation. I had no difficulty in guessing that the ambassador was in love with C.C., that he had confessed as much to M.M., who, not being in a position to object to it, was compelled to shew herself compliant, and to assist him in everything that could render his passion successful. She could certainly not do anything without my consent, and she had evidently considered the affair too delicate to venture upon proposing the party point blank to me. They had, no doubt, put their heads together, so that by bringing the conversation on that subject I should find myself compelled, for the sake of politeness and perhaps of my inward feelings, to fall into the snare. The ambassador, whose profession it was to carry on intrigues skilfully, had successfully well, and I had taken the bait as he wished. There was nothing left for me but to put a good face on the matter, not only so as not to shew myself a very silly being, but also in order not to prove myself shamefully ungrateful towards a man who had granted me unheard of privileges. Nevertheless, the consequence of it all was likely to be some coolness in my feelings towards both my mistresses. M.M. had become conscious of this after she had returned to the convent, and wishing to screen herself from all responsibility, she had lost no time in writing to me that she would cause the projected supper to be abandoned, in case I should disapprove of it. But she knew very well that I would not accept her offer. Self-love is a stronger passion even than jealousy. It does not allow a man who has some pretension to wit to shew himself jealous, particularly towards a person who is not tainted by that base passion, and has proved it. The next day, having gone early to the casino, I found the ambassador already there, and he welcomed me in the most friendly manner. He told me that, if he had known me in Paris, he would have introduced me at court, where I should certainly have made my fortune. Now when I think of that, I say to myself, that might have been the case, but of what good would it have been to me? Perhaps I should have fallen a victim of the Revolution, like so many others. M. de Bernis himself would have been one of those victims if fate had not allowed him to die in Rome in 1794. He died there unhappy, although wealthy, unless his feelings had undergone a complete change before his death, and I do not believe it. I asked him whether he liked Venice, and he answered that he could not do otherwise than like that city, in which he enjoyed excellent health, and in which, with plenty of money, life could be enjoyed better than anywhere else. But I do not expect, he added, to be allowed to keep this embassy very long. Be kind enough to let that remain between us. I do not wish to make M.M. unhappy. We were conversing in all confidence when M.M. arrived with her young friend, who showed her surprise at seeing another man with me. But I encouraged her by the most tender welcome, and she recovered all her composure when she saw the delight of the stranger at being answered by her in good French. It gave us both an opportunity of paying the warmest compliments to the mistress who had taught her so well. C.C. was truly charming. Her looks, bright and modest at the same time, seemed to say to me, "You must belong to me." I wished to see her shine before her friends, and I contrived to conquer a cowardly feeling of jealousy, which in spite of myself was beginning to get hold of me. I took care to make her talk on such subjects as I knew to be familiar to her. I developed her natural intelligence, and had the satisfaction of seeing her admired. Applauded, flattered, animated by the satisfaction she could read in my eyes, C.C. appeared a prodigy to M. de Bernis. And oh, what a contradiction of human heart! I was pleased, yet I trembled lest he should fall in love with her. What an enigma! I was intent myself upon a work which would have caused me to murder any man who dared to undertake it. During the supper, which was worthy of a king, the ambassador treated C.C. with the most delicate attentions. Wit, cheerfulness, decent manners attended our delightful party, and did not expel the gaiety and the merry jests with which a Frenchman knows how to season every conversation. An observing critic who, without being acquainted with us, wished to guess whether love was present at our happy party, might have suspected, perhaps, but he certainly could not have affirmed, that it was there. M.M. treated the ambassador as a friend. She shewed no other feelings towards me than that of deep esteem, and she behaved to C.C. with the tender affection of a sister. M. de Bernis was kind, polite, and amiable with M.M., but he never ceased to take the greatest interest in every word uttered by C.C., who played her part to perfection, because she had only to follow her own nature, and that nature being beautiful, C.C. could not fail to be most charming. We had passed 5 delightful hours, and the ambassador seemed more pleased even than any of us. M.M. had the air of a person satisfied with her own work, and I was playing the part of an approving spectator. C.C. looked highly pleased at having secured the general approbation, and there was perhaps a slight feeling of vanity in her arising from this special attention which the ambassador had bestowed upon her. She looked at me smiling, and I could easily understand the language of her soul, by which she wished to tell me that she felt perfectly well the difference between the society in which she was then, and that in which her brother had given us such a disgusting specimen of his depravity. After midnight it was time to think of our departure, and M. de Bernis undertook all the complimentary part. Thanking M.M. for the most agreeable supper he had ever had in his life, he contrived to make her offer a repetition of it for 2 days afterwards, and he asked me, for the sake of appearance, whether I should not find as much delight in the second meeting as himself. Could he have any doubt of my answering affirmatively? I believe not, for I had placed myself under the necessity of being compliant. All being agreed, we parted company. The next day, when I thought of that exemplary supper, I had no difficulty in guessing what the ultimate result would be. The ambassador owed his great fortune entirely to the fair sex, because he possessed to the highest degree the art of coddling love, and as his nature was eminently voluptuous, he found his advantage in it, because he knew how to call desires into existence, and this procured him enjoyments worthy of his delicate taste. I saw that he was deeply in love with C.C., and I was far from supposing him the man to be satisfied with looking at her lovely eyes. He certainly had some plan arranged, and N.M., in spite of all her honesty, was the prime manager of it. I knew that she would carry it on with such delicate skill that I should not see any evidence of it, although I did not feel disposed to shew more compliance than was strictly just. I foresaw that in the end I should be the dupe, and my poor C.C. the victim, of a cunningly contrived trick. I could not make up my mind either to consent with a good grace, or to throw obstacles in the way, and believe my dear little wife incapable of abandoning herself to anything likely to displease me. I allowed myself to be taken off my guard, and to rely upon the difficulty of seducing her. Stupid calculation! Self-love and shamefacedness prevented me from using my common sense. At all events, that intrigue kept me in a state of fever because I was afraid of its consequences, and yet curiosity mastered me to such an extent that I was longing for the result. I knew very well that a second edition of this supper did not imply that the same play would be performed a second time, and I foresaw that the changes would be strongly marked. But I thought myself bound in honour not to retract. I could not lead the intrigue, but I believed myself sufficiently skilful to baffle all their manoeuvrings. After all those considerations, however, considerations which enabled me to assume the countenance of false bravery, the experience of C.C., who, in spite of all the knowledge she had lately acquired, was only a novice, caused me great anxiety. It was easy to abuse her natural wish to be polite, but that fear gave way very soon before the confidence I had in M.M.'s delicacy. I thought that, having seen how I had spent 6 hours with the young girl, knowing for certainty that I intended to marry her, M.M. would never be guilty of such base treason. All these thoughts, worthy only of a weak and bashful jealousy, brought no conclusive decision. I had to follow the current and watch events. At the appointed time I repaired to the casino, where I found my 2 lovely friends sitting by the fire. "Good evening, my 2 divinities. Where is our charming Frenchman?" "He is not arrived yet," answered M.M., "but he will doubtless soon be here." I took off my mask, and sitting between them, I gave them 1,000 kisses, taking good care not to shew any preference, and although I knew that they were aware of the unquestionable right I had upon both of them, I kept within the limits of the utmost decency. I congratulated them upon the mutual inclination they felt for each other, and I saw that they were pleased not to have to blush on that account. More than 1 hour was spent in gallant and friendly conversation, without my giving any satisfaction to my burning desires. M.M. attracted me more than C.C., but I would not for the world have offended the charming girl. M.M. was beginning to shew some anxiety about the absence of M. de Bernis, when the doorkeeper brought her a note from him. A courier, he wrote, who arrived 2 hours ago, prevents my being happy tonight, for I am compelled to pass it in answering the dispatches I have received. I trust that you will forgive and pity me. May I hope that you will kindly grant me on Friday the pleasure of which I am so unfortunately deprived today? Let me know your answer by tomorrow. I wish ardently in that case to find you with the same guests, to whom I beg you will present my affectionate compliments. Well, said M.M., it is not his fault. We will sup without him. Will you come on Friday? Yes, with the greatest pleasure. But what is the matter with you, dear C.C.? You look sad. Sad, no, unless it should be for the sake of my friend, for I have never seen a more polite and more obliging gentleman. Very well, dear, I am glad he has rendered you so sensible. What do you mean? Could anyone be insensible to his merit? Better still, but I agree with you. Only tell me if you love him. Well, even if I loved him, do you think I would go and tell him? Besides, I am certain that he loves my friend. So saying, she sat down on M.M.'s knee, calling her her own little wife, and my two beauties began to bestow on one another caresses, which made me laugh heartily. Far from troubling their sport, I excited them, in order to enjoy a spectacle with which I had long been acquainted. M.M. took a book full of the most lascivious engravings, and said, with a significant glance at my direction, "Do you wish me to have a fire lighted in the alcove?" I understood her, and replied, "You would oblige me, for the bed being large, we can all three sleep comfortably in it." I guessed that she feared my suspecting the ambassador of enjoying from the mysterious closet the sight of our amorous trio, and she wished to destroy that suspicion by her proposal. The table having been laid in front of the alcove, supper was served, and we all did honour to it. We were all blessed with a devouring appetite. While M.M. was teaching her friend how to mix punch, I was admiring with delight the progress made in beauty by C.C. "Your bosom," I said to her, "must have become perfect during the last 9 months." "It is like mine," answered M.M. "Would you like to see for yourself?" Of course I did not refuse. M.M. unlaced her friend, who made no resistance, and performing afterwards the same office upon herself, in less than 2 minutes I was admiring 4 rivals contending for the golden apple, like the 3 goddesses, and which would have set at defiance the handsome Paris himself to adjudge the prize without injustice. Need I say what an ardent fire that ravishing sight sent coursing through my veins? I placed immediately on the table the Académie des Dames, and pointed out a certain position to M.M., who, understanding my wishes, said to C.C., "Will you, darling, represent that group with me?" A look of compliance was C.C.'s only answer. She was not yet inured to amorous pleasures as much as her lovely teacher. While I was laughing with delight, the 2 friends were getting ready, and in a few minutes we were all 3 in bed, and in a state of nature. At first, satisfied with enjoying the sight of the barren contest of my 2 bacchanalians, I was amused by their efforts, and by the contrast of colours, for one was dark and the other fair. But soon excited myself and consumed by all the fire of voluptuousness, I threw myself upon them, and I made them, one after the other, almost faint away from the excess of love and enjoyment. Worn out and satiated with pleasure, I invited them to take some rest. We slept until we were awakened by the alarum, which I had taken care to set at 4 o'clock. We were certain of turning to good account the 2 hours we had then to spare before parting company, which we did at the dawn of day, humiliated at having to confess our exhaustion, but highly pleased with each other, and longing for a renewal of our delightful pleasures. The next day, however, when I came to think of that rather too lively night, during which, as is generally the case, love had routed reason, I felt some remorse. M.M. wanted to convince me of her love, and for that purpose she had combined all the virtues which I attached to my own affection, namely honour, delicacy, and truth, but her temperament, of which her mind was the slave, carried her towards excess, and she prepared everything in order to give way to it, while she awaited the opportunity of making me her accomplice. She was coaxing love to make it compliant, and to succeed in mastering it, because her heart, enslaved by her senses, never reproached her. She likewise tried to deceive herself by endeavouring to forget that I might complain of having been surprised. She knew that to utter such a complaint I would have to acknowledge myself weaker or less courageous than she was, and she relied upon my being ashamed to make such a confession. I had no doubt whatever that the absence of the ambassador had been arranged and concerted beforehand. I could see still further, for it seemed evident to me that the two conspirators I had foreseen that I would guess the artifice, and that, feeling stung to the quick in spite of all my regrets, I would not shew myself less generous than they had been themselves. The ambassador having first procured me a delightful night, how could I refuse to let him enjoy a pleasant one? My friends had argued very well, for in spite of all the objections of my mind, I saw that I could not on my side put an obstacle in their way. C was no impediment to them. They were certain of conquering her the moment she was not hindered by my presence. It rested entirely with who had perfect control over her. Poor girl! I saw her on the high road to debauchery, and it was my own doing. I sighed when I thought how little I had spared them in our last orgy, and what would become of me if both of them should happen to be, by my doing, in such a position as to compel to run away from the convent. I could imagine both of them thrown upon my hands, and the prospect was not particularly agreeable. I would be embarrassed de richesse. In the miserable contest between reason and prejudice, between nature and sentiment, I could not make up my mind either to go to the supper or to remain absent from it. If I go, I said to myself, that night will pass with perfect decency, but I shall prove myself very ridiculous, jealous, ungrateful, and even wanting in common politeness if I remain absent. C is lost, at least in my estimation, for I feel that my love will no longer exist, and then good-bye to all idea of marriage with her. In the perplexity of mind in which I found myself, I felt a want of something more certain than mere probabilities to base my decision upon. I put on my mask and repaired to the mansion of the French ambassador. I addressed myself to the gatekeeper, saying that I had a letter for Versailles, and that I would thank him to deliver it to the courier when he went back to France with his Excellency's dispatches. "But, sir," answered the man, "we have not had a special courier for the last 2 months." "What? Did not a special cabinet messenger arrive here last night?" "Then he must have come in through the garret window or down the chimney, for on the word of an honest man, none entered through the gate." "But the ambassador worked all night." "That may be, sir, but not here, for his Excellency dined with the Spanish ambassador and did not return till very late." I had guessed rightly. I could no longer entertain any doubt. It was all over. I could not draw back without shame. C must resist, if the game was distasteful to her. No violence would of course be offered to her. The die was cast. Towards evening I went to the Casino of Muran, and wrote a short note to requesting her to excuse me if some important business of M. de Bragadin's prevented me from spending the night with her and with our 2 friends, to whom I sent my compliments as well as my apologies. After that I returned to Venice, but in rather an unpleasant mood. To divert myself, I went to the gaming table and lost all night. 2 days afterwards, being certain that a letter from awaited me at Muran, I went over, and the doorkeeper handed me a parcel in which I found a note from my nun, and a letter from C, for everything was now in common between them. Here is C.'s letter. "We were very sorry, dearest friend, when we heard that we should not have the happiness of seeing you. My dear M.'s friend came shortly afterwards, and when he read your note he likewise expressed his deep regret. We expected to have a very dull supper, but the witty sayings of that gentleman enlivened us, and you cannot imagine of what follies we were guilty after partaking of some champagne punch. Our friend had become as gay as ourselves, and we spent the night in trios, not very fatiguing, but very pleasant. I can assure you that the man deserves to be loved, but he must acknowledge himself inferior to you in everything. Believe me, dearest, I shall ever love you, and you must for ever remain the master of my heart." In spite of all my vexation, the letter made me laugh, but the note of was much more singular. Here are the contents of it. "I am certain, my own beloved, that you told a story out of pure politeness, but you had guessed that I expected you to do so. You have made our friend a splendid present in exchange for the one he made you when he did not object to his bestowing her heart upon you. You possess that heart entirely, dearest, and you would possess it under all circumstances. But how sweet it is to flavour the pleasures of love with the charms of friendship! I was sorry not to see you, but I knew that if you had come we would not have had such enjoyment, for my friend, notwithstanding all his wit, is not exempt from some natural prejudices. As for C.C., her mind is now quite as free of them as her own, and I am glad she owes it to me. You must feel thankful for me having completed her education, and for rendering her in every way worthy of you. I wished you had been hiding in the closet, where I am certain you would have spent some delightful hours. On Wednesday next I shall be yours, and all alone with you in your casino in Venice. Let me know whether you will be at the usual hour near the statue of the hero Colleoni. In case you should be prevented, name any other day. I had to answer those 2 letters in the same spirit in which they had been written, and in spite of all the bitter feelings which were the raging in my heart, my answers were to be as sweet as honey. I would in need of great courage, but I say to myself, George Dandin, tu l'as voulu. I could not refuse to pay the penalty of my own deeds, and I have never been able to ascertain whether the shame I felt was what is called shamefacedness. It is a problem which I leave to others. In my letter to C.C., I had the courage, or the effrontery, to congratulate her, and to encourage her to imitate M.M., the best model, I said, I could propose to her. I wrote to my nun that I would be punctual at the appointment near the statue, and amidst many false compliments, which ought to have betrayed the true state of my heart, I told her that I admired the perfect education she had given to C.C., but that I congratulated myself upon having escaped the torture I should have suffered in the mysterious observatory, for I felt that I could not have borne it. On the Wednesday I was punctual at the rendezvous, and I had not to wait long for M.M., who came disguised in male attire. "No theatre tonight," she said to me. "Let us go to the Ridotto to lose or double our money." She had 600 sequins, and I had about 100. Fortune turned her back upon us, and we lost all. I expected that we would then leave the cut-throat place, but M.M., having left me for a minute, came back with 300 sequins, which had been given to her by her friend, whom she knew where to find. That money given by love or by friendship brought her luck for a short time, and she soon won back all we had lost. But in our greediness or imprudence we continued to play, and finally we lost our last sequin. When we could play no longer, M.M. said to me, "Now that we need not fear thieves, let us go to our supper." That woman, religious and a free thinker, a libertine and gambler, was wonderful in all she did. She had just lost 500 pounds, and she was as completely at her ease if she had won a very large sum. It is true that the money she had just lost had not cost her much. As soon as we were alone, she found me sad and low-spirited, although I tried hard not to appear so. But as for her, always the same. She was handsome, brilliant, cheerful, and amorous. She thought she would bring back my spirits by giving me the fullest particulars of the night she had passed with C.C. and her friend, but she ought to have guessed that she was going the wrong way. That is very common error. It comes from the mind, because people imagine that what they feel themselves others must feel likewise. I was on thorns, and I tried everything to avoid that subject, and to lead the conversation into a different channel, for the amorous particulars on which she was dwelling with her apparent delight vexed me greatly, and spite caused coldness. I was afraid of not playing my part very warmly in the amorous contest which she was at hand. When a lover doubts his own strength, he may almost always be sure that he will fail in his efforts. After supper we went to bed in the alcove, where the beauty, the mental and physical charms, the grace and the ardour of my lovely nun cast all my bad temper to the winds, and soon restored me to my usual good spirits. The nights being shorter, we spent 2 hours in the most delightful pleasures, and then parted, satisfied and full of love. Before leaving, M.M. asked me to go to a casino, to take some money and to play. taking her for my partner. I did so. I took all the gold I found in playing in the martingale, and doubling my stakes continuously. I won every day during the remainder of the carnival. I was fortunate enough never to lose the sixth card, and if I had lost it, I should have been without money to play, for I had 2,000 sequins on that card. I congratulated myself upon having increased the treasure of my dear mistress, who wrote to me that, for the sake of civility, we ought to have supper in Pas-de-Calais on Shrove Monday. I consented. That supper was the last I ever had in my life with C.C. She was in excellent spirits, but I had made up my mind, and as I paid all my attentions to M.M., C.C. imitated my example without difficulty, and she devoted herself wholly to her new lover. Foreseeing that she would, a little later, be all of us in each other's way, I begged M.M. to arrange everything so that we could be apart, and she contrived it marvellously well. After supper the ambassador proposed a game of faro, which our beauties did not know. He called for cards, and placed 100 louis on the table before him. He dealt, and took care to make C.C. win the whole of that sum. It was the best way to make her accept it as pin money. The young girl, dazzled by so much gold, and not knowing what to do with it, asked her friend to take care of it for her until such a time as she should leave the convent to get married. When the game was over, M.M. complained of a headache, and said that she would go to bed in the alcove. She asked me to come and lull her to sleep. We thus left the new lovers free to be as gay as they choose. 6 hours afterwards, when the alarum warned us that it was time to part, we found them asleep in each other's embrace. I had myself passed an amorous and quiet night, pleased with M.M., and without giving one thought to C.C. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 9, Chapter 22, Part 1. Chapter 22. Monsieur de Bernis goes away, leaving me the use of his casino. His good advice. How I follow it. Peril of M.M. and myself. Mr. Murray, the English ambassador. Sale of the casino, and end of our meetings. Serious illness of M.M. Zorzi and Condulmer. Tonine. Though the infidelities of C made me look at her with other eyes than before, and I had now no intention of making her the companion of my life, I could not help feeling that it had rested with me to stop her on the brink of the stream, and I therefore considered it my duty always to be her friend. If I had been more logical, the resolution I took with respect to her would doubtless have been of another kind. I should have said to myself, after seducing her, I myself have set the example of infidelity. I have bidden her to follow blindly the advice of her friend, although I knew that the advice and the example of M.M. would end in her ruin. I had insulted, in the most grievous manner, the delicacy of my mistress, and that before her very eyes, and after all this, how could I ask a weak woman to do what a man, priding himself on his strength, would shrink from attempting? I should have stood self-condemned, and have felt that it was my duty to remain the same to her, but flattering myself that I was overcoming mere prejudices, I was in fact that most degraded of slaves, he who uses his strength to crush the weak. The day after Shrove Tuesday, going to the casino of Muran, I found there a letter from M.M., who gave me 2 pieces of bad news, that C had lost her mother, and that the poor girl was in despair, and that the lay sister, whose rheum was cured, had returned to her place. Thus C was deprived of her friend at a time when she would have given her consolation, of which she stood in great need. C, it seemed, had gone to share the rooms of her aunt, who, being very fond of her, had obtained permission from the superior. This circumstance would prevent the ambassador taking any more suppers with her, and I should have been delighted if chance had put this obstacle in his path a few days sooner. All these misfortunes seemed of small account compared with what I was afraid of, for C might have to pay the price for her pleasures, and I so far regarded myself as the origin of her unhappiness as to feel bound never to abandon her, and this might have involved me in terrible complications. M asked me to sup with her and her lover on the following Monday. I went and found them both sad, he for the loss of his new mistress, and she because she no longer had a friend to make the seclusion of the convent pleasant. About midnight M. de Bemy left us, saying in a melancholy manner that he feared he should be obliged to pass several months in Vienna on important diplomatic business. Before parting we agreed to sup together every Friday. When we were alone, M told me that the ambassador would be obliged to me if in the future I would come to the casino 2 hours later. I understood that the good-natured and witty profligate had a very natural prejudice against indulging his amorous feelings except when he was certain of being alone. M. de Bemy came to all our suppers till he had left for Vienna, and always went away at midnight. He no longer made use of his hiding-place, partly because we had now only lay in the recess, and partly because, having had time to make love before my arrival, his desires were appeased. M always found me amorous. My love, indeed, was even hotter than it had been, since, only seeing her once a week, and remaining faithful to her, I always had an abundant harvest to gather in. C.'s letters, which she brought to me, softened me to tears, for she said that, after the loss of her mother, she could not count upon the friendship of any of her relations. She called me her sole friend, her only protector, and, in speaking of her grief, in not being able to see me any more whilst she remained in the convent, she begged me to remain faithful to her dear friend. On Good Friday, when I got to the casino, I found the lovers overwhelmed with grief. Supper was served, but the ambassador, downcast and absent, neither ate nor spoke, and M was like a statue that moves at intervals by some mechanism. Good sense and ordinary politeness prevented me from asking any questions, but on M leaving us together, M. de Bemy told me that she was distressed, and with reason, since he was obliged to set out for Vienna 15 days after Easter. "I may tell you confidentially," he added, "that I believe I shall scarcely be able to return, but she must not be told, as she would be in despair." M came back in a few minutes, but it was easy to see that she had been weeping. After some commonplace conversation, M. de Bernis, seeing M still low-spirited, said, "Do not grieve thus, sweetheart. Go I must, but my return is a matter of equal certainty when I have finished the important business which summons me to Vienna. You will still have the casino, but, dearest, both friendship and prudence make me advise you not to come here in my absence, for after I have left Vienna I cannot depend upon the faith of the gondoliers in my service, and I suspect that our friend here cannot flatter himself on his ability to get reliable ones. I may also tell you that I have strong reasons for suspecting that our intercourse is known to the state inquisitors, who conceal their knowledge for political reasons, but I fancy the secret would soon come to light when I am no longer here, and when the nun who connives at your departure from the convent knows that it is no longer for me that you leave it. The only people whom I would trust are the housekeeper and his wife. I shall order them, before I go, to look upon our friend here as myself, and you can make your arrangements with them. I trust all will go well to my return, if you will only behave discreetly. I will write to you under the cover of the housekeeper. His wife will give you my letters as before, and in the same way you must reply. I must needs go, dearest one, but my heart is with you, and I leave you, till my return, in the hands of a friend, whom I rejoice to have known. He loves you, he has a heart and a knowledge of the world, and he will not let you make any mistakes. M was so affected by what the ambassador had said that she entreated us to let her go, as she wished to be alone and to lie down. As she went, we agreed to sup together on the following Thursday. As soon as we were alone, the ambassador impressed me with the absolute necessity of concealing from her that he was going to return no more. I am going, said he, to work in concert with the Austrian cabinet on a treaty which will be the talk of Europe. I entreat you to write to me unreservedly and as a friend, and if you love our common mistress, have a care for her honour, and above all have the strength of mind to resist all projects which are certain to involve you in misfortune, and which will be equally fatal to both. You know what happened to Madame de Riva, a nun at the convent of Saint. She had to disappear after it became known that she was with child, and M. de Fouillade, my predecessor, went mad, and died shortly after. J. Rousseau told me that he died of poison, but he is a visionary who sees the black side of everything. For my part, I believe that he died of grief, and not being able to do anything for the unfortunate woman, who afterwards procured a dispensation from her vows from the Pope, and having got married is now living at Padua, without any position in society. Let the prudent and loyal friend master the lover. Go and see M sometimes in the parlour of the convent, but not here, or the boatman will betray you. The knowledge which we both have that the girls are in a satisfactory condition is a great alleviation to my distress, but you must confess that you have been very imprudent. You have risked a terrible misfortune. Consider the position you would have been in, for I am sure you would not have abandoned her. She had an idea that the danger might be overcome by the means of drugs, but I convinced her that she was mistaken. In God's name, be discreet in the future, and write to me fully, for I shall always be interested in her fate, both from duty and sentiment. We returned together to Venice, where we separated, and I passed the rest of the night in great distress. In the morning I wrote to the fair afflicted, and whilst endeavouring to console her to the best of my ability, I tried to impress on her the necessity for prudence, and the avoidance of such escapades as might eventually ruin us. Next day I received her reply, every word of which was spelt despair. Nature had given her a disposition which had become so intensified by indulgence that the cloister was unbearable to her, and I foresaw the hard fights that I should have to undergo. We saw each other the Thursday after Easter, and I told her that I should not come to the casino before midnight. She had had 4 hours to pass with her lover in tears and regrets, amongst which she had often cursed her cruel fate and the foolish resolution which had made her undertake the veil. We supped together, and although the meal was a rich and delicate one, we did it little honour. When we had finished, the ambassador left, entreating me to remain, which I did, without thinking at all of the pleasures of the party of two, for love lighteth not his torch at the hearts of two lovers who are in full grief and sorrow. M had grown thin, and her condition excited my pity and shut out all other feelings. I held her a long time in my arms, covering her with tender and affectionate kisses, but I showed no intention of consoling her by amusements in which her spirit could not have taken part. She said, before we parted, that I had shown myself a true lover, and she asked me to consider myself from henceforth as her only friend and protector. Next week, when we were together as usual, M. de Bemis called the housekeeper just before supper, and in his presence executed a deed in my behalf, which he made him sign. In this document he transferred to me all the rights over the contents of the casino, and charged him to consider me in all things as his master. We arranged to sup together 2 days after, to make our farewells, but on my arrival I found by herself, standing up and pale as death, or rather as white as a statue of Carrara marble. "He is gone," she said, "and he leaves me to your care, fatal being, whom, perchance, I shall see no more, whom I thought I loved but as a friend. Now you are lost to me, I see my mistake. Before I knew him I was not happy, but neither was I unhappy as I am now." I passed the whole night beside her, striving by the most delicate attentions to soften her grief, but without success. Her character, as abandoned to sorrow as to pleasure, was displayed to me during that long and weary night. She told me at what hour I should come to the convent parlour the next day, and on my arrival I was delighted to find her not quite so sad. She showed me a letter which her lover had written to her from Trevisa, and she then told me that I must come and see her twice a week, warning me that she would be accompanied sometimes by one nun and sometimes by another, for she foresaw that my visits would become the talk of the convent when it became known that I was the individual who used to go to mass at their church. She therefore told me to give in another name, to prevent C.'s aunt from becoming suspicious. "Nonetheless," she added, "this will not prevent my coming alone when I have any matter of importance to communicate to you. Promise me, sweetheart, to sup and clean at the casino at least once a week, and write to me a note each time by the housekeeper's wife." I made no difficulty in promising her that much. We thus passed a fortnight quietly enough, as she was happy again, and her amorous inclinations had returned in full force. About this time she gave me a piece of news which delighted me, namely that C had no longer anything to fear. Full of amorous wishes, and having to be content with the teasing pleasure of seeing one another through a wretched grating, we racked our brains to find out some way to be alone together to do what we liked, without any risk. "I am assured," she said, "of the good faith of the gardener's sister. I can go out and come without fear of being seen, for the little door leading to the convent is not overlooked by any window. Indeed, it is thought to be walled up. Nobody can see me crossing the garden to the little stream, which is considered unnavigable. All we want is a one-oared gondola, and I cannot believe that with the help of money you will be unable to find a boatman on whom we may rely." I understood from these expressions that she suspected me of becoming cold towards her, and this suspicion pierced me to the heart. "Listen," said I will be the boatman myself. I will come to the quay, pass by the little door, and you shall lead me to your room, where I will pass the whole night with you, and the day too, if you think you can hide me." "That plan," she said, "makes me shudder. I tremble at the danger to which you might be exposed." "No, I should be too unfortunate if I were to be the cause of your misfortune. But, as you can row, come in the boat. Let me know the time as closely as possible. The trusty woman will be on the watch, and I will not keep you for minutes waiting. I will get into the boat, and we will go to our beloved casino, and then we shall be happy without fearing anything." "I will think it over." The way I took to satisfy her was as follows. I bought a small boat, and without telling her I went one night all by myself round the island to inspect the walls of the convent on the side of the lagoon. With some difficulty I made out a little door, which I judged to be the only one by which she could pass. But to go from there to the casino was no small matter, since one was obliged to fetch a wide course. With one oar I could not do the passage in less than a quarter of an hour, and that with much toil. Nevertheless, feeling sure of success, I told my pretty nun of the plan, and never was news received with so much pleasure. We set our watches together, and fixed our meeting for the Friday following. As the day approached, an hour before sunset, I betook myself to St. Francis de la Vigne, where I kept my boat, and having it set in good order, and dressing myself as a boatman, I got upon the poop, and held a straight course for the little door, which opened the moment I arrived. M came out, wrapped in a cloak, and someone shutting the door after her, she got on board my frail bark, and in a quarter of an hour we were at the casino. M made haste to go in, but I stayed to belay my boat with a lock and chain against thieves who pass the night pleasantly by stealing whatever they can lay their hands on. Though I had rowed easily enough, I was in a bath of perspiration, which, however, by no means hindered my charming mistress from falling on my neck. The pleasure of meeting seemed to challenge her love, and proud of what I had done, I enjoyed her transports. Not dreaming that I should have any occasion for a change of linen, I had brought none with me, but she soon found a cure for this defect, for having undressed me, she dried me lovingly, gave me one of her smocks, and I found myself dressed to admiration. We had been too long deprived of our amorous pleasures to think of taking supper before we had offered a plenteous sacrifice to love. We spent 2 hours in the sweetest of intoxications, our bliss seeming more acute than at our first meeting. In spite of the fire which consumed me, in spite of the ardour of my mistress, I was sufficiently master of myself to disappoint her at the critical moment, for the picture which our friend had drawn was always before my eyes. M, joyous and wanton, having me for the first time in the character of boatman, augmented our delights by her amorous caprices, but it was useless for her to try and add fuel to my flame, since I loved her better than myself. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, Part 2 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2, Paris in Prison, by Giacomo Casanova, translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 9, Chapter 22, Part 2. The night was short, for she was obliged to return at 3 in the morning, and it struck one as we sat down at the table. As the climax of ill luck, a storm came on whilst we were at supper. Our hair stood on end. Our only hope was founded in the nature of these squalls, which seldom last more than an hour. We were in hopes also that it would not leave behind too strong a wind, as it is sometimes the case, for though I was strong and sturdy, I was far from having the skill or experience of a professional boatman. In less than half an hour the storm became violent. One flash of lightning followed another. The thunder roared, and the wind grew to a gale. Yet, after a heavy rain, in less than an hour the sky cleared. But there was no moon, it being the day after the Ascension. 2 o'clock struck. I put my head out the window, but perceive that a contrary gale is blowing. Ma tirano del mar libeccio resta. This libeccio, which Ariosto calls, and with good reason, the tyrant of the sea, is the southwesterly wind, which is commonly called garbine in Venice. I said nothing, but I was frightened. I told my sweetheart that we must needs sacrifice an hour of pleasure, since prudence would have it so. Let us set out forthwith, for if the gale gets stronger I shall not be able to double the island. She saw my advice was not to be questioned, and taking the key of her strong box, whence she desired to get some money, she was delighted to find her store increased fourfold. She thanked me for having told her nothing about it, assuring me that she would have of me nothing but my heart, and following me she got into my boat, and lay down at full length, so as not to hinder its motion. I got upon the poop, as full of fear as courage, and in 5 minutes I had the good luck to double the point. But there it was that the tyrant was waiting for me, and it was not long before I felt that my strength would not outlast that of the winds. I rowed with all my strength, but all I could do was prevent my boat from going back. For half an hour I was in this pitiful state, and I felt my strength failing without daring to say a word. I was out of breath, but could not rest a moment, since the least relaxation would have let the boat slip a far way back, and this would have been a distance hard to recover. M lay still and silent, for she perceived that I had no breath wherewith to answer her. I began to give up ourselves as lost. At that instant I saw in the distance a bark coming swiftly towards us. What a piece of luck! I waited till she caught up, for if I had not done so I should not have been able to make myself heard, but as soon as I saw her at my left hand, 12 feet off, I shouted, "Help! I will give 2 sequins." They lowered sail and came towards me, and on their hailing me, I asked for a man to take us to the opposite point of the island. They asked a sequin in advance. I gave it to them, and promised the other to the man who would get on my poop and help me to make the point. In less than 10 minutes we were opposite to the little stream leading to the convent, but the secret of it was too dear to be hazarded. So as soon as we reached the point I paid my preserver and sent him back. Henceforth the wind was in our favour, and we got to the little door, where M landed, saying to me, "Go and sleep in the casino." I thought her advice wise, and I followed it, and having the wind behind me I got to the casino without trouble, and slept till broad day. As soon as I had risen I wrote to my dear mistress that I was well, and that we should see each other at the grating. Having taken my boat back to St. Francis, I put on my mask and went to Liston. In the morning M came to the grating by herself, and we made all such observances as our adventures of the night would be likely to suggest. But in place of deciding to follow the advice which prudence should have given us, namely, not to expose ourselves to danger for the future, we thought ourselves extremely prudent in resolving that if we were again threatened by a storm, we should set out as soon as we saw it rising. All the same, we had to confess that if chance had not thrown the bark in our way, we should have been obliged to return to the casino, for M could not have got to the convent, and how could she have entered its walls again? I should have been forced to leave Venice with her, and that for ever. My life would have been finally and irretrievably linked with hers, and, without doubt, the various adventures which, at the age of 72 years, impel me to write these memoirs, would never have taken place. For the next 3 months we continued to meet each other once a week, always amorous, and never disturbed by the slightest accidents. M could not resist giving the ambassador a full account of our adventures, and I promised to write to him, and always to write the whole truth. He replied by congratulating us on our good fortune, but he prophesied inevitable disaster if we had not the prudence to stop our intercourse. Mr. Murray, the English ambassador, a witty and handsome man, and a great amateur at the fair sex, wine, and good cheer, then kept the fair Ancilla, who introduced me to him. This fine fellow became my friend in much the same way as M. de Bernis, the only difference being that the Frenchman liked to look on, while the Englishman preferred to give the show. I was never unwelcome at their amorous battles, and the voluptuous Ancilla was delighted to have me for a witness. I never gave them the pleasure of mingling in the strife. I loved M, but I should avow that my fidelity to her was not entirely dependent on my love. Though Ancilla was handsome, she inspired me with repugnance, for she was always hoarse and complained of a sharp pain in the throat, and though her lover kept well, I was afraid of her, and not without cause, for the disease which ended the days of Francois I of France brought her to the grave in the following autumn. A quarter of an hour before she died, her brave Briton, yielding to the lascivious requests of this new Messalina, offered in my presence the last sacrifice, in spite of a large sore on her face which made her look hideous. This truly heroic action was known all over the town, and it was Murray himself who made it known, citing me as his witness. This famous courtesan, whose beauty was justly celebrated, feeling herself eaten away by an internal disease, promised to give 100 louis to a doctor named Luchesi, who, by dint of mercury, undertook to cure her. But Ancilla specified on the agreement that she was not to pay the aforesaid sum till Luchesi had offered her with an amorous sacrifice. The doctor, having done his business as well as he could, wished to be paid without submitting to the conditions of the treaty, but Ancilla held her ground, and the matter was brought before a magistrate. In England, where all agreements are binding, Ancilla would have won her case, but at Venice she lost it. The judge, in giving sentence, said a condition criminal per se, not fulfilled, did not invalidate an agreement, a sentence abounding in wisdom, especially in this instance. 2 months before this woman had become disgusting, my friend M. Memo, afterwards procurator, asked me to take him to her house. In the height of the conversation, what should come but a gondola, and we saw Count Rosenberg, the ambassador from Vienna, getting out of it. M. Memo was thunderstruck, for a Venetian noble conversing with a foreign ambassador becomes guilty of treason to the state, and ran in hot haste from Ancilla's room, I after him, but on the stair he met the ambassador, who, seeing his distress, burst into a laugh and passed on. I got directly into M. Memo's gondola, and we went forthwith to M. Cavalli, secretary to the state inquisitors. M. Memo could have taken no better course to avoid the troublesome consequences which this fatal meeting might have had, and he was very glad that I was with him to testify to his innocence and to the harmlessness of the occurrence. M. Cavalli received M. Memo with a smile, and told him that he did well to come to confession without wasting any time. M. Memo, much astonished at this reception, told him the brief history of the meeting, and the secretary replied with a grave air that he had no doubt as to the truth of his story, as the circumstances were in perfect correspondence with what he knew of the matter. We came away extremely puzzled at the secretary's reply, and discussed the subject for some time, but then we came to the conclusion that M. Cavalli could have come to no positive knowledge of the matter before we came, and that he only spoke as he did from the instinct of an inquisitor, who likes it to be understood that nothing is hid from him for a moment. After the death of Ancilla, Mr. Murray remained without a titular mistress, but, fluttering about like a butterfly, he had, one after another, the prettiest girls in Venice. This good-natured Epicurean set out for Constantinople 2 years later, and for 20 years the ambassador of the court of St. James at the Sublime Porte. He returned to Venice in 1778 with the intention of ending his days there, far from the affairs of state, but he died in the lazaretto 8 days before the completion of his quarantine. At play, fortune continued to favour me. My commerce with M could not be discovered now that I was my own waterman, and the nuns who were in the secret were too deeply involved not to keep it. I led them a merry life, but I foresaw that as soon as M. de Bernis decided to let M know that he would not return to Venice, he would recall his people, and we should then have the casino no longer. I knew besides that when the rough season came on it would be impossible for me to continue our voyages. The first Monday in October, when the theatres are opened and the masks may be worn, I went to St. Francis to get my boat, and thence to Muran for my mistress, afterwards making for the casino. The nights were now long enough for us to have ample time for enjoyment, so we began by making an excellent supper, and then devoted ourselves to the worship of love and sleep. Suddenly, in the midst of a moment of ecstasy, I heard a noise in the direction of the canal, which aroused my suspicions, and I rushed to the window. What was my astonishment and anger to see a large boat taking mine in tow! Nevertheless, without giving way to my passion, I shouted to the robbers that I would give them 10 sequins if they would be kind enough to return me my boat. A shout of laughter was all the reply they made, and not believing what I said, they continued their course. What was I to do? I dared not cry, "Stop, thief!" and not being endued with the power of walking on the water dry-footed, I could not give chase to the robbers. I was in the utmost distress, and for the moment M shewed signs of terror, for she did not see how I could remedy this disaster. I dressed myself hastily, giving no more thoughts to love, my only comfort being that I still had 2 hours to get the indispensable boat, should it cost me 100 sequins. I should have been in no perplexity if I had been able to take one, but the gondoliers would infallibly make proclamation over the whole of Muran that they had taken a nun to such a convent, and all would have been lost. The only way, then, that was open to me was either to buy a boat or to steal one. I put my pistols and dagger in my pocket, took some money, and with an oar on my shoulder set out. The robbers had filed the chain of my boat with a silent file. This I could not do. I could only reckon on having the good luck to find a boat moored with cords. Coming to the large bridge, I saw boats and to spare, but there were people on the quay, and I could not risk taking one. Seeing a tavern open at the end of the quay, I ran like a madman and asked if there were any boatmen there, and the drawer told me that there were 2, but that they were drunk. I came up to them and said, "Who will take me to Venice for 80 sous?" "I," and "I," and they began to quarrel as to who should go. I quieted them by giving 40 sous to the more drunken of the 2, and I went out with the other. As soon as we were on my way, I said, "You are too drunk to take me. Lend me your boat, and I will give it back to you tomorrow." "I don't know you." "I will deposit 10 sequins, but your boat is not worth that. Will that be your surety?" He took me back to the tavern, and the drawer went bail for him. Well pleased, I took my man to the boat, and having furnished it with a second oar and 2 poles, he went away, chuckling at having made a good bargain, while I was as glad to have had the worst of it. I had been an hour away, and on entering the casino found my dear M in an agony, but as soon as she saw my beaming face, all laughter came back to hers. I took her to the convent, and then went to St. Francis, where the keeper of the boat house looked as if he thought me a fool, when I told him that I had trucked away my boat for the one I had with me. I put on my mask, and went forthwith to my lodging and to bed, for these annoyances had been too much for me. About this time my destiny made me acquainted with a nobleman named Marc Antony Zorzi, a man of parts, and famous for his skill in writing verses in the Venetian dialect. Zorzi, who was very fond of the play, and desired to offer a sacrifice to Thalia, wrote a comedy which the audience took the liberty of hissing, but having persuaded himself that his piece only failed through the conspiracies of the Abbé Chiari, who wrote for the theatre of San Angelo, he declared open war against the abbé's plays. I felt no reluctance whatsoever to visit M. Zorzi, for he possessed an excellent cook and a charming wife. He knew that I did not care for Chiari as an author, and M. Zorzi had people in his pay who, without pity, rhyme, or reason, hissed all the compositions of the ecclesiastical playwright. My part was to criticize them in hammer verses, a kind of doggerel then much in fashion, and Zorzi took care to distribute my lucubrations far and wide. These manoeuvres made me a powerful enemy in the person of M. Condulmer, who liked me none the better for having all the appearance of having been in high favour with Madame Zorzi, to whom before my appearance he had paid diligent court. This M. Condulmer was to be excused for not caring for me, for, having a large share in the San Angelo theatre, the failure of the abbé's pieces was a loss to him, as the boxes had to be let at a very low rent, and all men are governed by interested motives. This M. Condulmer was 60 years old, but with all the greenness of youth he was still fond of women, gaming, and money, and he was, in fact, a money lender, but he knew how to pass for a saint, as he took care to go to mass every morning at St. Mark's, and never omitted to shed tears before the crucifix. The following year he was made a councillor, and in that capacity he was for 8 months a state inquisitor. Having thus obtained this diabolically eminent, or eminently diabolical position, he had not much difficulty in shewing his colleagues the necessity of putting me under the Leads as a disturber of the peace of the Republic. In the beginning of the winter the astounding news of the treaty between France and Austria was divulged, a treaty by which the political balance was entirely readjusted, and which was received with incredulity by the powers. The whole of Italy had reason to rejoice, for the treaty guarded that fair land from becoming the theatre of war on the slightest difference which might arise between the two powers. What astonished the most acute was that this wonderful treaty was conceived and carried out by a young ambassador, who had hitherto been famed only as a wit. The first foundations had been laid in 1750 by Madame de Pompadour, Count Canes, who was created a prince, and M. l'Abbé de Bernis, who was not known till the following year, when the king made him ambassador to Venice. The house of Bourbon and the house of Habsburg had been foes for 240 years when this famous treaty was concluded, but it only lasted for 40 years, and it is not likely that any treaty will last longer between the two courts so essentially opposed to one another. The Abbé de Bernis was created minister for foreign affairs some time after the ratification of the treaty. 3 years after he re-established the Parliament, became a cardinal, was disgraced, and finally sent to Rome, where he died. Mors ultimo linea realem est. Affairs fell out as I had foreseen. For 9 months after he left Venice, he conveyed to M the news of his recall, though he did it in the most delicate manner. Nevertheless, M felt the blow so severely that she would very possibly have succumbed had I not been preparing her for it in every way I could think of. M. de Bernis sent me all instructions. He directed all the contents of the casino should be sold, and the proceeds given to M, with the exception of the books and prints which the housekeeper was ordered to bring to Paris. It was a nice breviary for a cardinal, but would to God they had nothing worse. Whilst M abandoned herself to grief, I carried out the orders of M. de Bernis, and by the middle of January we no longer had a casino. She kept by her 2,000 sequins and her pearls, intending to sell them later on to buy herself an annuity. We were now only able to see each other at the grating, and soon, worn with grief, she fell dangerously ill, and on the 2nd of February I recognized in her features the symptoms of approaching death. She sent me her jewel case with all her diamonds and nearly all her money, all the scandalous books she possessed, and all her letters, telling me that if she did not die I was to return her the whole, but that all belonged to me if, as she thought, she should succumb to the disease. She also told me that C was aware of her state, and asked me to take pity on her and to write to her, as my letters were her only comfort, and that she hoped to have strength to read them till her last breath. I burst into tears, for I loved her passionately, and I promised her to come and live in Muran till she recovered her health. Having placed the property in a gondola, I went to the Bragadin Palace to deposit it, and then returned to Muran to get Laura to find me a furnished room where I could live as I liked. "I know of a good room with meals provided," she said. "You will be quite comfortable, and we will get it cheaply, and if you like to pay in advance, you need not even say who you are. The old man to whom the house belongs lives on the ground floor. He will give you all the keys, and if you like you need see no one." She gave me the address, and I went there on the spot, and I found everything to my liking. I paid a month in advance, and the thing was done. It was a little house at the end of a blind alley abutting on the canal. I returned to Laura's house to tell her that I wanted a servant to get my food and to make my bed, and she promised to get me one by the next day. Having set all in order for my new lodging, I returned to Venice, and packed my mails as if I were going to make a long journey. After supper I took leave of M. de Bragadin and of his two friends, telling them that I was going to be away for several weeks on important business. Next day, going to my new room, I was surprised to find there Tonine, Laura's daughter, a pretty girl not much more than 15 years old, who told me with a blush, but with more spirit than I gave her credit for, that she would serve me as well as her mother would have done. I was in too much distress to thank Laura for this pretty present, and I even determined that her daughter should not stay in my service. We know how much such resolutions are commonly worth. In the meantime I was kind to the girl. "I am sure," I said, "of your good will, but I must talk to your mother. I must be alone." I added, "As I have to write all day, I shall not take anything till the evening." She then gave me a letter, begging pardon for not having given it to me sooner. "You must never forget to deliver messages," I said, "for if you had waited any longer before bringing me this letter it might have had the most serious consequences." She blushed, begged pardon, and went out of the room. The letter was from C, who told me that her friend was in bed, and that the doctor had pronounced her illness to be fever. I passed the rest of the day in putting my room in order, and in writing to C and her suffering friend. Towards evening Tonine brought in the candles and told me that my supper was ready. "Follow me," I said, seeing that she had only laid supper for one, a pleasing proof of her modesty. I told her to get another knife and fork, as I wished her always to take her meals with me. I can give no account of my motives. I only wished to be kind to her, and I did everything in good faith. By and by, reader, we shall see whether this is not one of the devices by which the devil compasses his ends. Not having any appetite, I ate little, but I thought everything good with the exception of the wine. But Tonine promised to get some better by the next day, and when supper was over she went to sleep in the anteroom. After sealing my letters, wishing to know whether the outer door was locked, I went out and saw Tonine in bed, sleeping peacefully, or pretending to do so. I might have suspected her thoughts, but I have never been in a similar situation, and I measured the extremity of my grief by the indifference with which I looked at this girl. She was pretty, but for all that I felt that neither she nor I ran any risk. Next day, waking very early, I called her, and she came in neatly dressed. I gave her my letter to C, which enclosed the letter to M, telling her to take it to her mother, and then return to make my coffee. "I shall dine at noon, Tonine," I said. "Take care to get what is necessary in good time." "Sir, I prepared yesterday's supper myself, and if you like I can cook all your meals." "I am satisfied with your abilities. Go on, and here is a sequin for the expenses." "I still have 120 sous remaining from the one you gave me yesterday, and that will be enough." "No, they are for yourself, and I shall give you as much every day." Her delight was so great that I could not prevent her covering my hand with kisses. I took care to draw it back, and not to kiss her in return, for I felt as if I should be obliged to laugh, and this would have dishonoured my grief. The next day passed like the first. Tonine was glad that I said no more about speaking to her mother, and drew the conclusion that her services were agreeable to me. Feeling tired and weak, and fearing that I should not wake early enough to send the letter to the convent, but not wishing to rouse Tonine if she were asleep, I called her softly. She rose immediately and came to my room, with nothing on but a slight petticoat. Pretending to see nothing, I gave her my letter, and told her to take it to her mother in the morning before she came into my room. She went out, saying that my instructions should be carried out, but as soon as she was gone I could not resist saying to myself that she was very pretty, and I felt both sad and ashamed at the reflection that this girl could very easily console me. I hugged my grief, and I determined to separate myself from a being who made me forget it. "In the morning," I said, "I will tell Laura to get me something less seducing." But the night brought counsel, and in the morning I put on the armour of sophism, telling myself that my weakness was no fault of the girl's, and that it would therefore be unjust to punish her for it. We shall see, dear reader, how all this ended. End of chapter 22, part 2. Chapter 23 of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 2. Paris and Prison, by Giacomo Casanova. Translated by Arthur Machen. Episode 9, Chapter 23. Continues the preceding chapter. M. recovers. I return to Venice. Tonine consoles me. Decrease of my love for M. Dr. Rigolini. Curious conversation with him. How this conversation affected M. Mr. Murray undeceived and avenged. Tonine had what is called tact and common sense, and thinking these qualities were required in our economy, she behaved with great delicacy, not going to bed before receiving my letters, and never coming into my room except in a proper dress, and all this pleased me. For a fortnight, M. was so ill that I expected every moment to hear the news of her death. On Shrove Tuesday, C wrote that her friend was not strong enough to read my letter, and that she was going to receive extreme unction. This news so shocked me that I could not rise, and passed the whole day in weeping and writing. Tonine not leaving me till midnight, I could not sleep. On Ash Wednesday I got a letter, in which C told me that the doctor had no hopes for her friend, and that he only gave her a fortnight to live. A low fever was wasting her away, her weakness was extreme, and she could scarcely swallow a little broth. She had also the misfortune to be harassed by her confessor, who made her foretaste all the terrors of death. I could only solace my grief by writing, and Tonine now and again made bold to observe that I was cherishing my grief, and that it would be the death of me. I knew myself that I was making my anguish more poignant, and that keeping to my bed, continued writing, and no food would finally drive me mad. I had told my grief to poor Tonine, whose chief duty was to wipe away my tears. She had compassion on me. A few days later, after assuring C that if our friend died I should not survive her, I asked her to tell M that if she wanted me to take care of my life, she must promise to let me carry her off on her recovery. I have, I said, 4,000 sequins, and her diamonds, which are worth 6,000. We should, therefore, have a sufficient sum to enable us to live honourably in any part of Europe. C wrote to me on the following day, and said that my mistress, after hearing my letter read, had fallen into a kind of convulsion, and becoming delirious, she talked incessantly in French for 3 whole hours in a fashion which might have made all the nuns take to their heels if they had understood her. I was in despair, and was nearly raving as wildly as my poor nun. Her delirium lasted 3 days, and as soon as she got back her reason, she charged her young friend to tell me that she was sure to get well if I promised to keep my word and to carry her off as soon as her health would allow. I hastened to reply that if I lived she might be sure my promise would be fulfilled. Thus continuing to deceive each other in all good faith, we got better, for every letter from C telling me how the convalescence of her friend was progressing was to me as balm, and as my mind grew more composed, my appetite also grew better, and my health improved day by day. I soon, though quite unconsciously, began to take pleasure in the simple ways of Tonine, who now never left me at night before she saw that I was asleep. Towards the end of March, M wrote to me herself, saying that she believed herself out of danger, and that by taking care she hoped to be able to leave her room after Easter. I replied that I should not leave Muran till I had the pleasure of seeing her at the grating, where, without hurrying ourselves, we could plan the execution of our scheme. It was now 7 weeks since M. de Bragadin had seen me, and thinking that he would be getting anxious, I resolved to go and see him that very day. Telling Tonine that I should not be back till the evening, I started for Venice without a cloak, for having gone to Muran masked, I had forgotten to take one. I had spent 48 days without going out of my room, chiefly in tears and distress, and without taking any food. I had just gone through an experience which flattered my self-esteem. I had been served by a girl who would have passed for a beauty anywhere in Europe. She was gentle, thoughtful, and delicate, and without being taxed with foppishness. I think I may say that, if she was not in love with me, she was at all events inclined to please me to the utmost of her ability. For all that I had been able to withstand her youthful charms, I now scarcely dreaded them. Seeing her every day, I had dispersed my amorous fancies, and friendship and gratitude seemed to have vanquished all other feelings, for I was obliged to confess that this charming girl had lavished on me the most tender and assiduous care. She had passed whole nights on a chair by my bedside, tending me like a mother, and never giving me the slightest cause for complaint. Never had I given her a kiss, never had I allowed myself to undress in her presence, and never, with one exception, had she come into my room without being properly dressed. For all that, I knew that I had fought a battle, and I felt inclined to boast at having won the victory. There was only one circumstance that vexed me, namely, I was nearly certain that neither M nor C would consider such continence to be within the bounds of possibility if they had heard of it, and that Laura herself, to whom her daughter would tell the whole story, would be sceptical, though she might out of kindness pretend to believe it all. I got to M. de Bragadin's just as the soup was being served. He welcomed me heartily, and was delighted at having foreseen that I should thus surprise them. Besides my 2 other old friends, there were De la Haye, Boivois, and Dr. Righelini at the table. "What, you without a cloak?" said M. Dandolo. "Yes," said I, "for having gone out with my mask on I forgot to bring one." At this they laughed, and without putting myself out, I sat down. No one asked where I had been so long, for it was understood that that question should be left to me to answer or not. Nevertheless, De la Haye, who was bursting with curiosity, could not refrain from breaking some jests on me. "You have got so thin," said he, "that uncharitable people would be rather hard on you." "I trust that they will not say that I have been passing my time with the Jesuits." "You are sarcastic. They may say, perhaps, that you have passed your time in a hothouse under the influence of mercury." "Don't be afraid, sir, for to escape this hasty judgment I shall go back this evening." No, I am quite sure you will not." "Believe me, sir," said I, with a bantering tone, "that I deem your opinion of too much consequence not to be governed by it." Seeing that I was in earnest, my friends were angry with him, and the Aristarchus was in some confusion. Righelini, who was one of Murray's intimate friends, said to me, in a friendly way, that he had been longing to tell Murray of my reappearance, and of the falsity of all the reports about me. "We will go to sup with him," said I, "and I will return after supper." Seeing that M. Bragadin and his 2 friends were uneasy about me, I promised to dine with them on April 25th, St. Mark's Day. As soon as Mr. Murray saw me, he fell on my neck and embraced me. He introduced me to his wife, who asked me to supper with great politeness. After Murray had told me the innumerable stories that had been made about my disappearance, he asked me if I knew a little story by the Abbé Chiari, which had come out at the end of the carnival. As I said I knew nothing about it, he gave me a copy, telling me that I should like it. He was right. It was a satire in which the Zorzi clique was pulled to pieces, and in which I played a very poor part. I did not read it till some time after, and in the meantime put it in my pocket. After a very good supper, I took a gondola to return to Muran. It was midnight and very dark, so I did not perceive the gondola to be ill covered and in wretched order. A fine rain was falling as I got in, and the drops getting larger, I was soon wet to the skin. No great harm was done as I was close to my quarters. I groped my way upstairs and knocked at the door of the anteroom, where Tonine, who had not waited for me, was sleeping. Awake in a moment, she came to open the door in her smock and without a light. As I wanted one, I told her to get the flint and steel, which she did, warning me in a modest voice that she was not dressed. "That's of no consequence," said I, "provided you are covered." She said no more, and soon lighted a candle, but she could not help laughing when she saw me dripping wet. "I only want you, my dear," said I, "to dry my hair." She quickly set to work with powder and powder puff in her hand, but her smock was short and loose at the top, and I repented, rather too late, that I had not given her time to dress. I felt that all was lost, all the more as having to use both her hands. She could not hold her smock, and conceal two swelling spheres more seductive than the apples of Hesperides. How could I help seeing them? I shut my eyes, and for shame! But I gave in at last, and fixed such a hungry gaze upon poor Tonine that she blushed. "Come," said I, "take your smock between your teeth, and then I shall see no more." But it was worse than before, and I had only added fuel to the fire, for as the veil was short, I could see the bases and almost the frieze of two marble columns, and at this sight I gave a voluptuous cry. Not knowing how to conceal everything from my gaze, Tonine let herself fall on the sofa, and I, my passions at fever heat, stood beside her, not knowing what to do. "Well," she said, "shall I go and dress myself and then do your hair?" "No, come and sit on my knee, and cover my eyes with your hands." She came obediently, but the die was cast, and my resistance overcome. I clasped her between my arms, and without any more thoughts of playing at blind man's buff, I threw her on the bed and covered her with kisses. And as I swore that I would always love her, she opened her arms to receive me in a way that showed how long she had been waiting for this moment. I plucked the rose, and then, as after, I thought it the rarest I had ever gathered since I had laboured in the harvest of the fruitful fields of love. When I awoke in the morning, I found myself more deeply in love with Tonine than I had been with any other woman. She had got up without waking me, but as soon as she had heard me stirring she came, and I tenderly chided her for not waiting for me to give her good morrow. Without answering, she gave me M.'s letter. I thanked her, but putting the letter on one side, I took her in my arms and set her on my side. "What a wonder!" cried Tonine. "You are not in a hurry to read that letter. Faithless man, why did you not let me cure you 6 weeks ago? How lucky I am, thanks to the rain! I do not blame you, dear, but love me as you love her who writes to you every day, and I shall be satisfied." "Do you know who she is?" "She lives in a boarding house, and is as beautiful as an angel, but she is there, and I am here. You are my master, and I will be your servant as long as you like." I was glad to leave her in error, and swore an everlasting love, but during our conversation she had let herself drop down in the bottom of the bed, and I entreated her to lie down again. But she said that on the contrary it was time for me to get up for dinner, for she wanted to give me a dainty meal cooked in the Venetian manner. "Who is the cook?" said I. "I am, and I have been using all my skill on it since 5 when I got up." "What time is it now, then?" "Past 1." The girl astonished me. She was no longer the shy Tonine of last night. She had that exultant air which happiness bestows, and the look of pleasure which the delights of love give to a young beauty. I could not understand how I had escaped from doing homage to her beauty when I first saw her at her mother's house. But I was then too deeply in love with C. I was in too great distress, and, moreover, Tonine was then unformed. I got up, and making her bring me a cup of coffee, I asked her to keep the dinner back for a couple of hours. I found M. M.'s letter affectionate, but not so interesting as it would have been the day before. I set myself to answer it, and was almost thunderstruck to find the task, for the first time, a painful one. However, my short journey to Venice supplied me with talk which covered 4 pages. I had an exquisite dinner with my charming Tonine, looking at her at the same time as my wife, my mistress, and my housekeeper. I was delighted to find myself made happy at such a cheap rate. We spent the whole day at the table talking of our love, and giving each other 1,000 little marks of it, for there is no such rich and pleasant matter for conversation as when they who talk are parties to an amorous suit. She told me with charming simplicity that she knew perfectly well she could not make me amorous of her, because I loved another, and that her only hope was therefore in a surprise, which she had foreseen the happy moment when I told her she need not dress herself to light a candle. Tonine was naturally quick-witted, but she did not know either how to read or to write. She was enchanted to see herself become rich, for she thought herself so, without a soul at Muran being able to breathe a word against her honour. I passed 3 weeks in the company of this delightful girl, weeks which I still reckon among the happiest of my life, and what embitters my old age is that, having a heart as warm as ever, I have no longer the strength necessary to secure a single day as blissful as those which I owed to this charming girl. Toward the end of April I saw M. M. at the grating, looking thin and much changed, but out of danger. I therefore returned to Venice. In my interview, calling my attachment and tender feelings to my aid, I succeeded in behaving myself in such wise that she could not possibly detect the change which a new love had worked in my heart. I shall be, I trust, easily believed when I say that I was not imprudent enough to let her suspect that I had given up the idea of escaping with her, upon which she counted more than ever. I was afraid lest she should fall ill again if I took this hope away from her. I kept my casino, which cost me little, and as I went to see M. M. twice a week, I slept there on those occasions, and made love with my dashing Tonine. Having kept my word with my friends by dining with them on St. Mark's Day, I went with Dr. Righelini to the parlour of the Vierges to see the taking of the veil. The convent of the Vierges is within the jurisdiction of the Doge, whom the nuns style Most Serene Father. They all belong to the first families in Venice. While I was praising the beauty of Mother M. E. to Dr. Righelini, he whispered to me that he could get her me for a money payment, if I were curious in the matter. 100 sequins for her, and 10 sequins for the go-between was the price fixed on. He assured me that Murray had had her, and could have her again. Seeing my surprise, he added that there was not a nun whom one could not have by paying for her, that Murray had had the courage to disburse 500 sequins for a nun of Muran, a rare beauty, who was afterwards the mistress of the French ambassador. Though my passion for M. M. was on the wane, I felt my heart gripped as by a hand of ice, and it was with the greatest difficulty that I made no sign. Notwithstanding, I took the story for an atrocious calumny, and yet the matter was too near my heart for me to delay in bringing it to the light at the earliest opportunity. I therefore replied to Righelini in the calmest manner possible that 1 or 2 nuns might be had for money, but that it could happen very rarely on account of the difficulties in most convents. As for the nun of Muran, justly famous for her beauty, if she be M. M., nun of the convent, I not only disbelieve that Murray ever had her, but I am sure that she was never the French ambassador's mistress. If he knew her, it could have only been at the grating, where I really cannot say what happens. Righelini, who was an honourable and spirited man, answered me coldly that the English ambassador was a man of his word, and that he had the story from his own lips. If Mr. Murray, he continued, had not told it to me under the seal of secrecy, I would make him tell it you himself. I shall be obliged if you will take care that he never knows that I told you of it. You may rely on my discretion, The same evening, supping at Murray's casino with Righelini, having the matter at heart, and seeing between me the two men who could clear it up, everything to my satisfaction, I began to speak with enthusiasm of the beauty of M. E., whom I had seen at the Vierges. Here the ambassador struck in, taking the ball on the hop. "Between friends," said he, "you can get yourself the enjoyment of those charms if you are willing to sacrifice a sum of money, not too much either, but you must have the key." "Do you think you have it?" "No, I am sure, and had less trouble than you might suppose." "If you are sure, I congratulate you, and doubt no more. I envy your fortune, for I don't believe a more perfect beauty could be found in all the convents of Venice." "Then you are wrong. Mother M. at Muran is certainly handsomer." "I have heard her talked of, and I have seen her once, but I do not think it possible that she could be procured for money." "I think so," said he, laughing, "and when I think I mostly have good reasons." "You surprise me, but all the same I don't mind betting you are deceived." "You would lose. As you have only seen her once, I suppose you would not recognize her portrait." "I should indeed, as her face left a very strong impression on my mind." "Wait a minute." He got up from the table, went out, and returned a minute after with a box containing 8 or 10 miniatures, all in the same style, namely with hair in disorder and bare necks. "These," said I, "are rare charms, with which you have doubtless a near acquaintance." "Yes, and if you recognize any of them, be discreet." "You need not be afraid. Here are 3 I recognize, and this looks like M. But confess that you may have been deceived, at least, that you did not have her in the convent, or here, for there are other women like her." "Why do you think I have been deceived? I have had her in her religious habit, and I have spent a whole night with her, and it was to her individually that I sent a purse containing 500 sequins. I gave 50 to the good procurer." "You have, I suppose, visited her in the parlour after having her here?" "No, never, as she was afraid her titular lover might hear of it. You know that was the French ambassador." "But she only saw him in the parlour." "She used to go to his house in secular dress whenever he wanted her. I was told that by the man who brought her here." "Have you had her several times?" "Only once, and that was enough, but I can have her whenever I like for 100 sequins." "All that might be the truth, but I would wager 500 sequins that you have been deceived." "You shall have your answer in 3 days." I was perfectly certain, I repeat, that the whole affair was a piece of knavery, but it was necessary to have it proved, and I shuddered when the thought came into my head that after all it might be a true story. In this case I should have been freed from a good many obligations, but I was strongly persuaded of her innocence. At all events, if I were to find her guilty, which was amongst possible occurrences, I resigned myself to lose 500 sequins as the price of this horrible discovery, in addition to my experience of life. I was full of restless anguish, the worst, perhaps, of the torments of the mind. If the honest Englishman had been the victim of a mystification, or rather knavery, my regard for M. M.'s honour compelled me to find a way to undeceive him without compromising her, and such was my plan, and thus fortune favoured me. 2 or 3 days after, Mr. Murray told the doctor that he wished to see me. We went to him, and he greeted me thus: "I have won. For 100 sequins I could have the fair nun." "Alas," said I, "there go my 500 sequins." "No, not 500, my dear fellow, for I should be ashamed to win so much of you, but the 100 she should cost me. If I win, you shall pay for my pleasure, and if I lose, I shall give her nothing." "How is the problem to be solved?" "My Mercury tells me that we must wait for a day when masks are worn. He is endeavouring at present to find out a way to convince both of us, for otherwise neither you nor I would feel compelled to pay the wager. If I really have M. my honour would not allow me to let her suspect that I had betrayed the secret." "No, that would be an unpardonable crime. Hear my plan, which will satisfy us both, for after it has been carried out each of us will be sure that he is fairly won or fairly lost. As soon as you have possessed yourself of the real or pretended nun, leave her on some pretext, and meet me in a place to be agreed upon. We shall then go together to the convent, and I will ask for M. Will seeing her and speaking to her convince you that the woman you have left at home is a mere impostor? Perfectly, and I shall pay my wager with the greatest willingness. I may say the same. If, when I summon M. to the parlour, the lay sister tells me she is ill or busy, we will go, and the wager will be yours. You will sup with the fair, and I will go elsewhere. So be it, but since this will all be at night time, it is possible that when you ask for her, the sister will tell you that no one can be seen at such an hour. Then I shall lose. You are quite sure, then, that if she be in the convent she shall come down. That's my business. I repeat, if you don't speak to her, I shall hold myself to have lost 100 sequins, or 1,000 if you like. One can't speak plainer than that, my dear fellow, and I thank you beforehand. The only thing I ask you is to come as sharp to time, and not to come too late for a convent. Will an hour after sunset suit you? Admirably. I shall also make it my business to compel my masked mistress to stop where she is, even though it be M. herself. Some won't have long to wait. If you take her to a casino which I possess at Muran, and where I secretly keep a girl of whom I am amorous, I will take care that she shall not be there on the appointed day, and I will give you the key of the casino. I shall also see that you find a delicate cold supper ready. That is admirable, but I must also point out the place to my Mercury. True. I will give you a supper tomorrow, the greatest secrecy to be observed between us. We will go out to my casino in a gondola, and after supper we will go out by the street door. Thus you will know the way by land and water. You will only have to tell the procurer the name of the canal and of the house, and on the day fixed you shall have the key. You will only find there an old man who lives on the ground floor, and he will see neither those who go out nor those who come in. My sweetheart will see nothing, and will not be seen, and all, trust me, will turn out well. I begin to think that I have lost my bet, said the Englishman, who was delighted with the plan, but it matters not, I can gaily encounter either loss or gain. We made our appointment for the next day and separated. On the following day I went to Muran to warn Tonine that I was going to sup with her, and to bring 2 of my friends, and as my English friend paid as great a court to Bacchus as to Cupid, I took care to send my little housekeeper several bottles of excellent wine. Charmed with the prospect of doing the honours of the table, Tonine only asked if my friends would go away after supper. I said yes, and this reply made her happy. She only cared for the dessert. After leaving her, I went to the convent and passed an hour with M. in the parlour. I was glad to see that she was getting back her health and her beauty every day, and having complimented her upon it, I returned to Venice. In the evening my 2 friends kept their appointment to the minute, and we went to the little casino at 2 hours after sunset. Our supper was delicious, and my Tonine charmed me with the gracefulness of her carriage. I was delighted to see Righelini enchanted, and the ambassador struck dumb with admiration. When I was in love, I did not encourage my friends to cajole my sweetheart, but I became full of complaisance when time had cooled the heat of my passion. We parted about midnight, and having taken Mr. Murray to the spot where I was to wait for him on the day of trial, I returned to compliment my charming Tonine as she had deserved. She praised my 2 friends, and could not express her surprise at seeing our English friend going away, fresh and nimble on his feet, notwithstanding him having emptied by himself 6 bottles of my best wine. Murray looked like a fine Bacchus after Rubens. On Whit Sunday, Righelini came to tell me that the English ambassador had made all arrangements with the pretended procurer of M. for Whit Tuesday. I gave him the keys of my abode at Muran, and told him to assure Murray that I would keep the appointment at the exact time arranged upon. My impatience brought on palpitation of the heart, which was extremely painful, and I passed 2 nights without closing an eye, for though I was convinced of M.'s innocence, my agitation was extreme. But whence all this anxiety? Merely from a desire to see the ambassador undeceived. M. in his eyes must have seemed a common prostitute, and the moment in which he would be obliged to confess himself the victim of roguery would re-establish the honour of the nun. Mr. Murray was as impatient as myself, with this difference, that whereas he, looking upon the adventure as a comic one, only laughed, I found it too tragic, shuddered with indignation. On Tuesday morning I went to Muran to tell Tonine to get a cold supper after my instruction, to lay a table for two, to get wax lights ready, and having sent in several bottles of wine, I bade her to keep to the room occupied by the old landlord, and not to come out till the people who were coming in the evening were gone. She promised to do so, and asked no questions. After leaving her, I went to the convent parlour, and asked to see M. M. Not expecting to see me, she asked why I had not gone to the pageant of the Bucentaur, which, the weather being favourable, would have set out on this day. I do not know what I answered, but I know that she found my words little to the purpose. I came at last to the important point. I told her I was going to ask a favour of her, on which my peace of mind depended, but which she must grant blindly without asking any questions. "Tell me what I am to do, sweetheart," said she, "and be sure I will refuse nothing which may be in my power." "I shall be here this evening, an hour after sunset, and ask for you at this grating. Come, I shall be with another man, of whom I beg of you to say a few words of politeness. You can then leave us. Let us find some pretext to justify the unseasonable hour." "I will do what you ask, but you cannot imagine how troublesome it is in a convent, for at 6 o'clock the parlours are shut up and the keys are taken to the abbess's room. However, as you only want me for 5 minutes, I will tell the abbess that I am expecting a letter from my brother, and that it can be sent to me on this evening only. You must give me a letter that the nun who will be with me may be able to say that I have not been guilty of deception." "You will not come alone, then?" "I should not dare even to ask for such a privilege." "Very good, but try to come with some old man who is short-sighted." "I will keep the light in the background." "Pray do not do so, my beloved. On the contrary, place it so that you may be distinctly seen." "All this is very strange, but I have promised passive obedience, and I will come down with 2 lights. May I hope that you will explain this riddle to me at your next interview?" "By tomorrow at latest you will know the whole story." "My curiosity will prevent me from sleeping." "Not so, dear heart. Sleep peacefully, and be sure of my gratitude." The reader will think that after this conversation my heart was perfectly at rest. But how far was I from resting? I returned to Venice, tortured lest I should be told in the evening at the door of the cathedral where we were to meet that the nun was obliged to put off her appointment. If that had happened, I should not have exactly suspected M.M., but the ambassador would have thought that I had caused the scheme to miscarry. It is certain that in that case I should not have taken my man to the parlour, but should have gone there sadly by myself. I passed the whole day in these torments, thinking that it would never come to an end, and in the evening I put a letter in my pocket, and went to my post at the hour agreed upon. Fortunately Murray kept the appointment exactly. "Is the nun there?" said I, as soon as he was near me. "Yes, my dear fellow. We will go, if you like, to the parlour, but you will find that we shall be told that she is ill or engaged. If you like, the bet shall be off." "God forbid, my dear fellow. I cling to that 100 ducats. Let us be gone." We presented ourselves at the wicket, and I asked for M. M., and the doorkeeper made me breathe again by saying that I was expected. I entered the parlour with my English friend, and I saw it was lighted by 4 candles. I cannot recall these moments without being in love with life. I take note not only of my noble mistress's innocence, but also of the quickness of her wit. Murray remained serious, without a smile on his face. Full of grace and beauty, M. M. came into the room with a lay sister, each of them holding a candlestick. She paid me a compliment in good French. I gave her the letter, and looking at the address and seal, she put it in her pocket. After thanking me and saying she would reply in due course, she turned towards my companion. "I shall, perhaps, make you lose the first act of the opera," said she. "The pleasure of seeing you, madame, is worth all the operas in the world." You are English, I think. Yes, madam. The English are now the greatest people in the world, because they are free and powerful. Gentlemen, I wish you a very good evening. I have never seen M looking so beautiful as then, and I went out of the parlour ablaze with love, and glad as I had never been before. I walked with long strides towards my casino, without taking notice of the ambassador, who did not hurry himself in following me. I waited for him at my door. "Well," said I, "are you convinced now that you have been cheated?" "Be quiet. We have time enough to talk about that. Let us go upstairs." "Shall I come?" "Do. What do you think I could do by myself for 4 hours with that creature who is waiting for me? We will amuse ourselves with her." "Had we not better turn her out?" "No. Her master is coming for her at 2 o'clock in the morning. She would go and warn him, and he would escape my vengeance. We will throw them both out the window." "Be moderate, for M.'s honour depends on the secrecy we observe. Let us go upstairs. We shall have some fun. I should like to see the hussy." Murray was the first to enter the room, and as soon as the girl saw me, she threw her handkerchief over her face, and told the ambassador that such behaviour was unworthy of him. He made no answer. She was not so tall as M., and she spoke bad French. Her cloak and mask were on the bed, but she was dressed as a nun. As I wanted to see her face, I politely asked her to do me the favour of showing it. "I don't know you," said she. "Who are you?" "You are in my house, and don't know who I am?" "I am in your house because I have been betrayed. I do not think that I should have to do with a scoundrel." At this word Murray commanded her to be silent, calling her by the name of her honourable business, and the slut got up to take her cloak, saying that she would go. Murray pushed her back, and told her that she would have to wait for her worthy friend, warning her to make no noise if she wanted to keep out of prison. "Put me in prison." With this she directed her hand towards her dress, but I rushed forward and seized one hand, while Murray mastered the other. We pushed her back on a chair while we possessed ourselves of the pistols she carried in her pockets. Murray tore away the front of her holy habit, and I extracted a stiletto 8 inches long, the false nun weeping bitterly all the time. "Will you hold your tongue and keep quiet till Capsucefalo comes," said the ambassador, "or go to prison?" "If I keep quiet, what will become of me?" "I promise to let you go." "With him?" "Perhaps." "Well, then, I will keep quiet." "Have you got any more weapons?" Hereupon the slut took off her habit and her petticoat, and if we had allowed her, she would have soon been in a state of nature, no doubt in the expectation of our passions granting what our reason refused. I was much astonished to find in her only a false resemblance to M. I remarked as much to the ambassador, who agreed with me, but made me confess that most men, prepossessed with the idea that they were going to see M., would have fallen into the same trap. In fact, longing to possess oneself of a nun who has renounced all the pleasures of the world, and especially that of cohabitation with the other sex, is the very apple of Eve, and is more delightful from the very difficulty of penetrating the convent grating. Few of my readers will fail to testify that the sweetest pleasures are those which are hardest to be won, and that the prize, to obtain which one would risk one's life, would often pass unnoticed if it were freely offered without difficulty or hazard. In the following chapter, dear reader, you will see the end of this farcical adventure. In the meantime, let us take a little breath. End of chapter 23.